Chicago. We're here for another Lorcana challenge. I'm Tannen Grace, going to be your host all weekend long, and we've got a room of just over 1,000 players here trying to make it through this Lorcana challenge. Now, Ursula's return is legal here this weekend, so we're going to have a little bit different format than we did in Atlanta, so it's a whole new world out here. These players are going to be vying to make it into day 2, the top 64 of which are going to be vying tomorrow to try to get one of those golden Mickeys that they get if they make that top 8. So a lot of the line for the players here, great new decks. I'm really excited here for this weekend. We got a great crew for you here, so without further ado, let's head on down to the action.
Thank you, Tannen, and welcome, Illumineers. It is with my deepest pride and greatest pleasure to welcome you to the Disney Lorcana Challenge here in Chicago, Illinois.
Absolutely. We are excited to have you all be our guest for this weekend of fun and magical Lorcana playing. It's going to be a great time.
Absolutely. So my name is Brandon, and this is Rebecca, and why don't we go ahead and introduce everybody to the rest of the casting crew. We're going to be your on-site casters here for the weekend, and as you can see, we also have Tannen that you also just saw in the interview, along with Jonty and Liam virtually, digitally casting from their houses as well.
Yes, let's say hello to our remote team.
Hello! Hi! We hope they're doing good back there.
Yeah, so we're going to jump into looking at our season of Lorcana challenges that we have coming up in 2024. We have 6 locations happening in North America. Of course, Atlanta just wrapped up, and we're here in Chicago. Fort Worth is sold out, but is coming up in July. And Toronto in August, we have news coming soon, so be on the lookout for that. Stay tuned to Disney Lorcana socials for more information coming. And then following that, we'll have Las Vegas and Seattle.
Yeah, there's tons to do over in the North America region with 6 Disney Lorcana challenges, and Europe also has 4 challenges as well. 2 weekends ago, at the same time at Atlanta, they went through Lille. Bochum sold out overnight.
Yes.
People are so excited to play this game, so that was really awesome to see. And then, of course, you have Bologna and Birmingham after that. So there's a ton to look forward to for these Disney Lorcana challenges.
Yes, but let's go ahead and talk about this weekend, Brandon. We have a lot coming up over these next 2 days. So day 1, what do we have ahead for us?
Yeah, so the players will be playing in a 2-game format here in Chicago. They will play through 9 rounds. And the way that 2-game format works is a little different than what people might be used to. Essentially, every round you play 2 games, and in each of those games, each player gets to go first. So each person gets 1 chance to go first, and every game that you win, you get 3 points. So if you win game 1, you win 3 points. If you win game 2, you get another 3 points, but then you also get an extra point for winning the entire round or both games into the round.
I love a bonus point.
Yes, bonus points are great. It's a great incentive to do well. You know, it rewards the players for performing well in their rounds. But then after day 1, the top 64 are going to move on. Why don't you tell us a little bit about what happens in day 2?
Absolutely. So the top 64 players after the ranked day 1 will move on, and it'll be a best of 3, just a single elimination. And there's a 70-minute time limit up until quarterfinals. And then it's going to be untimed because we need a clear winner going into the top players.
Exactly. In a 2-game format, one person can win game 1 and one person can win game 2, but we have to progress and find a champion. So for day 2, it goes to best of 3. But speaking of a champion, there's tons of prizes that these players are playing for. So why don't we look at what these people are playing for?
Yes, we got some beautiful promo cards. This participation is every single player who plays in the Disney Lorcana Challenge will get this beautiful Dragonfire promo, and it is gorgeous. And the foiling on it is so excellent. It
is beautiful. I was lucky enough to get one in Atlanta, and I know you got one today, Rebecca.
Just today, yes.
Yeah, and the foiling is, the pictures don't do it justice, honestly. They look really good. And everybody that participates, plays 3 rounds, gets the Dragonfire, and then the next thing is the Let It Go promo. If you make it to top 64, or even if you don't make top 64 and instead you tie with the number of points as the 64th player, you will also get a Let It Go promo. So there's stuff to play for basically all day, even if you might be missing out on your chance to make it into day 2, which is pretty exciting.
That's really great. And then also for Chicago, they have added some new prizing, some match point rewards for tickets. So if you earn at least 10 points during the day, you'll get 6 prize tickets, 20, and then you'll get 14 prize tickets. And if you get 30 or more points over the course of the day, you will earn 20 prize tickets, which is a really fantastic addition to the game.
It's really awesome because, like I mentioned earlier, in a 2-game format, these players can play basically all day before they know whether or not they're out. So you spend your whole day playing in the main event, and that whole time you're playing, you're missing out on the side events where you could get some prize tickets. So I'm really happy that they made this change, and the players will be getting prize tickets so they can go spin on the prize wall, which we'll get to in a little bit. But we have day 2 to talk about. That's what everybody's shooting for. Why don't you explain what the day 2 prizes are, Rebecca?
Yes, so this beautiful Cinderella Stout-Hearted goes to the top 32 players. Beautiful alternate art here. And then another alternate promo card is the Rapunzel, gifted with healing. And I know everyone is so excited about these 2 cards, these 2 princesses. They're beautiful. And then our top 16 players also get an invitation to the North American Championship.
Yeah, this is what I think a lot of your high-level players here today are really shooting for, to get that invite in the top 16.
Absolutely.
And you're absolutely right. I was able to see some of these foiled Cinderella and Rapunzel cards in Atlanta, and they blow you away.
Yes.
They are very, very beautiful. And speaking of foiling, if you move on to the top 8, you get a foil Rapunzel playmat. And so all of the hair that's glowing on Rapunzel and some of the sparks or the sparkles that you see on the playmat, it's all foiled. It looks beautiful.
Yes, the art in this game is just incredible, and I love that they have taken that art and turned it into these wonderful prizes for our players. And speaking of wonderful art, we have Nicholas Cole, who has done a beautiful Mickey promo card that's going to be going to our top 4 players here in Chicago. And this card is just incredible.
I lose words when I try to talk about this card because of how great it is. When we were teased about this card in the Lorecast a couple months ago, and it was mentioned that it was going to be the Brave Little Tailor, I thought it was just going to be the normal Brave Little Tailor art, and they surprised us with this brand new Brave Little Tailor. And you told me a fun fact earlier about the card. Why don't you share it?
Yeah, up in the corner there, those are ink casters. So Lorcana ink casters flying through the air behind Mickey. I just love that little detail.
Yeah, I absolutely love this magic shot of Mickey Mouse.
Yes.
But that's not it. That's just for top 4. We still haven't even gotten to the championship. So moving on past top 4, if you make it into top 2, you'll get 2 boxes of Ursula's Return and 100 prize tickets.
Yes, 100 prize tickets. And all of these prizes, again, for players are cumulative. So if you make it here to the top 2, then you got all these other prizes as well, all up through the 2 days.
Yeah, there's plenty to play for there because it's cumulative. You walk away with tons of product, these beautiful promo cards and playmats and an invite. So there's tons to play for. And then, of course, we move on to the champion. Somebody has to be crowned a winner.
Yes.
And the champion will get that beautiful Disney Lorcana Challenge trophy, along with a complete foil set of Ursula's Return, including the Enchanted cards.
Including Enchanted. I just think that's, I mean, whoever wins the championship, that is a prize well earned.
Absolutely. I know there's going to be plenty of competitors here today that are going to be fighting their hardest to make it into day 2, and then the same thing for make it into day 2, and then on day 2, there's still a long fight ahead of them. So
Absolutely.
I'm really eager to see what people brought this weekend. There's a couple popular decks, some popular cards that have been around. Rebecca, you and I were able to go scope the room a little bit earlier today, and there's definitely a lot of what you would expect, but I mean, just like in Atlanta, somebody could pull out something that nobody's expecting. So I'm very eager to see what the top players are bringing.
And the other thing that we got to scope out while we were walking around is the prize wall, which has some amazing exclusive products that players can earn, not just by earning tickets in the challenge event, but also by participating in the side events that are going on here at the Chicago Challenge. We've got some t-shirts, hats they can earn, and then the non-foil versions of these promo cards.
Yeah, I love that there's a bunch of extra stuff that these players can do, even if they don't have records that they would love to get. If they end up dropping after day 1 or even don't make day 2, there's plenty of things for people to play in for the side events. And of course, plenty of awesome prizes. The Cinderella playmat is foil as well.
Yes.
And it is stunning, to say the least. I've been able to see all of these things on the prize wall, and they're all really great. Even in their non-foil versions, they're beautiful. So there's plenty of stuff for people to play for, and of course, if you make it really far into day one, you get those prize tickets that you can spend towards this, along with some of the side events that you're able to play in on day 2 or a little bit later.
Yes, absolutely. And I'm just so happy that Disney Lorcana has taken some of this beautiful art that we all know and love for the game and turned it into these amazing prizes. It's really, really great.
Yeah, I think it's awesome that they gave players an opportunity to earn the Rapunzel and Cinderella cards when they were revealed in the previous Lorecast.
Oh, gosh,
I was so excited to see them, and then I saw just how well you'd have to do in a tournament to get them, and I thought, oh my goodness, that's going to be tough to get. So I'm happy that there's a way that players can earn cards through side events as well.
Absolutely. Well, this weekend is going to be an amazing time. I'm really excited to see what decks are out there, the players. We've got some incredible matches that are going to be coming up for you. And I don't know, Brandon, are you ready to jump in?
I'm excited. I say we jump right into round 1. I think the people are waiting.
They are. So let's get into it then.
Yeah, let's get down to business.
There we go. All right, so round 1, here we have Igor and Jason facing off. It looks like we've got some steel happening on one side and Amethyst on the other. I'm excited to see what's going on.
Yeah, this may be a hint towards what we see being played. Oh no, Jason's playing Steel Song, it looks like, inking a Rapunzel and playing a 1-cost Robin Hood, and then passing his turn over to Igor.
So for those who don't know, what is a Steel Song deck?
Steel Song is amber and steel. It utilizes songs, which is a mechanic in Disney Lorcana. There are action cards that you can play, and they have an effect on the card, and then they go straight to the discard. Normally, you have to play with ink. We see one being played here, Be Our Guest. It lets you look at your opponent's hand, and you can choose a non-character item to force your opponent to discard. But songs are like actions, except you can sing them with your characters. So if you have a character that has a cost equal to or more than the song you're trying to play, you can exert that character and play the song for free. It's a very, very strong, and that's what Steel Song likes to utilize. It plays singer cards. You might see a Singer Ariel, which is basically a card that can sing songs with a higher cost than what they actually cost to play. And there's a lot of really strong songs in Steel specifically that this deck can utilize. So I'm eager to see which version Jason is running. There's quite a few different versions out there, between like a Sleepy's Flute or a Lantern. So we'll be able to we'll be able to tell a little bit later as the game goes on.
That Bare Necessities card is one of my favorite songs.
Yes, yeah. I sing it every time it comes onto my Disney playlist. It is so fun. And it's really good, especially into this matchup, because Igor playing Sapphire is looking to get one of those Fishbone Quill out. We see he played it on his 3rd turn. And Fishbone Quill is just an item that lets you ink any card from your hand. It doesn't even have to be inkable. And for anybody that may be a little bit newer to the game, these players are putting cards from their hand into their inkwell, and you use your ink as your resources, as we'll see Igor here playing to play a Lady Germaine.
Wow. Yes. Now, this is only turn 4, and, you know, this Sapphire Ruby deck, he's able to put down a 6-cost card already, and I think that that's kind of what Sapphire's about, right?
Yeah, so Sapphire's all about a term we called ramp, which just means adding extra resources than you're normally able to into your resource pool for you to utilize, and that's exactly what we see Igor doing here. Ruby Sapphire specifically is very good at this because Ruby has access to a ton of really great removal cards like Lady Germaine, and essentially you just build up your inkwell much faster than your opponent can, play really threatening, really big cards to take care of your opponent's board, and we might see a Lucky Dime later on, which is an item in Sapphire that lets you gain the lore on a character if you pay 2 ink, and allows them to go from 0 to 20 super fast.
Yeah. Now, on the other side, we saw Jason just play 2 Let the Storm Rage on to get rid of that Lady Germaine. What do you think about that?
Yeah, I mean, it's a lot of resources from Jason, but Let the Storm Rage on has a really great ability with it in that you get to draw a card when you play it. So even though he's playing those cards out of his hand, he gets to replace that card back into his hand as well. And he knows that he's going to have to keep Igor from snowballing too quickly, because Steel Song does struggle a little bit, especially into this matchup. specifically because Ruby Sapphire is able to put down a lot of really big threatening characters that Steel just doesn't quite have the removal for. Steel's a great, we see here using 2 Along Came Zeus to take care of the Hiram. And the reason for that is because Hiram Flaversham is a card that allows Igor to banish an item when Hiram is played and when Hiram quests to draw 2 cards. So it's a really great engine that Ruby Sapphire has available to keep a bunch of cards in hand for Igor, specifically because if he's having a Fishbone Quill out, then he's putting multiple cards from hand into his Inkwell, so he needs to be able to replenish it.
Now, I know that Ice Block, there's been a lot of buzz around Ice Block, but he did just put it into his discard for Hiram's ability when he came down, but I'm sure we'll see some more Ice Blocks coming our way in this deck.
Yeah, I would definitely expect to see some more Ice Blocks. One thing that I've learned about Hiram is it must be really warm in his toy factory, because he loves to eat these popsicles and Ice Blocks. We see a popsicle come down as a inkable 1-cost item that lets you draw a card when it's played. You can also banish the card to heal a character, but more often than not, it's eaten by Hiram, and you get to draw a couple cards off of it.
Yeah. And Hiram, if you don't know, is from The Great Mouse Detective, which is kind of a lesser-known Disney movie. So I love that they have brought that into the game. You know, it's not the Aladdin and Beauty and the Beast, but something a little bit more niche, some deep cuts there, Disney deep cuts.
Yeah, that's one of the things that I love the most about Disney Lorcana, to be honest with you, is all the deep cuts and the favorite characters that you get to play. There's characters in the game that have been released, and I said, I have no idea who that is, so I have to go look it up and watch the movie. So I think that's really awesome, and it opens up a lot of creativity for Ravensburger and what characters they decide to play. Like, you don't know who people's favorite characters are. It might be in a movie that isn't very popular, so it's nice that there's representation there for sure.
Yeah, it's fun seeing these Vanessa cards on the other side. I say Vanessa, but that's Ursula. Those are both Ursula cards that are on Jason's board, but in her Vanessa form.
Yes, so the one Ursula on the bottom part of the screen, she's an inkable 2-cost, 1/4, so she has 1 strength and 4 willpower, and she's a singer 4. So we talked about singers earlier. Even though she's only 2 cost, she's able to sing cards that cost 4, which allows Jason to play songs that he wouldn't normally be able to play just because of her ability to sing extra expensive cards. And the Ursula that we saw just get banished there by Igor playing Madame Medusa, Ursula basically has the same effect as Bare Necessities. When she quests, you get to look at your opponent's hand and you can discard a non-character item. So it can be a great way to get some of those popsicles, get some of those fishbone quills or other actions or songs out of Igor's hand, and make it even harder for him to have anything to work with.
So Madame Medusa, like you said, is what he used to banish the Ursula card. Talk about Madame Medusa's ability a little bit, because I know she's one we're probably going to see a lot.
Yes, Madame Medusa is a very, very strong card, one that we see in pretty much every Ruby deck that gets played. On play, you get to banish a character that has 3 or less strength, which is part of what makes this matchup really difficult for Jason, because a lot of characters in Amber that this deck relies on has less than 3 strength. The Rapunzel that we just saw being played is only a 1/5. The Ursula there is only a 1/4. And of course, the Ursula that was banished is a 2/4. So there's a lot of characters that Igor can hit here with Madame Medusa. She also has a really large stat body, so she has 4 strength, 4 willpower, and 1 lure, which means after she's played, she can very likely challenge into something else and trade with that character as well. And so there's a lot of value that you can get out of playing a Madame Medusa by banishing usually more than 1 character.
Right, yeah. This matchup does seem like it's a little bit more in favor of the Sapphire Ruby deck. Would you say that that's...
Yeah, I would absolutely say that. Usually in a Amber Steel deck, they want to try to quest pretty quickly or build out a really wide board. That's really, really difficult to do against Ruby, because Ruby has a card called Be Prepared. And it's one that many Lorcana players are very familiar with. We haven't seen it yet, and in all honesty, it has been taken out of decks a little bit. They don't usually run 4 like they usually do. In this set, but it's hard to build a wide board because there are cards like Be Prepared. Igor might also have a card called Sisu that would banish all characters on Jason's side of the board with 2 or less strength. And so there's a lot of ways that Igor can banish Jason's entire board while keeping a large board of his own, which is exactly what we see him
here,
doing.
Yes. Oh, yeah. He has wiped Jason's board. He has no characters out now. And then he also played a Judy Hopps, which is one that I haven't seen a lot played. And talk about Judy. What does she do?
Yeah, so Judy's an inkable 3-cost 2/3. I think she has 1 lore, maybe 2. It's hard to see with the glare.
Yeah,
but
2 lore.
Okay, 2 lore. But when she's played, you can banish an item, either yours or your opponent's, and that player draws a card. And so you can use it offensively and defensively. If your opponent has an item that is helping them out a lot, you can use it to banish that item and get it out of play. Or you can play it and banish one of your items and draw a card off of it.
Draw a card yourself,
Yeah.
sure. Now, Igor looks like he has like a whole pile of ink over there. I can't see how much he has. And then so not only does he have tons of ink and he has board advantage, what do you think Jason is thinking right now? Like, he has his 1 Robin Hood out, but, they're only at 2 and 3 lore right now. But what is he thinking?
Yeah, so Jason it's probably not looking too great for Jason, to be honest with you, because like I said, a lot of his cards are really susceptible to banishment from Ruby specifically. And in a matchup like this, the longer that a Ruby Sapphire game goes on, the better for the Ruby Sapphire player, because they're just able to continue to put ink into their inkwell. We just saw how far I'll go being played. That lets Igor look at the top 2 cards of his deck. He gets to draw one and then put the other in his inkwell. So he just continues to play big characters like this Maleficent Dragon, which just straight up banishes a character when it's played. So Jason is going to have a really difficult time coming back from this, because he needs to answer Igor's board, which is not the place you want to be in playing against a Ruby Sapphire deck, because the entire Ruby Sapphire deck is essentially answering your opponent's board. So even if Jason's able to banish all of the characters on Igor's side of the board, Jason has to rebuild, and Igor very likely has other cards in his hand that he will be able to use to just come right back and do exactly what he did with Jason.
That's what he did, yeah. That Maleficent card is so fun. It's a big, mean dragon. She comes out, and she banishes the character. But not only that, but she does quest for 2, correct?
Right. She quests for 2, and she is a huge body, having 7 strength and 5 willpower. So it takes a lot to take her down, especially if you're trying to challenge into her. She's very likely going to banish whatever challenges her to try to banish her. So it's very similar to the Madame Medusa card. She's a card that you can play. It immediately banishes a card. And then another card will usually be banished, either because Maleficent is challenging into something, or whatever's challenging into Maleficent's going to be banished. And of course, she makes her a great quester at 2 lore. 2 lore is a really great sweet spot to just build up a wide board like Igor's doing here and slowly get to 20. We can see the lead that Igor's been able to make already, having 11 lore to Jason's 2, and it's going to be really, really difficult for Jason to come back from this.
Yeah, I think that right now he has 8 lore on the board that he can quest with this next turn, so it's looking like Igor's definitely going to take this first game. I don't know if Jason would have any answers at this point.
He would need multiple cards, I believe. We do see the Aerial Sonic Warrior being played, which is a new card from Ursula's Return. It's an inkable, I think it's a 6-cost with shift 4, so you can shift it on top of another aerial card for 4 ink instead of playing the 6 ink to play it. But she also has a lot of stats. She has 3 strength, 8 willpower, and 2 lore. But more importantly, she has an ability that says when Jason plays a song, he can spend 2 ink and then deal 3 damage to an opposing character. So Jason might be able to have a couple songs in hand, maybe like a Grab Your Sword or a Strength of Raging Fire, maybe a Let the Storm Rage On, even though we saw a couple of those. And
Brawl takes out Ariel.
Yeah, slowly start taking out Igor's board. Unfortunately, Jason's not going to be able to do that. And we actually saw Ice Block in play there, because Brawl is a card that lets you banish a character that has 2 strength or less. Ariel had 3 strength, but because Igor was able to play a Ice Block lets you reduce the strength of a character. So all he has to do is exert that Ice Block, reduce the strength of Ariel, and then banish it with Brawl.
Yeah, that Brawl card is really fun. That's also a new one from Ursula's Return.
Yes.
And I think we'll see a lot of that Brawl card come out, and it's a great combination, like you're saying, with that Ice Block. So, yeah, Brawl took out Ariel there at the end.
Yeah, I think we'll see a lot, or you'll see a lot of cards in Ruby and this Sapphire deck that reduce strength and then banish based on strength.
Yeah.
So Brawl is definitely one of those. It's also one of my favorite arts from the set.
It is really fun.
It's a very funny art from a Rapunzel scene.
Yes.
So I really like it. And but with that being said, I think we can move on to round 2.
Yes,
Or
game 2.
Game 2,
Game
sorry.
2. Let's get into it. Now that they've played one game, what do you think Jason's strategy, like with his mulligan and first couple plays, is going to be here to try to stay on top of Igor's board?
So I think Jason needs to come out really strong and really fast. He knows that Igor's entire deck is built around ramping and then winning in the late game. And so even we see right here, Igor only plays a popsicle. That's not a character that's on board. I think if Jason can go wide really fast and get as close to 20 as possible, then later in the game when Igor has a lot of those ruby elements available to him, like the Maleficent Dragon, like the Lady Tremaines, and etc., then he'll be able to squeak across with 20 lore. We do see Jason playing a Bare Necessities, being able to take out a non-character card, and he has quite a few options here.
Yeah, I love that the Bare Necessities, it's not, we have the Ursula Deceiver where you can choose to discard one of your opponent's song cards, but this is any non-character card. So it could be a location, it could be an item, an action, a song, and I just love that.
Right, and so some of the things that Jason might be looking for in Igor's hand there is inkability is one of them. If Jason has a hand where he doesn't have very many inkable cards, it might be beneficial to Jason to discard one of the inkable cards in his hand. We saw him discard a Brawl, and Igor instead decides to play the one jump ahead to allow him to ramp. That's the other card I think I would have chosen if I were in Jason's shoes, just because being able to slow down the Ruby Sapphire ramp package is really strong. And in fact, usually a Bare Necessities is played to either banish a Fishbone Quill or a one jump ahead just to slow them down a little bit. But we do see an Aerial Spectacular Singer being played. This lets Jason look at the top 4 cards of his deck, pick a song out of those cards, and put it into his hand.
I love that Ariel is a spectacular singer because obviously Ariel is a spectacular singer, as we all know from The Little Mermaid, and it's just such a good flavor there with the theming of the Ariel being able to sing, being able to dig for song cards. It's just makes me happy.
Yeah, and it really comes through in the card because not only does she find you songs to sing, but she's a singer herself.
Yes.
So she's a singer 5, so that means even though she costs 3, she's able to sing 5-cost songs. And there's quite a few songs in Jason's deck that hit that break point.
Yes.
Jason is likely running A Whole New World, which is a card that forces both players to discard their hand and then draw 7 cards.
Which we didn't see last game, actually. So
right,
who knows if he didn't even, draw
He might
it.
not have found it, yeah, because that's another really good strategy into a deck like this one, especially when they don't have Fishbone Quill down, because you can play out a bunch of cards, and then if you're able to sing Whole New World instead of pay 5 ink to actually play it, then you can discard your opponent's hand that they've been drawing this whole game, hopefully get rid of a bunch of cards, and then refill your hand to go again. But we don't see A Whole New World in Jason's hand currently either. We do see quite a few songs, though. I do see Along Came Zeus and some other things.
It looks like Grab Your Swords is also in there, too, which might come in handy later.
Right, might come in handy if Igor is able to build a whiteboard there. We see Ariel sing Along Came Zeus to banish the Hiram. Jason was able to put a little bit of damage on the Hiram, getting him down to lower than 5 willpower. And so Along Came Zeus deals 5 damage to a character or location, and yeah, I think that's a really great play from Jason because, again, Hiram has that engine in Sapphire where when he's played and when he's quested, you can banish you can banish an item. It's usually a popsicle. We see Igor has a popsicle there and draw extra cards, and so any way that Jason can slow down Igor's card draw, slow down his ramping, it's exactly what Jason wants to be doing.
So I know that Grammatala here has some cards that you can draw. You can talk a little bit about that, but how important also is card draw to the strategy of this deck that Igor is running?
I mean, I'd say it's really, really important. There's a couple cards that are key cards that Igor wants to see throughout the game. One of those is Lucky Dime. We do see it in his hand currently. That's sort of one of your game enders. And so it's a little bit early to see the card in your hand, but it's nice to know that you see it there. And then also, if Igor's ever able to play a Fishbone Quill and ink a card from his hand, it doesn't matter if it's inkable or not, and he doesn't even have to show it to Jason. That means he's able to ink twice in a turn. And so because we're ramping, because we're putting a bunch of cards out of our hand, because you have to think, you're inking a card for normal, then you might be inking a card from Fishbone Quill, and then you're probably playing a card. That's 3 cards out of your hand every turn. And so that starts to diminish your hand very, very quickly. So it's very important to see Igor have some sort of draw engine. That's why we see the Grammatala here. When he played the Grammatala, he was able to look at the top 2 cards of his deck, filter a little bit, put one into his hand and put the other on the bottom. And then we do see the Fishbone Quill being played. We'll see if he decides to ink anything with it, though.
Yeah. I've heard people say before that card draw can win you games.
Yes, I mean, that's half of the battle, honestly. At the end of the day, when you take away all of the art, all of the things that make this game fun, it's really a resources game. You know,
Yeah.
you have resources through your characters on board and the lore that they have. You have resources as your ink and your inkwell, and you also have resources as cards in hand. You can have 100 ink in your inkwell if you want, but you don't
Right.
have any cards in hand. That's
Doesn't
not
do
going to
you
help
any
you
good.
any.
Yes. Oh, we see a shift Ursula here.
Oh, yes. So we see the shift Ursula. In order to shift her, you have to discard a song card, I believe. So we see Jason discard the grab your sword, and he's going to quest with Ursula, check Igor's hand to see what he's playing with, and discard a non-character card. I believe he discards that lucky dime, which you would think is really great and really important to get that lucky dime out. I talked about how it's a really great game ender. It allows Igor to gain lore off of a chosen character if you spend 2 ink and exert the lucky dime, which is good that it's out of his hand because he can't play it right now, but he is able to play a Tamatoa later.
And pull it out of his discard.
Right, that he might be able to pull it right back out of his discard and then replay it. So it's good that it's not in there now, but that doesn't necessarily mean that it's gone.
Now let's go back over to the Ursula for a minute, because this new shift ability is new for Ursula's return, that you can shift by discarding a card from your hand instead of a lower ink cost.
Yeah, it's actually a super exciting change to the way that we knew shift to work before in the first 3 sets. You just shifted a character by paying a little bit less ink than you normally would for the character normally. But this Ursula and a couple other cards that came out in Ursula's Return are now giving you an option to shift cards through discarding certain cards. In this case, Ursula, you have to discard a song card. There's other variations of that where maybe you have to discard a location or just an action card. So there's that opens up some really awesome lines where you don't have to wait until you have enough ink in your inkwell. If you have the character on board, then you're able to just shift them out. Unfortunately, we do see Igor play Sisu. Yeah, with all of that ink that he has, and Sisu has an ability that says, when played, it will banish all opposing characters with 2 or less strength. And so, unfortunately, all of Jason's characters on his side of the board, like we mentioned earlier in the first game, have less than 2 strength. That is one of the downfalls of Amber Steel here, specifically against this deck, is because the strength on all these characters are so low, and they're so susceptible to cards like Sisu and Brawl and others that we mentioned that care about strength. And we see the Tamatoa being played.
You heard me. I went, oh.
Yeah.
That Tamatoa, he's a big guy. And with this item deck, you know, he, like you said, what did he pull out, though? He pulled out a popsicle?
Yeah, he may. I actually didn't catch what he pulled out.
Or did he get his lucky dime back? I didn't.
That's what I was wondering. It may have been the lucky dime. I don't know.
We'll see if it comes down
in a minute,
here. Yes. But yeah, that Tamatoa, so he gets
okay, so there we go. I think it was the lucky dime.
It was the lucky dime.
I don't see the lucky dime in his discard.
The Tamatoa gets 1 extra lore for every item in play. And he's a big guy.
Yes, he has huge stats as a 5 strength, 8 willpower character, especially playing against Steel. Steel just doesn't have stuff that can remove this card. There's 1 Amber card called World's Greatest Criminal Mind that's not normally played, but it can banish a character that has 5 or more strength. And sometimes Amber Steel players just play that card because of this matchup.
Yeah.
So I don't know if Jason's playing that or not, but that's one of his few outs in Tamatoa.
Yeah.
But not only can Tamatoa bring an item card out of the discard when he's played, he also does it when he quests.
Every time he quests.
And like you said, with every item that's in play, he gains an extra lore. So this is really where Ruby Sapphire shines, because Igor's been able to stop Jason from getting to 20, and now he can just play out a really wide board, and every single turn, as long as that Tamatoa is not checked, he can pull a card back out of his discard, he can play it again. A lot of times you'll see Igor maybe banish the popsicle, even though there's nothing to heal, and then put it in his discard just so that he can pull it right back out and then play it and draw a card.
Yeah.
And the longer that this game goes, the more items there's going to be on board. And then as soon as the lucky dime comes down, I mean, Igor's gaining, 8 to 10 lore every turn.
Yep. And we did see Jason concede there. He had, what was interesting is he ran Rapunzel into one of Igor's characters just to damage her, and then he played another Rapunzel to heal her to get some more cards draw, but he could not find the answers he was looking for there.
Yeah, unfortunately, like I said, the matchup is really, really tough for Amber Steel for all of the reasons that we saw.
Yeah.
Igor was able to play a bunch of characters and a bunch of cards that banished Jason's characters that had less strength or a lower amount of strength.
Yeah.
And it's just really tough. If you can't get ahead of the deck and get close to 20 and then close out with something like Sleepy's Flutes, it's just really, really difficult to fight that uphill battle.
Yeah, and there were also, I think, some key cards for the Steel Song deck that we didn't even see come into play, like a whole new world. So, sometimes it's the luck of the draw.
Yeah, I mean, that's one of the things we love the most about this game is the variance. You build your deck around a specific card, and sometimes you just never see it.
Never see it.
Yeah.
But that was a fun game. Congrats to Igor for the win.
Yes.
He gets 7 points because he went 2-0.
Right.
So.
He gets 7 points this round, gets 2-0, is a little bit closer to the top 64.
Absolutely.
And then, of course, Jason still has plenty opportunity to do the same. Just because you 0-2 in round one definitely does not mean that you're out for the day. So good luck to Jason as he moves on into the rounds. But yeah, I think after that, we should have an interview with Igor, the winner. So,
absolutely. We'll see you a bit later.
Hello and welcome back to Disney Challenge Chicago. My name is John T. Sparrow and I am here in Lorcana space, this time joined by my good friend Liam. How's it going, buddy?
It's doing well. Lorcana space is fun. I see the Grand Illuminary, or the Great Illuminary, floating in the distance there.
Yeah, you can just see. It's a bit chilly here, but otherwise we're doing good.
Doing all right. So I have jackets.
Thank you for bearing with us while we had a few technical issues there. A lot of things going on, a lot of balls in the air, and the team are working diligently behind the scenes to get that all up and running for you. But we're one game in into round one of 9 rounds today.
Yeah, I'm very excited. Very excited to be here with you. Very excited to be tuned in to this challenge. I've been looking forward to this. Well, since Atlanta. But as Tannen said right up front, this really is a whole new world from Atlanta. We have new cards, a new set. The ink's still drying, I feel like, on
100%, yeah. Lots of new set 4 cards, but also just it's earlier on in the set as well, so it's still very up in the air as to what. There's obviously a couple of like early front runners that we'll probably see a lot of this weekend, but I'm really hoping we see some of that sort of secret tech that people have figured out to kind of break that as well.
Some spice, as they call it.
Yeah, a little bit of spice. All right, we're going to jump into another game from round 1. Let's see what we've got. All right, so Ben Hansen on our right. We're kicking off straight away with the Let It Go into a Force Sphere. And then on the left, we have Zan Syed.
Right. So definitely. So we know Ben right now is playing a Steel Sapphire deck. This is a deck which has grown in popularity right now because it's it's been a good deck before, and it's even better now. The addition of Fortisphere there adds more consistency to this deck, where before it used Popsicle to draw a card each turn and give it some fuel for its item cards. Now Fortisphere basically gives it 4 more Popsicles.
Yeah.
Fortisphere is a card that draws a card when it comes into play, has a little bit of utility, but really is just used for item fuel.
Yeah, it can also give something bodyguard, but yes, let's be honest, it gets used to get eaten up by a Hiram in a moment, I'm sure. Zan, at the moment, he's playing Mono Steel. We saw a Robin Hood into a Robin Hood, so we don't quite know what the second color there is. Zan, obviously, very competent, very good player. We last saw him in Atlanta just 2 weeks ago, and he got to the semi-finals there playing Steel Song, which we may see here. But we may have a different second color. I'm not sure.
Quest for one there. Yeah, I'm excited to see what else he's bringing to the table here. Ben really Ben is playing a deck that wants to ramp. We saw last round another deck that wants to ramp. This is a deck that wants to get a lot of resources onto the board. So he really having his ideal turn 1 and 2 here, dropping an item on the board to draw him a card, and then playing 1 jump ahead on turn 2, getting him an extra ink in his inkwell and allowing him to outpace Zan with resources.
And we saw Zan bring down a Mr. Smee. Great card, still 3/3 with 2 lore, just takes a damage at the end of the turn if he's exerted without a captain out. You do occasionally see a captain to keep him fueled there, but a lot of the time it's still a ton of value out of that 2 lore quest so early in the game, right?
Absolutely. I mean, this card has great stats. It can deal with other characters, but it also quests for 2 lore. So it's a great way to jump ahead, in the lore race.
We see a Hiram coming down there, popping that Force Sphere, just like we said would happen. And, just an absolute great line there for Ben early on. Zan is coming out the gate swinging, though. We're going to quest for 3 there. And I don't know if we saw the second color. I think maybe an Amethyst card might have got inked.
There's
that
another
seems like another Smee. There we go. No more guessing. We are in Amethyst Steel, and we see a Fox bouncing the Robin Hood back there. Nothing for the Fox to rush into straight away, but still just good board presence, I think, there.
I think that's true. Getting something else on the board here. This is, the key for Zan probably against this deck, against Steel Sapphire, is to try to win early. I think Zan is definitely going to take the aggressive line here, try to gain as much lore as possible in the early game before Ben managed to get some of his late game tools online. So, so we'll see if he can do that.
There's also, that Hiram there. A chunky stat line doesn't really hit very hard, but has a 6 on the willpower there. So most likely he's going to take a couple of things going into him there to banish him, and it's not the sort of thing you want to be questing a lot with, letting Ben quest a lot with. There we see him sing a How Far I'll Go, which is look at 2, place 1 of them into the inkwell, 1 of them into your hands. It's just doing the 2 best things you can do in the game: ramping and card draw.
Absolutely. Of course, now Hiram vulnerable to the Fox. This is one of the reasons Zan was eager to get that on the board. As you said, a difficult card to remove with 6 in its willpower, but Zan now with the tools to do it if he so chooses.
Yeah, exactly. We can see something like a Fox and a crab. Oh, well, that changes the math a little bit. Cogsworth there giving resist 1 to the Hiram, but even still, lots of options for Zan here. A Fox and a Long Came Zeus, or a Fox and a crab, or even just the Smee and the Fox challenging in would do it as well, right? Oh no, it wouldn't.
Yes. No, it would not.
No, it wouldn't. Not with the resist. No.
Right. No,
it's not quite. It's enough. This is why resist can really make people have to do the math because it's +1 every time. Yeah. So the Fox would only be doing 3, the Smee would only be doing 2. So actually, the Hiram sort of putting itself in harm's way there makes a lot more sense, knowing that the Cogsworth was coming straight afterwards, because it really does affect that math. And you can see Zan here just sort of adding it all up and looking at all the different options.
Right. Cogsworth, a card that became very popular in the last set. This is a card, when it's on the board, it gives all of your other characters resist +1, making all of your characters very difficult to deal with. And again, we pointed out how the math now got all sorts of weird for Zan as he was thinking about moving that Hiram.
Yeah, modifiers to strength and willpower is definitely the flavor of this set so far. We see a lot in strength in Ruby, but we are seeing resist see a little bit more play, almost as a sort of counter to some of that stuff, I think. And Cogsworth, don't forget, also has ward as well. So as long as it's sat there ready, not exerted, is a little bit tricky to get to. So instead, we see Zan here just absolutely not taking foot off the brakes, and we're racing here with the Queen's Castle coming down and Smee also turning sideways there.
Yeah, no, this is a great turn 4 play, I think. It's something that Ben really has to think about responding to. Locations, in this game give you their lore value every single turn without you needing to take any action. In the case of Queen's Castle, that's 2 lore. So Zan is going to be ticking up 2 lore at the start of every turn, getting him closer and closer to the end game. If he's allowed to quest with some of his characters, he could get to 12, 13, 14 lore pretty quickly. So Ben now, with that Queen's Castle on the board, has to start thinking about dealing with the board a little bit, and perhaps being a little bit more aggressive dealing with his opponent's characters and that location than he would want to be. Because there's a line here where instead he wants to draw more cards, gain more resources, but now he really has to start thinking about dealing with some of those threats.
Yeah, I mean, we are still seeing that with the Hiram there, questing for the card draw. Otherwise it's only 1 lore. I think that's still the right line here, just keeping that Hiram card draw engine cooking personally. But yeah, a little bit more board presence is going to really help here, I think. I'm trying to think what answers. I mean, it's Zeus. Along came Zeus is probably the best thing Ben could see here to deal with the castle, right? Dealing 5 to it. I think that's probably something we're maybe digging for a little with the Hiram there.
Yeah, there are answers. There is Along Came Zeus to deal 5 damage. Some people may be playing Rise of the Titans to deal with locations. But yeah, that's really the answer. One thing I do want to highlight too, what a fun card Cogsworth is. I love these Floodborn cards where we get to see characters in alternate versions of themselves, because here we have Cogsworth as a grandfather clock, old, wise, protecting the other characters on the board. It's just a fun look at this classic character.
It is, yeah. It's exactly what Floodborns should be, right? These sort of alternate universe versions of the characters, and we saw a couple of great ones from Beauty Beast. Also, the tragic hero, very playable card in Steel as well, doing that same sort of thing. What would happen if the curse wasn't broken, but they still sort of lived out their lives in these different forms? We see another one come down. Obviously all the Cogsworth abilities do stack, so they now both have resist 1 from the other one, but then also they're giving resist 2 to the Hiram there, making him even more difficult to remove. But again, I think Zan's goal here is to just really try and outpace Ben here with the lore gain. We'll see that start with the 2 off the castle here.
Yeah, these Cogsworth really are key cards in this matchup with Zan, because Zan is going to be running some removal. He'll be running some steel cards that deal damage to other characters. But Steel doesn't have any like hard character removal like Ruby does, that say things like banish a character. He has to do it with damage. And so the more resist on the board, the harder it is for Zan to deal with those characters.
Yeah. The first Fox there, absolutely getting some value out of that by removing 1 of the Cogsworth. And we see another castle. I mean, it's huge, just absolutely sticking to that game plan of just slowing Ben down a little bit so that lore gain can just keep trickling up. We see that's 4 passive lore gain, with Ben just not having an answer on the board for them. And we also see a 1-drop Robin Hood, a shift Robin Hood there next turn would be almost game, I think.
Yeah, no, that's right. Yeah, Zan definitely racing here, hoping his locations stick around. Ben, of course, a lot of cards in hand, has managed to get that Hiram going, has a lot of tools at his disposal to deal with this. But really, there's not many cards, though, to deal with those locations right away. There is Along Came Zeus, which you can pair with a challenge, or Rise of the Titans, or perhaps, that's really that's really it, I think.
Yeah,
Nothing with
pretty
rush.
much. And
Yeah.
in a Sapphire Steel package, they haven't got the best strength on the characters. So even, putting characters into them currently, there's only 3 strength on Ben's board there. So it isn't even making a dent in the castle. So yeah, the castle's really great. I don't want to say tech card against the sort of prominent decks at the moment, because it is just a good card in the Amethyst package, to be honest with you. But I do feel like it's the amount of it we're seeing recently is an answer to some of the bigger issues in the meta currently.
No, I think that's exactly right. I think in the last set, a lot of decks were happy to run 2, maybe 3 castles, but I would be surprised if most decks that can run them aren't running 4, 3 or 4 this time around, because they just are so good against some of the prominent decks.
Yeah, absolutely. We see a Fishbone Quill there continuing to do the game plan for Ben. Again, it's just ramp and it's card draw, but at some point, it's just going to be a little too slow. He really needs to start making some answers here against Zan's just real quick. That's how you deal with these sort of decks that ramp into the late game and start throwing down the larger bodies to deal with stuff, is you just run under them, right? Which is exactly what Zan is doing here.
Because it forces your opponent into a position where they have to spend resources responding to you and dealing with your threats, rather than doing what they want to do, doing their game plan. And that's definitely what Zan's trying to do, is force Ben into the control role here, into the response role. Here we have a
boom
coming down.
Yeah, finishing the Fox off there. And then we and then we do what we have to do, I think, at this point, which is start to sort of tick away at one of those castles. But it's, it can't feel great having to spend a Hiram that wants to quest and a Cogsworth that really wants to stay ready as much as it can, having to just use that for 3 damage on a castle. Can't feel fantastic for Ben, I don't think, but still has a decent board character wise. And the one downside of locations for the most part is they don't hit back.
That is true. Zan up to 13 lore here, getting in closer and closer to the end of that game. Now, one of the things that we always have to think about with these Amethyst decks is the GOAT. Most Amethyst decks run them. Not all. Actually, no. Pretty much all.
I think so, yeah. Sorry, I was just into a 3rd castle coming down.
Oh, my goodness. 3rd castle here. And this is going to be tough. So against any Amethyst deck, once you get into the 16, 17 lore range, the game is 1 turn away from winning with a GOAT, bounce, and then perhaps playing the GOAT next turn again. A GOAT, Merlin GOAT is a card. When it enters play, you gain 1 lore, and when it leaves play, you gain 1 lore. So once it comes out, it represents, not only to get a lore, but it represents a 2nd lore next turn, either being requested.
There's cards that say when they're banished, ... if they're banishing a challenge, ... GOAT is no matter what, if it leaves play by hell or high water, however it happens, you're gaining a lore off it. So it can definitely be a big issue. We see a Tamatoa coming down there. It's going to go back digging for an item. We bring back a Popsicle. Again, just going to be able to keep looking for answers. But at this point, we're looking at 6 passive lore on the board from the castles. We're going to have to throw the Cogsworth, the Hiram, and the Tala, or a combination of 2 of those, just to get rid of the one that we've already got damaged. This is it's going to be a tough call for Ben to be able to pull this one back, I think.
No, absolutely, yeah. And this is exactly what we're talking about, forcing him into Ben into a response role here, having to use his characters absolutely to deal damage to those locations. He may be able to remove 1 with his characters alone, but then also that pesky snake sitting out there. At this point, questing for 1 never feels like a huge threat unless your opponent's sitting, 6 or 7 lore away from winning. There we go, 1 location off the board, having to use all of his characters to get damage on those. And then Snake sitting there, able to quest for 1, and then 4 more showing with the location. So 18 lore showing on the board.
Yeah, Zan has to have the ideal hand here, but, like you said before, GOAT and another Snake will do it. It would be a real great finish to see it happen here, but I think it may need 1 more turn. It really just depends on what he has in his hand at this point. A lot of these pro players have a much better poker face than me, because I'll tell you now, if I had a GOAT and a Snake in my hand, you'd know about it at this point.
Well, we have the GOAT for sure. Let's see if we have the Snake. GOAT coming down, giving 1 lore. That'll put 19 there. And again, this represents 1 lore, because it's either going to be removed or it's going to quest. And so there's really no way that Ben can get out of this other than to win the game on his turn.
Yeah, and unfortunately, just like you said before, Zan making Ben have to answer his board as much as he can just means he hasn't been able to, he's ramped well, drew cards well, but hasn't been able to gain that lore. And at the end of the day, that is the win condition of the game. Outside of milling your opponent currently, making them so they can't draw their own cards, the way to win is to gain the lore. And unfortunately, he's just had to put all of his resources that don't want to be challenging into challenging just to be able to deal with Zan's board state.
No, absolutely. Here we have Fortisphere coming down, drawing another card, as you suggested, looking for answers. And in card games, there's this concept of playing to your outs, thinking about what, as remote as it is, thinking about what possibilities are out there, drawing cards, trying to find those answers. Ben doing that here, trying to find something that allow him to answer this board state.
And to be fair with you, having that dime there, it is 10 lore at this point, because the Tamatoa is able to quest for 5 at this point, I think. The dime is able to see that 5 on the Tamatoa, and also trigger. Currently, we have 2 available there. Instead, we're getting another item down. If we can still ink, which I don't think with this turn, there's a huge comeback here, and it is something you've definitely got to think about with Sapphire. I just think Zan being able to keep that lore total for Ben so low as what's been able to him to play a little bit more aggressively there. I think.
Yeah,
I don't think he can quite get to it.
Fantastic point. With 6 items, 1, 2, 3,
5 out, but obviously he has 1 himself, so he's questing for 6 with 5 items.
Right.
We do see Dime there see that and quest for 6, and then you've also got 4 just with the bodies on the board. Puts him to 16 right back up. If we'd have just seen a little bit earlier questing from Ben, it may well have just come out of nowhere there. But Zan's obviously very aware of that and was just able to keep all of his characters having to challenge and having to slow down his pace, because Sapphire is known for being able to do that, just coming out of nowhere there at the end with the Diamond Tamatoa.
Absolutely. This is a deck that's been popular for a while because, as you suggested, it wins games in 1 turn, and that's what it's trying to do. It's trying to build up its resources, getting extra ink in the inkwell, and then play big threats at the end of the game, build up its items, and then get 15, 20 lore at a time. And the way to beat it is to go fast.
Is to go much quicker. Yeah, I mean, honestly, I was talking there like Zan had that for the most of the game there. If Ben was at 6 lore, I'd have been talking very differently. It literally can just be that different. Just those few lore early on in the game, so that explosive turn can happen. I think Zan played fantastically there to make sure that lore total stayed as low as possible.
Absolutely. Even with another couple ink, there might have been an item, a Fortisphere, a Popsicle or 2 that enabled them to close it out. So what a close game and fantastic.
And hopefully the next one will be just as fun. We'll dive straight back in for game 2 of this round 1 match. So I think so Ben was on the play last time. So Zan will be on the play this time. This is a 2-game format. There is still a dice roll, but the die is there to decide who the winner of that die roll is able to decide whether they play first or draw first. So both players get a turn on the play and a turn on the draw. So we had Ben play first this time, so Zan will be playing first this time, even though he won game 1.
And here we see them rearranging their hands. This is always one of the first steps in the game of Lorcana after you figure out who goes first. You're able to pick any number of cards in your hand and send it to the bottom of your deck, draw that many new cards, and then shuffle your deck, which they're doing right now. Zan choosing to send, I think, 3, and I didn't see how many Ben sent.
It was a few again, but I'm sorry I didn't catch it. It's a very generous hand altering system, honestly. Most games have a way to do it, but a lot of them aren't anywhere near as generous as this. This is a very generous one. Oh, so we do see Captain Hook here that we didn't see in game 1. So that obviously plays very nicely with the SME. It also is just a great early board presence for dealing with a lot of stuff on the opponent's side. Probably isn't going to do much challenging here because Ben's first few turns are going to be ramping and card draw through the popsicles and 1 jumps aheads and what have you.
And questing. Hook able to gain a couple lore, and every single lore for Zan's deck matters. Inevitably, if this game goes long enough, we're going to get to a point where we're sitting at 15, 16, 17 lore and looking for that goat to close out the game. And that 1 lore that Captain Hook is picking up right now could make the difference.
Absolutely, yeah. Sometimes cards obviously have a very clear role usually, unless they're sort of the toolbox cards that can do everything quite well. Captain Hook, let's be honest, he's there to deal with board early, but you're right here against Ben, who doesn't have board presence early on in the game. Why not just turn sideways and quest, eh?
There we go. And we'll see what he plays on turn 3. I did get a look at Zan's hand. He has 2 castles sitting there. Castles doing so much work in game 1. I bet we're going to see one on turn 4 and then perhaps turn 5. So Zan probably has So not the ideal hand here. Ideally, he would have liked to see Smee on turn 2, but the crab coming out. Crab is a card. When it enters play and leaves play, it gives a character challenger +3. In this instance, not using that ability for much, but another lure on the board, and I think that's exactly what Zan's looking for at this point.
Yeah, again, it's lore on the board. It's also there for it's quite a good bounce target for a fox later on, especially next turn if the Hiram is exerted, and can also sing friends on the other side all day long as well, just for drawing 2, because Crab's ability is on enter and leave play. So yeah, really usually a good bounce target for Fox too. I feel like we're going to see a castle coming down here. Yeah, there we go.
Absolutely.
And then again, that Captain Hook, 3 lore off that now.
Mm-hmm. And it's doing work. And, you know, the castle, again, just such a tough card for Ben to deal with in this deck. He does have a Long Came Zeus, which can do it, but it feels bad to spend a whole turn playing a Long Came Zeus to deal 5 damage to that location, or using Hiram to sing it when Hiram would rather be eating items.
Yeah, exactly. Rather would be refueling the hand. So I feel like we'll probably see Hiram getting rid of that Fortisphere here. Yeah, questing for 1.
Yeah, one interesting note, Fortisphere is a great addition to this deck. It makes it more consistent, adds in some more card draw. And I think, you know, this deck used to be super reliant on Whole New Worlds. The game plan was play Whole New World, put extra ink in the inkwell with Fishbone Quill, and just build up your resources. I think nowadays we're seeing Whole New Worlds kind of work their way out of these decks. And so I wouldn't be surprised if Ben isn't running them. Have we seen one yet?
I don't think so, and I think you're right for that reason. It was this deck used to be just empty your hand into the inkwell as fast as possible, refuel it while your opponent's still having 4 or 5 cards in their hand, and just get the value out of that way. But A Whole New World, I've always said it's an incredible card, but it is a risk versus reward card. Not only are you giving yourself answers, you're giving your opponent answers as well. So I do see that the more consistent Hiram and now 8 Porp, if you want to call it something, is going to be more preferred, I think, because we're still not seeing that much item removal played to answer that engine.
Absolutely. Speaking of items and item removal, you know, here I'm a card that wants to eat items, but not on the board anymore. As Anne's saying, I'd rather not you draw 2 cards a turn with it, choosing to remove it with Hook and the Crab.
Yeah, yeah, Crab. I was thinking maybe we'd see a bounce with the Crab there to give maybe a Fox answer into Hiram, but it's even still a 3/3. It's still perfectly happy to challenge in its own right as well.
I think he'd rather put a second castle on the board, which
that's what we're seeing. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. And then putting the Crab on the castle. Castle not only is good for 2 lore turn, just so good, but has an amazing second ability that says for every character at this location, you draw an extra card at the start of your turn. So if you can set that up, it just gives you extra fuel in the mid game to keep you going.
Mm-hmm. You know, Grammatala here most likely can take a trade with Crab to stop that card draw. But again, Zan is doing exactly what he did in game 1. Just making Ben or giving Ben an option to answer it, and in doing so, removing that early lore game from him. Just realizing how important that is.
Yeah, absolutely, and forcing him to remove that character. Grammatala is a card that can sing a few cards, so being forced to use it, challenge, remove the Crab is reducing, you know, Ben's options there.
Mm-hmm. I'd be really interested to see whether Ben is running Zeus or not, because have we seen one?
I don't think so.
Yeah.
I don't think so. Yeah, but it really is one of the only location answers besides Rise of the Titans. So again, without that, it's going to be even harder to do with these Queen's castles.
Yeah, we see a couple of Force Spheres down now, and an inking of a Tamatoa. Great card, but still a little bit far away here. And again, Ben's not going to want to fall into the same trap as he did last time, which is just really play into that late game. We do see a Baboom there come instead to finish off the Crab.
And again, I mean, resources devoted. So putting that Crab on the location really forced Ben to answer. He doesn't want to give Zan that card round. So Ben forced to use resources, you know, from his hand, use ink to deal with that threat rather than do something else that he wants to do.
Mm-hmm. Again, Captain Hook being removed by Grammatala. But honestly, I feel like you are so happy with the amount of work that Hook has put into this game. Not doing its regular role, but instead just giving you that really early lore gain there. We now see him go up to 9 from the castles because of it.
Absolutely. Smee coming down now for Ben. Again, a card we've highlighted that quests for a lot, but it also has a good stat line for a cheap cost. So 3 strength, able to put some damage on those Queen's castles, but it'll have to pair it with a Tall and something else to even take 1 off the board.
Yeah. 5 for a Robin Hood. And we can move that straight over to one of the castles. Robin Hood, Champion Sherman. This is just before I mentioned these the cards that do everything well. I really do think that Robin Hood is one of those. Just an absolute all-round toolbox of a card. Quests good body, challenges well. Just does all the bells and whistles.
No, and it's like the perfect card for Zan to have on board here. Zan is in a position where he wants to race for lore, but also doesn't mind or wants to remove some of the tools that Ben has on his board. And Robin Hood has an ability that says when it banishes a character in a challenge, you gain 2 lore. So Zan here, not having to choose between questing with it and gaining lore and challenging, he can do both, gain the lore while challenging and removing threats.
Yeah, it's really good. And not only that, if Robin Hood is banished in a challenge, he replaces himself through card draw as well. So yeah, just absolute all-round toolbox. Fantastic card.
Yeah, and Ben here choosing to put some damage on the location, bringing it down to 1, not quite enough to get it off the board. And because Robin Hood's been moved there, unless Ben has another card that can do can finish it off, we're going to get a card off that location, and then again another 2 lore. So Zan's sitting pretty nicely on his lore total and his board state here in the mid game.
Yeah, and having to put those 2 into the castle there just to kind of try and slow down that lore has opened them both up now to a challenge from the Robin Hood as well.
Absolutely. And let's see.
Smee should have a damage there. Thanks, Sam, for catching that because we missed it.
Absolutely. Smee, as we highlighted last game, takes 1 damage at the end of the turn when it's exerted if there is no other captain on the board.
Yeah, that's not Captain Grandma Tala there, is it? No.
It is not.
No, unfortunately not. No.
Maybe previously in her life.
Yeah, she's got a peculiar past, I think. We see a goat come down there, which again, as we said before, just is the way that this deck closes out games, really. We see a fox immediately bouncing that goat up to 15. So at this point, Zan has it on board. We would need to see a huge play from Ben to come back. I don't even think at this point, I can't see what the answer is here because we don't have the Dime or the Tamatoa on board already, don't have the ink to play them both. And Zan instead is just saying, I'm going to put all of my answers into here. Your Hiram isn't going to be able to take out the Robin Hood. I have the 5 on board. Go ahead.
Yep. Just again, well played. And last game we saw Ben come from 1 lore all the way to about 16, 17 in 1 turn, but without a lot of the tools that he needs on board to do that. So right now it's a matter of just finding a way to remove some of that lore from Zan's board and survive. And there's the handshake. Gosh, what a fantastic game.
Yeah, that was good. I mean, we saw both decks kind of do what they want to do, but I think Zan has made a really great sort of meta call there today by just trying to run under these both Steel Sapphire decks and also the Ruby Sapphire decks that are kind of doing a similar kind of thing, just sort of ramping into that end game. I think he's made a great choice there to kind of just sort of run under them all day. I hope he goes on to keep doing it, and maybe we'll see him again, but I also hope Ben does well too.
Yeah, we'll see if either of them can go the distance. But no, I think that's a great call. It's the Queen's Castles really that did it for Ben for Zan, because I do think Ben got kind of his ideal opening in both games. Perhaps not a fishbone quill where he would have wanted it, but definitely doing what he wants to do. But man, dealing with those locations is so difficult, especially Queen's Castle, which is just fantastic.
Yeah, I completely agree. And that's one for your Disney pun tallies at home if you're going them. I think we're up to 5 or 6 of those now.
That's true. I think I used Whole New World already, so I'm at 2. Perfect.
All right. Thanks so much for watching, folks. We'll be back with some round 2 games after this.
everybody. Welcome back down to the feature match area here in Chicago. I've got Zan Syed, a person we've kind of become familiar with over the last few events. Zan, I'm going to start you off with a really fun question. You're rolling up to Disney World.
Yeah.
All right. What's the first park you've got to run to?
I'm going to go to Epcot.
Yeah.
It's the absolute best. I'm literally wearing an Epcot shirt right now.
Yeah, I'm a big Epcot fan myself. I'm also a big fan of how you played this game. Top 4 finish in Atlanta a couple weeks ago. Congratulations again. Really great stuff. You were playing Steel Songs there. You're playing something a little different here this weekend. Why don't you tell us a little bit about that?
I am playing Amethyst Steel. It's essentially the scissors of the format because we got green steel on one side and we got blue red on the other, and hopefully Amethyst Steel just cuts through both of them.
Now, is this change just because of Ursula's return? Do you think it's having that big effect on the metagame here?
Yeah, Ursula's return has had huge impact, making blue red like a really scary deck, and green steel, which I think was tier 1.5, into a tier 1 deck.
One last thing for Ursula's return. What's the card you're looking to break out the most this weekend from that?
Peter Pan. I don't remember the second part of that Peter Pan, but it's the evasive 2/3 rush Peter Pan. That's the card. That's my Ursula's return card.
Well, you heard it here from Zan. Go ahead and get your Peter Pans this weekend. Zan, thanks for taking time with us.
Thank you.
Hello, Lumineers, and welcome to round 2. Congrats to all the players who made it through round 1 with their points, and we are excited to see where this day goes.
Yeah, I'm excited to see what everybody's rigging. That was a fun match to see Zan talk a little bit about the Amethyst Steel that he was playing and how Ursula's return has changed up the format. So I'm eager to see what other things people are bringing and what other decks we have to look forward to. But with that being said, are you ready to get into round 2?
I am ready. Let's do it. Let's get down to business.
Let's get down to business. Are we going to do that every time?
That'll be the last time we'll do that, folks. Yes. All right, so we have Dalton and Sara here for our first match of round 2. And we have a Diablo.
Yeah, it looks like both players are playing Emerald Steel here. So we have an Emerald Steel mirror match, and we immediately see Dalton play the Diablo Maleficent's Spy, which lets Dalton look at Sara's entire hand and just get a little peek, see what she's working with, and playing out your first couple of turns. Being able to see the hand is actually a lot of information.
Yeah, I was going to ask about that. Like, how much of an advantage is that for a player to see the other player's hand and what they have coming?
I'd say it's a really big advantage, just because you know if you have to play around certain cards, right? So we see Dalton play the Bucky here and then immediately shift the Diablo. He knows that he can do that because of the cards that are in Sara's hand. He knows that she has a Baboom in hand currently, but he's fine if she spends her next turn playing that out just to get rid of the Diablo, or maybe she doesn't have stuff to get rid of the Bucky. Yeah. So it's very, very advantageous for Dalton to see the opponent's hand, just because you know what you can get away with and what you can't.
Yeah, and that Diablo is another one of those characters that has that new shift ability, where instead of paying an ink cost, you can discard an action card, and so that is what we saw him do there.
Yeah, it is a very, very strong card for Ursula's return, maybe the strongest card for Ursula's return, to be honest with you. That's why we see Sara immediately using her Baboom to get rid of it, and the reason for that is because of its ability. It says that on your opponent's turn, if Diablo is exerted, then you draw a card every time they draw a card. So as soon as they draw for turn, you get to draw a card. If they have to dig through their deck at all to find cards or play cards like Let the Storm Rage On, which you see being played now, that would draw a card, Diablo would trigger and you get to draw a card off of that. Not only that, but Diablo is also a Floodborn character, which works perfectly with Bucky, because Bucky is a character that forces your opponent to discard a card every time you play a Floodborn character. So there's a lot of synergy there going on in Emerald.
Yeah, and he's just a 1/1, so he's not a very strong character. I know we did see him quest there with Bucky, but a lot of players will just leave him unexerted on the board because of that ability to draw or to force your opponent to discard.
Yeah, Bucky has an ability called Ward, which means that your opponent can't choose Bucky. So that means you can't damage Bucky with a Baboom spell. You can't, action. You can't use an action card to banish Bucky, the only way to banish Bucky is through a card like Grab Your Sword that would deal damage to everything on the board. Then you don't have to choose anything. Or if Bucky's exerted, you get to challenge him. So you want to remove one of those options. You want to keep Bucky on board so that you can continue to discard cards out of your opponent's hand. For that reason, they just normally don't exert Bucky at all because it's not worth the 1 lore to lose the Bucky when you know you can make your opponent discard multiple cards throughout the game.
Yeah. And then we have this Robin Hood that came down, this champion of Sherwood Forest, and this was really one of the stars, wouldn't you say, of the last set?
Yes, absolutely. Robin Hood is a really, really strong Floodborn character in Steel. He's an inkable 5 cost with 3 strength and 6 willpower, and only a shift cost of 3. So it really works in that curve with Bucky. Bucky's a 2 cost character. You can play a Robin Hood on turn 1. That's not what we saw this game, but it's just another Floodborn character that you can pair with Bucky and get a discard off of, playing it with only 3 ink. And his abilities are really strong too.
Yes, he has something when he comes down and when he challenges and when he leaves, right?
Well, when he challenges a character and banishes that character, then you get to gain 2 lore. So normally in Disney Lorcana, characters are only challenging or they are questing. It's difficult to do both. And so if you're questing, you're progressing your win condition, trying to get to 20 lore as fast as possible. If you're challenging, then you're not questing. So you're not doing that other than just preventing your opponent maybe from getting closer to 20. So the fact that Robin Hood can do both of those things is really, really strong. And when he's banished in a challenge, which is something he's trying to do frequently, you also get to draw a card.
Right.
So he replaces himself also, which is very, very strong.
Yep. And it looks like Sara might have a big Robin Hood coming soon too. We just saw that little Robin Hood come down, which I think it's so fun. You have these like little characters that come down and they don't seem very threatening, but you know that there is a shift character that could be coming down the line.
Yeah, it's one of the key mechanics in Disney Lorcana, to be honest with you, and one of the most fun, in my opinion, being able to shift a card on top of the other. For that reason, maybe Sara has a Robin Hood in hand, or maybe she'll draw one. Like, you don't know, unless you are able to see her hand like Dalton did earlier in the game, but we're a couple turns past that now. You know, Sara's been able to draw quite a few cards. So it's one of the things I really like about Floodborn characters. You force your opponent into a position where they have to guess, okay, do I spend my turn challenging this character in case they have the shift character, or do I ignore the character and quest with my characters and hope that they don't?
Yeah, which is one of those things that I think when you see skilled players, it's like those little tiny decisions. It's the small decisions throughout the game that really make a skilled player.
Absolutely, and especially in a matchup like this one. So when we have a Emerald Steel versus an Emerald Steel player, both of these decks are evolved around discarding your opponent's hand, essentially getting rid of their resources so that you can then finish the game.
Yeah.
And so both Sara and Dalton have a very small hand. I think both of them only have 1 card in hand, and every turn you're usually inking a card and playing a card, at least for the first couple turns in the game, so that you can actually play all of your cards that you have in your deck. And so if you can prevent your opponent from being able to ink, or you just reduce the quality of cards that are in their hand, it can be really difficult for them to come back. And that's kind of a situation we see right here, where both Dalton and Sara have discarded the majority of each other's hands, and at this point they're just playing whatever they draw off the top of their decks.
Yeah. Now, with the Emerald Steel combo, I know that you have the Diablo that can help with card draw, but what else would you see in this deck that would help refill your hand?
So sometimes we see a card called Prince John. Prince John also has Ward. He's an uninkable 3-cost character with 1 strength, 2 willpower, and 2 lore, I believe. And his ability says that when your opponent discards a card, you get to draw a card. So resources in this game are really strong. There's a term called card advantage that you'll hear really competitive players use all the time, and that's just gaining a card or forcing your opponent to lose a card, and getting a +1 or -1 in that regard.
Yeah.
So usually if your opponent discards a card, that's a positive for you because it's one less card that they have in hand. So when you're both able to force them to discard a card and you draw a card, I mean, that's just a lot of tempo swing in your favor.
Yeah, I see Pegasus over here. And then also that Tinkerbell. I was going to ask you about that. So Tinkerbell is actually a set 1 card. And is she making a comeback?
A little bit. So Tinkerbell is really, really strong because she has a keyword called evasive. And only characters that have evasive can challenge other characters that have evasive. And as we see on Dalton's side of the board, the only character that has evasive is the small Pegasus. It's a 1/1 character, so it would not remove Tinkerbell. It would right now because Tinkerbell has 2 damage on her, but normally with Tinkerbell's 3 willpower, Pegasus wouldn't hurt Tinkerbell too bad. So when you have an evasive character, it gives you the opportunity to quest more freely without having to fear being challenged from it.
Sure. I also wonder, with the Diablo being such a big card with this set, people thinking to put more evasive cards into their deck so that they have something to challenge with.
Yeah, you hit the nail on the head. Diablo is also an evasive character, but it only has 2 strength and 2 willpower. So with playing Steel, you have access to certain actions and songs that can just damage Diablo, but sometimes that doesn't do it for you. Sometimes you don't have those cards, so being able to play a couple evasive characters out on the board that says, okay, your Diablo can exert itself, maybe it can challenge, but it's only going to stay on the board for 1 turn before I can challenge it, is really strong and can keep your opponent from playing out a Diablo if they have one.
Yeah. Now, with, again, this Emerald Steel combo, and with both players top decking, I know that for some decks, top decking would be a really terrible position. Do you think that's the case with this deck?
I would say so. Most of the time, it's better to have a handful of cards than not have any cards. And when you're top decking, a top deck war goes on, is what they like to call it. And we can see Dalton winning this war right now just because he has a really big character like Robin Hood, Champion of Sherwood, on the board currently. And it's a really difficult character to get rid of for Sara. Sara doesn't have very many characters in play currently that can challenge and banish Robin Hood all on their own. And so Dalton being able to quest freely or even challenge some of Sara's exerted characters and gain lore from Robin Hood, it just basically means that Sara has to try to draw a card off the top of her deck to deal with this Robin Hood. Otherwise, Dalton's eventually going to run away with the game.
And Robin Hood has 6 willpower, correct?
Correct.
So he's a really big body, and we really don't see anything that Sara has to take care of him. And he does, even though it has 2 damage there on him, she's safer to quest, I think, right now.
Yeah, and that's one of the things with the sort of lead that Dalton was able to gain. We already see he's at 17 lore. Sara wasn't able to challenge and get rid of Robin Hood being such a big character. So Dalton being able to quest with some of his evasive characters and some of his other less valuable characters, knowing that the Robin Hood is there to challenge Sara's characters in return, helps him stay ahead. And Sara, didn't draw the cards that she needed to, just played her cards out, said, I'll quest out as much as I can, get myself on the board a little bit further before Dalton is able to quest out to 20 and win game 1.
Yeah, like you said, he was top deck. He was winning the top deck war there in that game.
Yeah, and I think that's what it's going to really come down to in these mirror matches. Either that or whichever person draws Bucky first. If one person gets a Bucky in play and then the other one doesn't, it's going to be a bad time for the person that doesn't have Bucky.
What if they both have Bucky? How do you think that's going to go down?
Yeah, if both of them have Bucky, then the person who went first was able to play Bucky first. So they're usually able to discard cards first, and there's going to be an inherent advantage in that. Now, there are a couple cards in some of these decks that people play to get around Bucky. I don't know whether or not these people are playing them or not. You have cards like Tinkerbell Giant Fairy and Grab Your Sword that can get rid of the Bucky. So maybe if you can find one of those pretty early, it might be a good way to come back from the game.
Yeah. Well, let's see what Sara can do this next game. We'll jump right into it. Yeah, that Bucky Squirrel, though, I think he's going to make a lot of appearances this weekend.
I do, too. We mentioned earlier in the stream that we were able to scope out the room earlier in the rounds, and there was a lot of Emerald that I saw in, specifically Emerald Steel that I saw in the room. So I expect this isn't the last time we'll see Bucky or Diablo.
Yes.
But Sara does come out with a really strong start on turn 1, playing a Cursed Merfolk. That's a card you're pretty familiar with.
I love that one, yes. And, to be honest, Cursed Merfolk is actually just one of my favorite Emerald cards. It's so good. So it quests for 2, and if it gets challenged, then you have to discard a card.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. The challenging player has to discard a card, and we talked in the last game about how that card advantage, every time your opponent has to discard a card, that's card advantage for you. So Sara putting on the pressure, being the player who went first, gaining 2 lore, making Dalton react. He can challenge with this Diablo if he wants to, but if he does that, he's going to have to discard a card in the process.
Right. And then we see this Flynn come out, too, which is another nice quester here. So it looks like maybe Sara's deck is kind of built a little bit more with the aggressive strategy in mind, that aggro. Do you think that's what she's kind of has here?
I definitely think this is an aggressive opening, and it's a line that these Emerald decks can play. And we see a fight going on right here between Dalton and Sara because you want to be in that position. You want to be in the position where your opponent is having to react to you. And before it got to Dalton's turn, Sara was doing a great job of doing that, having the Curse Smurffolk in play, having the Flynn Rider, both of them being able to quest for 2 lore and push to 20 really quickly. Because, I mean, if you're gaining 4 lore every turn, it's not going to take very many turns before you get to 20. But because of Diablo's really strong shift ability of not having to pay any ink, Dalton was able to play out an evasive Pegasus and a Robin Hood and then quest with Dalton. And one thing to note about having both the Pegasus and the Robin Hood is now Sara has to play around 2 cards
that are possible shifts.
Right. We see the Pegasus in Dalton's hand, and when Pegasus gets shifted, that gives all of Dalton's characters evasive until the next turn, but he could also have a Robin Hood that he could shift. So even Sara exerting this Flynn Rider is taking the chance that he doesn't have a Robin Hood, because if he challenges with the Robin Hood, he'll have to discard a card, he'll still gain the 2 lore, but ultimately the Robin Hood's still going to stay there.
Sure. And I figure with that Diablo out there, he's not too worried about having to discard a card, you know, by challenging Flynn, because he knows he's going to replace it.
Exactly, yeah. You'll replace the card as soon as your opponent draws a card on their turn, so long as Sara doesn't have any cards to remove Diablo, and she didn't in this past turn, so you can assume that she doesn't have any right now.
Yeah. Now, there is a new card that we saw Sara play out over here, the Fortisphere item that's new with Ursula's return. What do you think about this item?
Yeah, so Fortisphere is a very strong card. We talk about card advantage, and it's an inkable 1-cost song that simply says, when you play this item, draw a card. It's very similar to Popsicle, except instead of healing a character for 2 health when it gets banished, you can pay 1 ink and then banish the item, and then you can give a character of yours bodyguard. So it's an interesting ability where you exert all of your characters, but maybe you want your opponent to have to challenge through one of your characters on board before the other. And here we see a giant Tinkerbell being played. It's going to banish the Pegasus and put 1 damage and everything else. And this is another character that might be a good example of giving something bodyguard. Sara doesn't have enough ink to do this with Tinkerbell this turn, but theoretically, if she quests with both Flynn Rider and Tinkerbell, Tinkerbell has a much larger stat line. She's a 6-cost character with 4 strength and 5 willpower, so it would be a lot more difficult for Dalton to challenge Tinkerbell and banish her before getting to Flynn Rider. And we even see Sara using Tinkerbell's second ability of being able to challenge a character, and then if they banish a character with that challenge, then you get to deal 2 damage to another character, basically wiping Dalton's board.
Yeah, no, I think that Sara is in a much better position this game. She's getting some great cards to put down and has been able to take the lead here with the lore. So hopefully that lead, and she can keep board control. And talk about board control and how that works in the strategy.
Yeah, so we talked earlier in the match about how you want to be the aggressor. You want to be the person that your opponent has to respond to, and Sara's done a really good job at doing that, putting down high lore characters and characters that will punish the opponent, like Flynn Rider, like her Smurffolk, when having to challenge them, because Dalton has to respond.
Yeah.
But on top of that, she's done a really great job of utilizing characters like Tinkerbell to both keep board control and keep herself in the position of being ahead by clearing Dalton's board. And so board control is really just a term that we use that essentially means removing your character's board, putting yourself in the winning position versus your opponent, which just means if nothing else changed about the game state and each player quested for every turn, who's going to win first? And so right now, if Sara, she has 4 lore on board between Flynn Rider and Tinkerbell, Dalton only having the Ursula, she's definitely in the winning position.
Now, I see Dalton has a couple cards there in hand that it looks like he doesn't actually have enough ink to play. He only has 4 ink, and he has the new We Don't Talk About Bruno song card, and then the Shift Pegasus, but he doesn't, unfortunately, have that little Pegasus still on the board because Sara got rid of her. So he does draw an Ursula there, but yeah, he's kind of in this tricky position right now with not having enough ink to play the cards in his hand.
Yeah, we see him ink a Ursula Deceiver. We'll see if he plays the We Don't Talk About Bruno. This is a new song card in Ursula's Return that it puts a card back into a player's hand, and then they have to randomly discard a card from their hand. So the card that gets put back in their hand may not be the one that's discarded. It might be. It's sort of a risky thing here.
Yeah.
And then in a scenario that we'll see right here, where Tinkerbell was shifted on top of this morph, so both the morph and the Tinkerbell go back into the hand, making it even more likely that the Tinkerbell doesn't get chosen, which is not good for Dalton. So we see there that both got put back into the hand. Sara shuffled her hand, Dalton chose a random card, and morph was the one discarded. So Sara's going to be able to replay this Tinkerbell if she can get enough ink into her inkwell to do so. And she opts for inking the Tinkerbell instead.
Ink-a-tink, that's what I always say.
Ink-a-tink.
Ink-a-tink.
And for another really great play, another Robin Hood champion of Sherwood, we saw how much work this card did for Dalton in the previous game, and so we'll see how much work it's going to do for Sara here.
Yeah. Now, what do you think about that choice there for her to play the Robin Hood instead of the Tinkerbell? I know Tinkerbell has that nice ability when she comes on the board to do 1 damage to all characters. What do you think her decision-making process was there?
If I had to guess, you can play the Robin Hood this turn if you ink the Tinkerbell versus if you ink something else, you can't play the Tinkerbell this turn. Sara also has another Tinkerbell in hand that Dalton doesn't know about. And so the Robin Hood by itself, I think, is a really great card to play over the Tinkerbell in this position, even if Sara didn't have another Tinkerbell in hand, just because of the large willpower and the ability to challenge a character and gain lore when doing so. So we talked about board control a little bit later. We see Dalton is going to challenge the Flynn Rider. He doesn't have any cards in hand, so he doesn't have to discard a card when he does this, but Dalton's trying to catch back up on board. The problem is Sara can now punish Dalton for doing this because Dalton has to exert the Ursula to challenge, and now Sara can challenge the Ursula with Robin Hood.
Yeah, and like we were saying before, the Robin Hood, even though if he challenges and banishes, she still gets the lore. So and then Chief Bogo, I haven't seen him in a while.
No, this is kind of an interesting card to see in this deck. Chief Bogo is an uninkable 4-cost 2 strength 4 willpower character with 2 lore, and has a really interesting ability that says when you play a Floodborn character, deal 1 damage to every opposing character. So Chief Bogo basically does what Giant Tinkerbell does every single time you play a Floodborn character.
That's fun. Yeah, Chief Bogo is from Zootopia, which is such a fun movie. I love that. I want to see more Zootopia cards.
Yeah, absolutely. Me too. There's quite a few staple Zootopia cards that we see. We've seen a lot of those popsicles in Sapphire. Nick Wilde's another really fun card in Sapphire, along with Judy Hopps. Lots of really fun Zootopia cards. I'd love to see more.
I'm hoping for the sloth.
That's exactly what I was about to say. I'd love to see the sloth and see how they can make a game mechanic around it. You know?
He needs like an ability that's called speed, or something.
Yeah, there's a lot of fun scenarios there. But it looks like Sara might be banishing the Fortisphere to give Chief Bogo bodyguard. Essentially, she doesn't want Dalton challenging the Robin Hood. Though it looks like Chief Bogo was played this turn, so I don't think Chief Bogo can be challenged this turn either.
Yeah, that's an interesting thing. So if a character has the bodyguard ability, when you first play them, they can come in exerted as the bodyguard. But with the Fortisphere ability, if you have a character that's still drying, is what we would call it.
Right.
Yeah, how that works.
Yeah, so because they don't already have bodyguard when they're played, you can't do that thing with bodyguard where you can play it already exerted.
Yeah.
But I will say, knowing that Sara has a Giant Tinkerbell in hand with Chief Bogo, Giant Tinkerbell is a Floodborn character.
Right.
So when you play Giant Tinkerbell, you can deal 1 damage to everything, and then Chief Bogo is going to trigger, and he will do 1 damage to everything.
Oh, that's fun combination. I like it.
So you basically have a grab your sword, while you're developing characters. Yeah.
Which I know in this game is so important. There's some really fantastic actions, but anytime that you can have an ability that is also on a character that stays on the board is so advantageous.
Yeah, it makes some of the best characters in the game when a character does something the turn it's played, because if it happens to be removed before it finishes drying, it already did something. You already gained some value from it. But we do see Sara playing a Diablo of her own, which is another Floodborn character. There's no characters on Dalton's side of the board, so nothing's going to take damage, but this Diablo is definitely going to make it really difficult for Dalton to come back from this. He still has to deal with the Robin Hood, still has to deal with the Chief Bogo. We see Dalton play a Strength of a Raging Fire, which is only going to do 1 damage, because
that's all it needed, though.
That's all it needed for the champion of Sherwood. Strength of Raging Fire does 1 damage for every character you have in play. So Dalton only had the Pegasus in play, only going to deal the 1 damage. And Sara's not really worried about the Pegasus. She says, I'm really far ahead on lore. I'm just going to keep questing. And Dalton says, you know what? I'm not going to be able to come back from this. I'm only at 3, so we'll just shake hands.
We'll just shake hands and call it game. Yeah. Well, that was a super fun match. I love Game 1 and Game 2 were vastly dramatically different from each other.
Yeah. I think it shows the power of what happens when, especially in this mirror match, you're able to play some of those larger characters like Robin Hood and Giant Tinkerbell and just keep that aggression going with the Cursed Merfolk and the Flynn Riders as well. That going first, having that initiative and forcing your opponent to have to respond to you. If you can make it so that they can't respond to you, then you're very likely to win the game. So we saw that in both games, really. So
super fun. We saw the Diablos. No Buckies in that game, though.
No, I don't think there were any Buckies, actually. Yeah, so there we go.
Well, thanks for tuning in to this round 2 match. We are going to throw it to a quick break, and we have an interview with the player, I think, coming up as well.
Yeah.
Welcome back down to Feature Match area. I'm here with Sara, fresh off their 1-1 here in the match. Now, Sara, you're telling me you've got a pretty good relationship with Disney.
Yeah, so I actually work for Partners Federal Credit Union, which is part of the Walt Disney Company. So I work as a graphic designer. So, yeah.
I heard that. Yeah, absolutely. Who doesn't? Now, I heard you and your husband are here competing in this weekend.
Yeah, we're both competing. We both got into Lorcana pretty close to the beginning of everything coming out. It was just really fun because it's Disney. So he's much better than me.
For now.
Yeah. But yeah, so he's upstairs doing his games, and I'm down here trying trying to not look ridiculous and win some games. So,
We did pretty good so far.
so far so good.
Yeah, and you were telling me that y'all like to actually go to the parks
Yes.
quite a bit. I got a couple questions about the park. So,
course.
you're in Disney World. What's the one ride you can't miss?
Haunted Mansion, 100%. It's been my favorite ever since I've been a kid. So always beeline to Haunted Mansion.
And if there's like a food item you can't miss on, is there one that you always get?
I mean, the Dole Whip. Everybody always says the Dole Whip. It's definitely the best.
I'm a Dole person myself. And you said to prepare for this tournament here this weekend, you said you have a league back home that you play with a lot of your friends.
Yeah, so my husband and I both joined a league at one of our local game shops, and so we go every weekend and just play games over and over and over, and it's a lot of fun. Met a lot of good friends.
Sara, I actually want to come play with you guys. This sounds like
Yeah.
a lot of fun. But thanks for taking
on
some
up.
time with us.
Yep, thank you.
Oh man, what a great day! What a great couple games! What a great interview! John D, one of the things that I really love about Lorcana is that it's an activity that a lot of families are playing together. So hearing that Sara is there with her husband, they're both competing. That's so fun. I know I have a friend there who's there competing with his daughter, and I don't know. To me, Lorcana just brings out families and friends, and it's a great game.
I mean, Disney just goes across all age groups, right? So it shouldn't be a surprise that something that's so entrenched in Disney also does that. But yeah, it is awesome to see. My little boy isn't quite there yet. I think I'm going to try him with the Gateway box for the next set. I think that might be his way into it. Yeah, but I'm excited for
Gateway, as it were.
well, yes, but it's perfectly named.
Well, with that, shall we invite our viewers to be our guest and watch some players put their decks to the test?
Yep.
Let's do it.
All right, we have James versus Brennan. We're straight in there with Brennan DeCandio on steel Sapphire with a Sphere coming straight out, and James looking to respond. Great opening there from Brennan. That's what we do, right? We get one of these one drop items out on turn one.
Yeah, no, that's exactly right. Sapphire Steel is a deck that we know. It's a deck that some people love, some people hate. But it's a deck that wants to get items on the board. It wants to ramp, and that means get more ink in its inkwell every turn than its opponent, because it really has a very, very strong end game, and it wants to build up that ink. Its ink resources so that it can do a lot at the end of the game and build up its win condition. So
and get there quicker as well. Get to the end game faster than your opponent wants to get there. Yeah,
absolutely. And so one jump ahead on turn 2 is exactly what it wants to be doing. This is a great opening. Turn 1 Fortisphere, turn 2 1 jump ahead. But why don't you talk about James here and what he's doing?
Yeah, this is honestly one of my favorite cards from the new set, and I'm so glad that people have managed to sort of find a spot for it. It's a Flynn Rider. It's in Ruby, and he says that if at the beginning of your turn any of your characters have a larger strength than any of your opponent's characters, you gain 3 lore. It's kind of huge. It's weirdly a little bit of a nombo with the Olaf here, with the Olaf being only a 1/3, but obviously the Olaf is in the deck for other reasons. But basically, yeah, the start of James's turn, if anything he has beats the strength of anything the opponent has, he gains 3 lore, which is very doable against Brennan's deck here, because chances are he's not going to actually play a character until much later in the game. Instead, he did have the response of the Baboon there, unfortunately, for James. But yeah, I'm a big fan of Flynn, one of those cards that just sort of comes down and sits there, lets the other cards do the work for them. But he's a lot of the time very comfortably some easy lore off that in the early game.
No, that's true. So this is seems like a very aggressive Ruby Amethyst build. It's probably in this format one of the more aggressive decks that we'll see this tournament. If some players are leaning into this, because you can do a lot in the early game with this color combo. It's a color combo that we've grown to think of as a control, or in some cases a mid-range build. But in this meta, there are a lot of cards that allow it to go aggressive early.
Yeah, it's pretty much the closest thing I think we have to an aggro deck right now in the meta currently. I think anything that would be real true aggro and really low to the ground stuff is just kind of getting destroyed by steel, honestly. So that's why we're not seeing that. I don't think this one runs out a little slower with slightly bigger bodies, but still kind of wants to do that same thing, which is just generate lore in the early game as quick as possible. We see here a 3-drop Sisu Emboldened Warrior, which is a 1/4 with 2 lore. So again, but doesn't look like she does great alongside Flynn, but she does gain 1 strength for every card in your opponent's hand. So again, it's a great answer against that Steel and Sapphire deck that just wants to have cards in their hand to have a lot of answers all the time. So we see it's stick for a turn as DeCandio plays a Whole New World and refreshes both players' hands.
Yeah, absolutely, and critical that Frenemy, their Flynn Rider, removed from the board because Sisu would be getting 2 lore every single turn when paired with that Flynn Rider. So a Whole New World, it's something that we've seen in these Sapphire Steel decks. Generally, that's what they've wanted to do is Whole New World, refill the hand, put as much ink as possible in the inkwell, and do it again, allowing you to build up to that endgame state. And another new card here with Scuttle.
So Scuttle is the items version of his friend Ariel from set 1. He's able to look at the top 4 cards of your deck when he comes into play, and you can take an item from them and put it into your hand, and put the rest on the bottom in any order. So very similar to the Spectacular Singer doing the same for songs, which arguably a little bit of a stronger play. But here in an item deck that wants to keep making sure it finds those Force of Spheres, those Porpsicles, it's actually a pretty solid play, I think.
And I missed that location there on the board. Is that a Queen's Castle? I
can't imagine what else it would be in Ruby Amethyst. Yeah, the glare's a little oppressive there, unfortunately. But yeah, I'm pretty sure we're seeing a castle come down again. We've already seen how well that can do against the current meta. So yeah, a solid play there. And we see another Flynn come down as well. Currently, the Flynn is online. We have a Snake on board, and the Scuttle is only a 1/3, so that is going to generate some lore there if it sticks around. It's a great answer against Steel Sapphire. Unfortunately, Steel Sapphire has a lot of answers for it in return, though, with things like Baboom that we saw before.
Yeah, and really forcing Brennan to deal with that board. 5 lore showing on the board right now. More with Flynn's questing. So. And this is exactly what this aggro version of this deck wants to do. In fact, an ideal opening is probably, a turn 1 play, then Flynn on turn 2, then Sisu on turn 3, and Castle on turn 4. So kind of James doing exactly what he wants to do this game, even though dealing with a little bit of removal early.
Yeah, that's it. The deck's done what it wanted to do, but Brennan had the answers for it, so it hasn't quite exploded as much as it could. But still, pretty decent start out of the gate. Just what you'll find though is the longer this game goes on, the more it just shifts into favor for Brennan, who will just have more ink, more cards, just more resources to be able to deal with stuff. We see Cogsworth coming down there.
Right, and to your point, I see in Brennan's hand there an Aerial Treasure Collector, which is a new card from this set. It's a 3/4 with Ward, and it has 3 lore. But while you have more items in play than each opponent, this character gets +2 lore. So 5 lore on the board, pretty much all the time in a Steel Sapphire deck, because you'll generally always have more items than your opponent.
Absolutely. I mean, outside of the mirror, or maybe. Yeah, pretty much outside of the mirror, more items than your opponent is very often 1 item. Let's be honest.
That's fair.
There's a lot of decks just don't run any at all. So very easily online. And yes, doesn't quest for 2 more, just gets 2 lore. So it's also a great Dime target as well. Dime seeing the 5 lore on it, and it gaining the 2 most likely from the Dime being out.
Now, James playing a little control here. Maui on the board is a 6/5 with Rush, using it to challenge Scuttle and remove him from the board. Brennan also played a Cogsworth there. Cogsworth is a card which gives all other characters on his side of the board resist. A very challenging card to play against, forcing you to do math constantly.
The Maui still more than enough to deal with that Scuttle. But at that point, really, Scuttle, he's done his job. He's found the item. You get a lore out of him, and you don't really necessarily mind it being removed at that point. It's kind of it's done what it needs to do.
Yeah, so taking a look at Brandon's hand too, we talk about this deck and its ability to go to gain lore quickly. Brandon's sitting with, I think, 2 Aerials in his hand and a Lucky Dime. And so with the Aerial on board, that's 5 lore. Lucky Dime is an item where you pay 2 ink and exert it to gain lore equal to a chosen character's lore. So with Aerial on the board, that's she can quest for 5, gain 5 from the Lucky Dime, and so Brennan, with the amount of ink he has available, can explode pretty quickly. But just as I say that, they all go.
Interestingly, he doesn't want to do any of that. Instead, wants to go and get 7 more from a Whole New World there. I think James had a larger hand size there, so Brennan's going to be getting a lot more value out of this Whole New World than James is. And also, there's always something to be said about Brennan chose that Whole New World then.
Yes.
James didn't. Brennan knows what was in his hand, knows what's still in his deck, knows the sort of answers he's going to be looking for. James doesn't get a choice in that matter,
Well, and I do think one of the things he was looking for is some removal. At this point, James is sitting on 11 lore. And as we've talked about, with previous Amethyst decks, Amethyst is generally always running the GOAT. Merlin GOAT, a card that gains you a lore when it comes into play, when it leaves play. And if you're able to bounce it a couple times, that's, you can close out games, 3, 4, 5 lore even with a couple GOAT bounces. So with James sitting at 11 lore, Brennan knowing he's got to keep him away from that like 16, 17 lore mark to allow James to close out the game.
Absolutely, which he would have got to right quite easily with that Flynn still on board there, because the Maui would have been more than enough to trigger the 3 lore gain off Flynn. So yeah, definitely worth. Yes, perhaps slow down Brennan's own win con, but knowing that he wasn't going to get there quicker than James, he's had to take a turn off to just refuel that hand and refine the answers for James's board. So it's absolutely the right play to do. And again, as we've seen with Sapphire Steel, one good turn of a decent quester and a lucky die-in brings you absolutely straight back into the game.
Another location, Queen's Castle with 7 willpower, difficult to deal with for steel decks. Brennan does have 4 strength on board with the giant Tinkerbell, but is going to need a little more to take down that Queen's Castle.
Yeah, again, it's the reason why you kind of expect to see then along came Zeus in steel, because it doesn't just hit locations, but it's definitely there as a response to them. I don't know if we've seen any from Brennan yet. I can see a Force Sphere there. I can see another whole new world that he may want to be trying to get online. So I see 2 actually, unfortunately, in his hand at the moment. 1 jump ahead and a Tamatoa, I think. So yeah, I'm not too sure what the play is here for Brennan, really.
Now, really, really need to think about getting that Queen's Castle offline. Not only right now is it gaining you 2 lore, but it's giving James an extra card at the start of every turn because Olaf is sitting happily in there, maybe staring at the magic mirror. So yeah, there's really, Brennan needs to look for some removal. He can with a whole new world. I assume one of those whole new worlds is becoming ink here. Nope. There it is, 1 jump ahead into the inkwell with the fishbone quill.
I mean, really just cutting out the middleman there, putting 1 jump ahead into the inkwell.
Right. Tamatoa now coming on board, getting a big body on the board with some strength that can do some damage.
And get the dime that he whole new worlded before. That's nice.
And here it comes back.
And then we quested with 2 with the Tinkerbell there. Oh no, we sang the whole new world. Sorry, I'm getting mixed up. Okay, it's really interesting. So we grabbed the dime back with the Tamatoa, and then whole new worlded it back down.
Yeah, so for Brennan, I think he knows that he's kind of on a clock here. He can do some board control, but he's going to have to remove things every single turn that James is playing. And so he knows, I think, that he really has to set up his big win condition, his big play here in the next 2 to 3 turns. And so getting Tamatoa on the board allows him to do some item shenanigans. Whole New World allows him to refill his hand and perhaps get some more items on the board. He's really trying to set up his end game at this point.
Yeah, absolutely. Got a really good board presence at this point. That castle's still online, but next turn is going to be quite easily taken out with the combination of the Tinks and Tamatoas. Most likely the Tinks going in there, I feel. Tamatoa really needs to start questing. We'll quest for 3 this turn. Did we see a dime off that whole new world?
I did not see.
I'm not sure if we did. I
think
of course, there might be.
We know there's one in the inkwell, and we know Tamatoa can get it back. So at the very least, it's available. Yeah, so let's see. So many resources available. One of the combinations that Sapphire Steel has always loved is a whole new world with Fishbone Quill, because when you're discarding your cards anyway, every turn, if you can put an additional card into the inkwell to build up your ink reserve, it's just really good, and it sets you up for the end game. And that's one of the kind of the combos that makes this deck work.
Yeah. We see, what is that? Is that a Prince Eric? I think it is. Prince Eric is a 2/2 that says when he is banished, you can choose and banish another character. So saw a bit of play during set 3. Creep back in a little bit here. When this character is banished, we have the card reader back now. Awesome. Quest for 2 as well. Instead is to the board up there.
Yeah, so Teeth and Ambitions is a fun song. Allows you to deal 2 damage to one of your characters and 2 damage to an opponent's character. So James there choosing to use Teeth and Ambitions to deal 2 damage to a Tinkerbell, 2 damage to the Prince Eric he just played. And when Prince Eric is banished, he's getting rid of that pesky Tamatoa, which is going to go searching for shiny objects every single turn if he lets it.
Yeah, absolutely great. Like a lot of resources needed there, but really sort of dealt with the boards very well there. That was great.
Yeah, at this point, I think James is thinking, all I have to do is just keep this castle clicking.
Yeah.
So if I can keep, some of those singers off the board, some of those bigger characters, and just kind of gain a lure to each turn, keep Brennan's engine, his endgame engine from going. I think that's what he's looking to do.
Although Brennan has got so much ink to work with here, I can't quite tell because of the darker sleeves, but I think that's 612 ink currently. Fishbone still online as well to increase that even higher.
Yeah, I see an interesting card here that I have to look up. I think we see a magic broom in his hand. Correct me if I'm wrong.
I think we do see a broom. I think we see a big steel broom, I think is what we're looking at there.
Is that the aerial cleaner? I think that's the aerial cleaner.
Look. It's
Yeah, I think that's magic.
Yes.
Sorry, we have to. This is a fun card from Earth. That's one of the great things about a new set is you see cards being played that you haven't seen before. So here we have aerial cleaner. I think magic broom. It's a 2/3, and when it gains evasive during your turn. So kind of an anti-evasive character.
That magic broom banishes Diablo. I can pretty much guarantee why it's there. Honestly, that is the answer to Diablo in this deck.
I think you're 100% right.
Alongside Babooms, that's another answer to Diablos there.
No, what a fun tech card. So anyway, fun card to highlight in Brennan's build here. And there it is.
So, yeah, and at this point here, it's a body on the board. It's going to help with that lore gain. Managed to deal really well there, like we said with the castle. At this point, James had a really good start, but he's definitely going to start running out of steam. As we said, the longer this game goes on, the more it's going to be in favor of the Sapphire Steel player. And DeCandio, if you're a fan of the Lorcana community at all, you'll most definitely know Brennan DeCandio, a fantastic player, and he's very active in the community. So, I won't lie. A big brain player compared to me. Some of the choices he's made here I don't understand, but I know that he does.
Good player, also a great cosplayer.
Yes. He's not Peter Panning it up today, I don't think. But at Atlanta a couple of weeks ago, he did have an awesome Peter Pan cosplay.
All right, so here we go with the Maori Rush, cleaning up a bit of the board here, taking care of Tinkerbell. Getting rid of the Tinkerbell not only gets some damage off the board, but it also is a 5-cost singer, which allows you to do some shenanigans. As you suggested earlier, Tamatoa is mostly going to want to be questing and pulling items out, so getting Tinkerbell off the board is also, a whole new world that can't be sung. So good removal there.
Yeah, this is really starting to get into the weeds. This one, it's impressive it's going this long, to be honest.
No, it's really, really fantastic match to watch. Brennan can close this game out in it. Maybe not a single turn, but pretty close to it. And so he's just got to keep building up his resources, keep setting up that final game turn. James is just looking to squeak out as much lore as possible.
Yeah.
One of the things that he has to think about too is, normally if you have a goat in hand, you're waiting for the goat bounce, you're waiting for the combo so you can play it multiple times. But he knows that once he shows that he has that goat in hand, maybe he does one goat bounce, it's susceptible to being whole new worlded away. So, with a goat in hand, I think something he probably wants to play sooner rather than later.
The only thing I want to say at this point is, have we seen 4 whole new worlds?
I know we've seen 3.
Yeah,
for sure. We may have seen the 4th.
I'm pretty sure one of them was whole new worlded away on the third one, but I'm not too sure. We do see the Tamatoa and Lucky Dime out now. This is where we'll see at the moment only 2 items on the board, but this is going to very quickly start to ramp up. Tamatoa questing for 3, but in that quest grabs 1 back. So now the Dime is going to see Tamatoa at 4 lore. I think we might try and see another couple of items going down here.
Yeah, so if we didn't highlight it already, Tamatoa is a card that gets +1 lore for every item on the board. And so Brennan just looking to stack up as many items as possible so Tamatoa can both quest for that amount of lore turn, but then Lucky Dime is another card that you can exert pay 2 ink to gain lore equal to a chosen character. So Tamatoa essentially doing double duty with his lore every single turn. And here we have Brennan just loading up items. They're using the Lucky Dime with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 lore off the Tamatoa. And here this engine is starting to click.
Absolutely, yeah. No, you've got to be careful here to not call this a comeback. This is exactly what this deck wants to do: deal with the board as long as it can until we get that that Tamatoa and Lucky Dime, or a Lucky Dime, and there's going to be other answers in the deck. That Aerial is one that does really well lore wise, but just this big lore generator and the Dime to basically double the lore that it can generate.
No, absolutely. And Hiram on the board with just a little bit of extra insurance, able to gobble up items to give you a couple cards if you need them. So yeah, this is right where I think Brennan wants to be, but not out of the woods yet. James with a goat or two could close this thing out.
Yeah, and we saw the Crab and Maui finishing off the Tamatoa there as well. So we're going to be looking for more pieces here to finish this off.
Yeah, absolutely. With the amount of lore,
just look at how much ink we just ready there, though.
I know. when you need both hands open palm to ready your inkwell, you've got a lot. Now, with all of that ink, Brennan can use that Lucky Dime every single turn to gain lore as long as he has a character on the board. And so that's something he's going to be looking to do. Hiram is a card that eats items. You can banish one of your items every time it quests to draw 2 cards. Having that on the board is nice because Brennan can now search for answers. And it also puts James in a bit of a position because, in theory, you want to remove that Hiram every chance you get because it's giving your opponent cards. But now James has to make the choice about gaining, a couple lore here and getting him closer to that GOAT victory or getting rid of Brandon's card draw.
Yeah. We see items into items into items there. The Hiram Fender Popsicle and Popsicle Fender Fortisphere, I think. The deck here, in the hand, we have a couple of big tinks and along came Zeus, a couple of those little evasive brooms as well. We see a big tink come down and chip away at Crab. And I'm sorry, I missed what that was. Can we catch that?
I'm sorry, that was the big tink with the last play I saw.
No, sorry, on James's side there, the one card that's a little
yeah, I'm not sure. Might be a rabbit. I'm not positive.
The evasive broom coming down there as well.
Yeah, evasive broom again, probably only purely in there for the Diablo in the Emerald Steel matchup, but a fun card to see on the board nonetheless.
Yeah, so at this point, I'm pretty sure DeCandio has it. We're at 13. Has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 just on the board with characters and a Lucky Dime on there as well. So at this point, even if Dime only sees a 1 lore quester, he's got it. The Tink does quest for 2 there. So yeah, at this point, James has to find answers for at least one of the characters, which we do have. We can challenge into stuff here. So.
One of the things that makes Lucky Dime so good is the ability to gain lore on your turn as soon as it's played without the chance for your opponent to respond, or when you play a character. So let's assume here James had to be prepared or something to completely clean up the characters on the board. Brennan is able to play a character and then immediately gain lore with the Lucky Dime, getting him closer to victory. So it's just a good card.
I know we're in the weeds of this game here, and it's really getting towards the end game. But I want to notice that Friends on the other side that James just played is actually signed. I'm going to assume it's signed by the artist, so I can't quite see. I can't quite read it out, but that's nice to see.
Yeah, I think that's an Amber Kamig. I can never pronounce her last name. Fantastic Lorcana artist, and she has done some artist appearances. So I'm willing to bet that is signed by the artist, and that's fun
it looks
to me.
Like it says Kath. I'm not sure. We see a castle come out here, and then we trade into those couple of characters that we can do just to kind of slow down DeCandio. But yeah, just I think one big lore quester here is game personally. There's 4 on the board that we can quest with, and then we need to find 3 more that the Dime can see.
Questing, drawing 2 cards, quest 1 with the broom, quest 2 with Tinkerbell, that's 4, and the Dime would make 6, bringing him to 19. So yes, there it is.
There it is.
Tamatoa, with all of the lore.
Doesn't need to finish it off. James knows exactly what's happening here.
That's all you needed to shut that down.
Yeah.
That was a fun game. I loved it.
Yes, it was. It did like exactly what they said on the tin. We see the steel Sapphire deck there just control the game as good as possible until he gets that end point. And had it a couple of times. So in all fairness, probably could have ended a bit quicker, but James still having answers there as well. But in the end, Tamatoa and Dime are inevitable.
And I do think, though, this aggressive Ruby Amethyst build, it's a fun build, and it's one that's capable of winning games really quickly. So for sure, he has a great chance going into the next game, and I'm really excited to watch it.
Yeah, let's go. Yes, I would really like to see Flynn pop off a little here because, like I say, it's a bit of a I'm a fan of the card, honestly. Like I just would like to see it do well.
Goat into the Inkwell. Olaf turn 1, getting a 1 lore 1/3 on the board. Scuttle into the Inkwell, and we do not have a turn 1 Popsicle or Fortisphere.
Yeah.
So interesting. Definitely not
most likely just an unlucky hand alteration there, I imagine.
That's true. I also think, Brennan knows what James is trying to do here and knows that getting a Flynn on the board on turn 2 is key. So may have been looking for a Baboom or some removal and mulliganing pretty aggressively there.
Absolutely fair. Saying that, though, James doesn't see the Flynn. We instead get a Snake Bounce in the Olaf. Still puts a 3/3 body on the board, though. So, still a solid start.
Yeah, definitely a card in the absence of anything else that would make Flynn activate. But I don't see it in the hand. I do see a Sisu, most likely going to be played in turn 3 here. And there we go with the 1 jump ahead. This is one of the ideal turn 2 plays for any Sapphire deck that wants to ramp. So Brennan getting an extra ink there and is well on the way, building up his resource advantage.
Yep. We see Olaf in the Inkwell getting 1 of 2, I think. Sisu's on the board there. Seems like a second one in hand, as long with the Maui.
Yeah, Sisu's a fun little card, 1/4, but gets extra strength for every card in your opponent's hand. So flexing pretty hard right now.
Yeah, well, against Sapphire Steel, that's usually a few, right? Like, yes, there's a lot of the deck is going down into the Inkwell, but there's a ton of draw and ton of ways of getting cards in the Inkwell, not from your hand, like the 1 jump ahead there.
But it's also just a great card stats-wise, too. When you look at her, I mean, in this particular deck, having 2 lore on the board here is fantastic for James. He wants to be questing early, and so that 2 lore is fantastic. But also having 4 in the willpower is just a great stat line for the early game. There's a lot of 3 damage cards, none of which Brennan are running, I think, like Smash, which do 3 damage, and so that 4th willpower is really good.
Yeah, honestly, there's something to be said about a 1/4 that quests for 2 on 3 without any of her ability, right? Like, it's not an awful stat line.
Right, and to top it off, it's a shift target for one of the best new cards in this set, the Floodborn Sisu, which I don't think we saw James have any of, but it's certainly a possibility.
No, I don't think so. Yeah, but obviously a really fantastic card. Instead, we see a castle coming down here on 4 and a quest for 3. So yeah, just putting the early pressure on. Again, doing exactly what you need to do against a deck like this is just sort of try and run under it as quick as possible. Get as many cards out of your hands so that the inevitable whole new world is giving you as much value as it is your opponent. Yeah.
Now, do you remember, Jonty, how we just talked about 4 in the stat line being a opponent?
Yeah.
You see Brennan has a Smash in hand.
Yes, so, and it's not doing much.
Perfect example right now. Smash, I'm not sure if that would be the play, but Smash is not an option right now to remove Sisu. So 4 in the willpower line in the early game is good.
Yeah, and instead I think we see get inked there, and we see a big Tink come down with a whole new world in his hand. So Brenton has done exactly what he needs to do. Again, just ready to sing that next turn and refuel his mid game.
Yeah, I mean, Tinkerbell, great card on the board right now, can sing Whole New World and can clean things up. The ability to, when Tinkerbell damages or banishes a character, she can do an additional 2 damage, assign it to another character. And so able to remove both of James's characters at this point with that Tinkerbell.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see which he goes for, because you're completely right. Tinkerbell here, if Sisu and Olaf become exerted through questing, Tinkerbell can clean them up. But also, I feel like the line here is Tinkerbell singing Whole New World. So interesting to see if we see these kind of try to deal other ways, try to deal with other ways.
So interesting play here. Maui with no lore, can't quest for anything, but definitely putting it on the board to threaten Tinkerbell if Brennan leaves her exposed next turn.
Yeah. I also think James sees the inevitable Whole New World coming as well, so he's just perhaps just trying to get as much on the board as possible. Couldn't play the other 2 or any combination of them, so just felt like the big body of Maui. Rabbit will have just drawn a card that was going to get milled away by the Whole New World anyway. So yeah, it seems like he's just thought, what can I put down here? What's the best thing I can get out of my hands before the Whole New World comes?
I mean, and both decks kind of playing their game plan right now. Brennan with a huge ink advantage, able to use that Fishbone Quill effectively into the whole new world, and now with all his resources available to play whatever he drew. James with some high lore on the board and getting that location on the board on turn 4 is exactly what he wants to do. He'll gain some lore off of it, but man, this is both decks kind of doing their game plan right now.
Yeah, this is going to be really interesting to see how it plays out. Again, the longer it goes on, the more I would, start to bank on DeCandio being able to pull it away. But if Japes can get a couple of decent lore generators down, if we can start to see some goats being bounced, I think it could go either way. But yeah, at the moment, with a handful of cards and Inkwell full of ink, I feel like DeCandio may well run away with this one again.
Man, there's some fun cards. So that Tinkerbell, another, I mean, just fantastic play. James able to remove that one Tinkerbell with the Maui, but now having a second on board does a few things for Brennan. James wants to quest out here. James wants to get that Sisu going and just not able to. And here, Brennan just doing all the damage he needs to do to get Sisu off the board. And now things look a lot less intimidating.
Yeah, I mean, that Tinkerbell coming down and not actually clearing anything from her first ability perhaps may seem like not the most impactful play, but just having these two huge bodies now that basically says, yeah, anything you quest with not only will be challenged, but it's going to fuel that Tinkerbell doing 2 damage somewhere else as well, most likely.
Well, and that 1 damage on Maui is so huge. Maui being a 6/5, if it challenges the Tinkerbell now, it's removed. And James would love to have gotten 2 for 1, removing the Tinkerbell and then forcing Brennan to spend another card, perhaps a character or a card from hand, in order to deal with it. And that 1 damage just doing so much work right now.
Yeah, absolutely shuts down that 2 for 1 of Maui that you really want to see.
And also shuts down Flynn as a possible option to gain lore. With Maui sitting on the board, that's something that would be activated, but now Flynn going into the Inkwell instead. There we have the Tinkerbell removed with Maui.
Yeah, I still think it was the right thing to do. I still think getting rid of one of them is good. It does mean your castle most likely sees another turn.
Absolutely. Tinkerbell, again, able to clean up so much, also with 2 lore, but also a singer for not only for Whole New World, but also Along Came Zeus, which Brennan has in hand.
Right. So he does.
Yeah, here we go.
Snake questing there. Again, just trying to put that lore pressure on. Stuck around for a while, that Snake, to be honest with you.
It did. And, perhaps Brennan will get rid of it, but it's a lot less of a concern when he can't 2 for 1 with a Tinkerbell, just able to remove the Snake. But here we have the goat. Goat is usually saved for a goat bounce. In this case, though, the goat comes into play and then saving the Snake, which prevents it from being challenged by Tinkerbell.
Yeah, and next turn there we have a Snake ready to start that bouncing of the goats.
And it's interesting because Brennan knows now that bounce is available. That goat represents potentially, quest, bounce, play again next turn. That's 3 lore. Now has a decision to make. Do I spend resources getting rid of that goat to prevent more goat shenanigans? Or how do I respond?
Yeah, so where the Long Came Zeus into the castle seemed to be, an easy play.
Right.
Now, actually, maybe that needs to go into a goat here because it's technically more lore than the castle would generate in a turn.
Absolutely.
Oops. Scuttle flying into the castle there.
And singing Along Came Zeus with Tinkerbell to get that castle off the board, but leaving the goat ready to do goat things.
Still absolutely just having the board control here, but having the board presence. Pulp Skull's coming down, refueling the Fishbone there, still putting loads of work in. We do have a Tamatoa online now, going to be questing for 4 next turn. A dime. Again, we'll just see us race up into the endgame way quicker than James wants to get there, I think.
Absolutely. The one thing missing from this engine right now is a Flaversham to continue the card draw. But we'll see what the response is here. I will say, we do see a Be Prepared there. I think James has one in hand, and if he does, that's probably getting close to the point where he wants to use it.
Yeah, I think so. Questing for 2, and then the Be Prepared will gain 1 from the ghost, and just resets that. Resets the character side of the board, but still a lot of value there for DeCandio in a pile of items. There is a Tamatoa in hand, so very quickly, yes, we've lost a couple of other good characters, but very quickly he's going to be in a very similar position to how he was the turn before, honestly.
Yeah, he's not in an awful spot. Not many cards in hand, but the Tamatoa allowing him to dig a little bit. We don't have a lucky dime in the inkwell, but getting that popsicle back will allow you to start digging for some more. And then, we also have Aerial in hand.
Yeah.
And Aerial is going to invite, it needs to be removed very early, able to get Brennan 5 lore a turn. And so if that card comes on the board, something that James is going to have to deal with pretty quickly.
Yeah. I think James looks like, unfortunately for him, he hasn't really sort of drew into some of his late game answers really. Here, you really want to be seeing goats and castles to try and close out that lore gain. Instead, we're seeing rabbits and foxes, which just probably just aren't going to cut it at this point, I don't think.
No, we do. The rabbits are a nice play. So here we have the Maui again to threaten and the frenemy. Okay, so Maui putting Flynn online.
Yes.
Yeah, do you want to explain this combo? I'm not sure if we've covered it this game.
Yeah, so Flynn Rider is a 2/2 with 1 lore himself, but at the start of the turn, if he sees a character of yours has more strength than any of your opponent's characters, you just gain 3 lore. Obviously, Maui there being a 6/5. There's not that much in the game that beats that, honestly. 6 is kind of huge. Tamatoa is a big body, but it's the willpower where most of his stats go. It's not the strength. So at the moment, James is showing 3 lore at the beginning of the turn, and then is able to quest for 2, which isn't quite enough. It would put him to 19, but a single goat will get it. So yeah, it's getting real close here.
Oh, and Brennan with the perfect top deck here. So if you missed what happened there, Brennan had no, he needed to draw a card to look for some answers. So he used the popsicle to take 2 damage counters off Tamatoa. Tamatoa had no damage counters, but it doesn't matter. The point was to get the popsicle in the inkwell. Quest with Tamatoa to pull the popsicle back to your hand, allowing you to draw 1 card to look for an out. And Brennan drew the perfect out. He drew Grab Your Swords, which does 2 damage to all of your opponent's characters, enabling him to remove the Flynn Rider, which was threatening 2 lore on the turn. What a play.
That absolute top deck of the century. But you can't take away from the fact that played the deck correctly to find it. Saw that line of using the popsicle to heal nothing. I will say this isn't just on you, Liam. Everyone calls the card Grab Your Swords. It's singular. It's just sword. He's just telling everyone to get a sword. I'm not pulling you up on it. It's just something I know. I noticed then.
Yep, it's a fair point.
Just they all go and get 1 sword, which does make lots of swords. Yes,
it's a song lyric. In French, that card is called "Kill the Beast." I believe.
It is, yeah. I think it's one of the few where the translation is not just literal. It's because it's a song lyric, right? And in French, it has to rhyme just as much as the English, so it actually changes quite a bit.
Absolutely. So here we have, Brennan getting that aerial on the board, which is going to be able to quest for 5 lore every turn. Really just wants to draw into a lucky dime here to enable him to close out the game in 1 or 2 turns. James going wide, dropping as many characters as he can on the board, forcing Brennan to deal with those cards because he wants to just get 1 lore with every single character, perhaps drawing, with those rabbits if they're removed. So it's really a race at this point. Brennan trying to gain huge chunks of lore each turn, perhaps looking for the dime, where James is looking to scratch out that last 6 lore, 1 character at a time, and really hoping to draw into a goat to allow him to close down the game.
Yeah, again, we're seeing the exact line we saw the turn before there. The popsicle healing Tamatoa a little, and then Tamatoa replaying. Tamatoa grabbing the popsicle from the discard, but then being able to replay the popsicle. And it looks like we're moving 7 across.
Yep,
Questing
here we go.
5 there with the aerial. Oh no, we didn't see a dime. We're just moving 6 across. Sorry, for a giant Tinkerbell instead.
Giant Tinkerbell cleaning off the Chernobog's followers. And then we have a Baboom into a rabbit. Again, at this point, it's just about removing lore from the board. 1,
Absolutely.
2 does not matter. Let's get him out of there. James, at this point, there's just so much lore on the board. Really looking to draw into another Be Prepared, I think is the line.
I think so, yeah. I don't think James is winning the lore race now. Unfortunately, that aerial is gaining 5. Tamatoa is online for 5. That's enough on its own. So yeah, I think it's Be Prepared or bust here.
Yeah, absolutely. Luckily, he has the rabbit. He can kind of sneakily get a card from, looking for that card. Yeah. It is into the Tamatoa, removing it. That's really not what the point is, though. The point is to draw a card, to look for a removal option. And let's see if he got it.
Found a fox, I think. Yeah. So at this point, you need to be really being able to get rid of both the Tamatoa and the aerial.
5.
Because even with one of them online, a dime will close it out.
And the fox, a great answer for either one of them at this point. The aerial but yeah, I really need to remove both. And
Yeah.
it does not have the answer. Close.
Just shows you how quickly that Sapphire Steel deck can go from zero lore right up to being such a huge problem that needs dealing with, and is very difficult to deal with as well.
Absolutely. And just a fun deck. And so what I love right now about the tournament is getting to see cards that we've never seen before and getting to see what they can do in these decks that we love. Aerial Item Collector there is a brand new card in this set, and we're getting to see it at its finest in an item-based deck. And that's really one of the fun things about this event, is seeing all the new Ursula's Return cards.
Absolutely, yeah. And didn't it do so well? Congratulations to Brennan DeCandio. As I said before, if you're a fan of the community, you will know him and what a great player he is. So, but also well done to James as well. I hope you continue to do well as you move forward. We're with you for a little bit now. The on-site team they need to have lunch. Apparently, that's a thing we have to let them do.
Yeah.
So instead, you're stuck with us. I don't believe we have an interview. Do we have an interview?
I don't know.
We may have an interview. I tell you what, let's just say this, and then they can decide whatever this is, right? We'll be right back after this.
back down to the feature match area here. Brennan DeCandio straight off his 2-0 victory here. And I think that match is pretty indicative of something that we haven't really seen or we don't get to show so much in Lorcana, where there's a big lore discrepancy in those games, but that doesn't always tell the tale of who's winning.
Yeah, my opponent was playing Ruby Amethyst, kind of the bounce package. That's become more aggressive with cards like Flynn in front of me and Sisu. I don't remember the 3-cost one's name, but Sisu, they have a really strong couple characters that have them get that lore gain really early, and my deck's not designed to really kind of do that in the early game. It's much more of a late game deck, and I'll often see that disparity. It's unlikely that that's ever going to be winning the early game, but that's by design. So yeah, you can definitely can come back with the right kind of deck in that scenario, and yeah, that's the plan.
And speaking of your deck, you were telling me, entering this tournament, you were kind of jumping back and forth on what deck to play. You had, changed your mind as late as last night and stuff. And so what made you choose this deck, and how has this new set, set 4, really impacted your deck choices?
Yeah, so I was waffling between the deck I'm playing, which is the Sapphire Steel items deck, Whole New World and Fishbone Quill, and the Emerald Steel deck with Diablo, Bucky, and things like that, which is really kind of the boogeyman right now we're facing in play. And we did a lot of testing, and I didn't really enjoy a lot of the scenarios that deck put me in, where I was playing off the top a lot. I wanted a little bit more control over the game, and I think that this deck that I'm playing has a good matchup into what's perceived as the best deck right now. So that's ultimately how I made my decision. A lot of friends were testing things out amongst each other, and yeah, internal testing works sometimes, and you find something that you like, and it plays well against most other decks too. I've played against Ruby Amethyst twice so far, 3-1 in games, I guess, total. But yeah, no, it has game elsewhere too.
Yeah, it looks like it's doing pretty well. And you were telling me a little bit earlier about your last visit to Disney, and I loved the story. You want to tell a little bit to people at home?
Yeah, so I have a daughter. She's 5 now, but last year for her fourth birthday, hi Danielle, we went to Disney World for the first time in Orlando. We live not too far from Orlando, and we made a trip out of it, and it was great. We loved all the things. She wanted to go on all the rides, which I'm a fan of going on all the rides. My wife, not so much the ride enjoyer, but our daughter's taken after me in that sense, so she had a ton of fun.
Any favorite rides from her?
She loved I think it was the Dumbo one, where they just go on the round and round, and she just loved doing that. We did like 3 or 4 times at least.
Do the teacups?
We did, yes. I think I was a little bit queasy for that one after the second time, but she's got a hard stomach. So.
Well, Brennan, thanks for the time. Best of luck the rest of the weekend.
Thank you very much.
Again, with the family and the Disney and the cards, I love it.
That's one thing I can genuinely attest for is having a young kid who will drag you onto all of those rides is definitely in some way makes you feel young again, and other ways makes you feel very old very quickly. I
agree. Oh man, I'm excited to get into the next round, Jonty. What do you say that we go second star to the right and straight into our next Lorcana match?
That's this one, I think, flying past my head right now.
Indeed. Whoa.
Let's go. Okay, so here on our left we have Jeileen, on our right we have Stephen. Their names and points will come in just a moment, but here we see Stephen playing a Mulan deck. We ink the large football Mulan to play the 1-drop Mulan, who comes in with some damage on her, and then Jeileen inks a something for a Pulpsicle. I didn't quite catch what that was.
Somebody new to the game might say, why play a character with damage on it? And these cards do 2 things for you, specifically in certain builds. One, they have great stats for a card of that ink cost coming into the game. The trade-off is they already have some damage on them. But the other is there are cards in Lorcana which allow you to draw cards when they heal your characters. And so what Stephen is setting up here is a play where he can play one of his Rapunzel cards, most likely, to heal that character and draw several cards. One or several, depending on the card he plays.
It could be Rapunzel. I've also seen one of the Madrigals, and I completely forget which one it is, but she's basically a mini Rapunzel. She comes out a little earlier and just gives you 1 card draw from the heal, but otherwise does a very similar sort of role.
Yeah, the Madrigal cards. What a fun add to this set. I believe that's Giulietta Madrigal, the excellent cook, mimicking her power from the movie.
It's very, very thematic. Yeah, we see Scuttle come down and hit, taking a Maui's fish hook there.
Maui's fish hook is a fantastic little card with a couple different options on it. One, it can give one of your characters Challenger, but then it can also give one of your characters Evasive until the start of your next turn. So a fun little utility card, and I'm excited to see it in this build.
Absolutely. We also see a Gaston there, 3-costed, uninkable 2/4 with 1 lore, and he works like a big dock or a big lantern. Basically, you can exert him and pay 2 less for the next character you play this turn. So this is Amber's version of ramp. Basically, it's usually just reducing the cost of the characters rather than generating ink.
So this seems to be a fun deck. We saw these around last meta, the Amber Ruby decks, oftentimes with Mufasa. This seems to be an evolution of this deck, working in several new cards from Ursula's return. So I'm excited to see what this deck's game plan is.
Absolutely, yeah. I've had to. Steven's played 3 cards. I've had to look 2 of them up to make sure I got the stat lines right. So that's always fun. There we go. We see the Rapunzel come down on 4 and heal up that Mulan, allowing Steven to refuel his hand with 2, and being able to do that with just 2 ink because of that Gaston. That's really quite impressive.
And one of the things that makes these Ruby Amber decks so good and these Mufasa decks so good is there's a lot of high lore characters early. So Rapunzel, not only the healing payoff, but she has a great willpower, allowing her to stick around for a while, and then can start questing for 2 lore almost immediately. And
yeah.
I was just saying, against these control decks that she's playing against, you want to get out ahead as much as you can.
Absolutely. With 5 on the willpower there as well. There's less and less answers, obviously, the higher that number gets. So.
Absolutely. So let's talk about Jeileen a bit and what she's playing here. She's playing a Sapphire Ruby deck. This is going to do something similar to the Sapphire Steel decks we saw in the last round. It wants to get to the end game. It wants to accumulate a lot of resources so that it can win the game quickly, generally with lucky dimes and some of its high-end answers. It's generally not very fast. And so it's going to be interesting to see how Jeileen matches or tries to control the board as Steven tries to race out ahead while she's working towards her endgame.
Yeah, here we see, as opposed to the last deck, which was Sapphire Steel, and Steel putting a lot of the work in controlling the mid game before Sapphire is able to ramp you up to the end. Here we're seeing the Ruby take on that role. You see here a Maui coming down and getting rid of the Gaston through challenging, and then also the Pubsicle there, just popping to healing back up again.
Yeah, the Ruby Sapphire deck is a deck that we've seen for a couple sets now, and it got some amazing new tools this set, making it popular again. One of them is a Sisu, which we may see near the end game, and another one is Scuttle here, allowing you to dig and find the items which are so critical to get this deck online. Mm-hmm. So yeah, so it's a really interesting tempo match that we're going to see here, where Steven is just going to try to do as much lore as he can throughout the game. Here we have a Mufasa. Remind me what Mufasa does again, John T.
So Mufasa is a 3/3 with 2 lore, and his ability says that when he's banished, you may reveal the top card of your deck. If that is a character card, you may play it for free, exerted. Otherwise, you just leave it on top of your deck. So it's this deck is often called sort of Ruby Fasa or Emerald Fasa or Green Fasa, depending on which color combination it's paired with. But the name I really am a big fan of with this deck is the Mufasa Roulette, because you've no idea what it's going to be. Most of these decks run purely characters, so you're going to hit something off Mufasa's ability, but what it is could be incredibly impactful, could also be your one drop that you wanted to see a few turns ago.
Absolutely. Yeah, and what's interesting to me about this matchup in particular is one of the reasons that I think these Mufasa builds became so popular was because of the dominance of Ruby's mass removal, to include Be Prepared, and now in this set, Sisu, which can banish all of your low statted strength characters. And so what the Mufasa does, it allows you to have an answer on the board immediately. So if your opponent's not singing Be Prepared, if they're playing Be Prepared, you have a character on the board when your opponent doesn't immediately, and it could be a very strong character.
Yeah, that's it. I mean, we are starting to see a little less Be Prepared played now that we're having some more character focused options like the Sisu. Obviously, there's a lot more value in having the character stick around after those kind of effects. But even still, it is a great answer. Obviously, especially in this Ruby Sapphire build where we might see ice blocks, the Sisu is able to take out the Mufasa once the ice block has moved his strength down. So yeah, it's a good answer. And also, pretty solid quester. You're more than happy to just turn him sideways and say, you come and deal with this and let's see what we get.
Yeah, so Jeileen here knows the game. Oh, here we have another new card. I'll talk about Jaileen's game plan here in a second, but we need to talk about Mulan triple shot ability here. Yeah, Mulan Elite Archer is a 2/6 for 6 lore. 6 ink. 2 lore. When you play this character, if you use shift to play her, she gets +3 strength this turn. But during your turn, whenever this character deals damage to another character in a challenge, deal the same amount of damage to up to 2 other chosen characters.
I mean, she was pretty much a one-sided board wipe right there, because not only was Stephen able to shift her, making her a 5/6, yeah, she does 5 damage to the one character that was exerted, which was the Maui, but then he's able to do 5 more to 2 other things. So yes, that was the turn. Mulan there went to the discard, but I mean, what a turn! And then again, that Mufasa can relatively comfortably start questing there.
What I was about to say before Mulan came out and did some work was Jeileen knows kind of what the game plan is against her deck, and that is to try to win quick and to try to build a big board. And so doing an interesting thing in the mid game and dropping several Gramatalas who have 3 strength and getting them on the board to try to deal with Stephen's characters. Stephen there just having the answer, getting them off the board so he can do some business with questing with Mufasa.
Which we see again there with the Medusa coming down and getting rid of Hiram Flaversham. So just cutting off that engine, that card draw engine there.
Yeah, Hiram Flaversham, on the board is critical to these Ruby Sapphire decks. It does not have Whole New World or other, massive card draw like the steel versions of this deck have, and so it really needs Hiram to be eating items, every few turns, getting you extra cards to give you not only the cards you need, but the ink you need to turn down your big cards at the end of the game.
Mm-hmm. We see a Mary's Fishhook inked there. Obviously, once the Mary goes away, the Fishhook can still see a lot of play with other characters, but you get a lot of value out of a Fishhook if there's a Mary stuck around. But here it was used to pay the whopping 9 for the Maleficent monstrous dragon. Comes down and just banishes a character of your choice when you do. Obviously, you don't really want to hit the Mufasa there just in case. So it was a pretty clear line there for the Medusa to go away. But now we have double Mufasa from Stephen.
No, that's a good point. Jeileen there avoiding the Mufasa, not quite sure what's going to come up, doesn't want to take the risk, so instead getting rid of that one lore, Madame Medusa.
Yeah, the Mufasa's here still sort of questing away. Stephen up into double figures now with the lore. We do see a dime come down, but not having an amazing target. The Maleficent quest for 2 isn't terrible, I suppose, especially if that also quests as well. Gains a 4, definitely puts it on the board, keeps it in the race. But at this point, I slightly favor the double Mufasas, honestly.
Yeah, I think so too. At some point, Jeileen's going to have to deal with them because, allowing Stephen to gain 4 lore turn isn't amazing. I'm sure Jeileen at this point looking for Be Prepared or some other big removal, enabling her to remove maybe one Mufasa with and there comes the Maui to deal with the Maleficent.
We have a Maui there. Do we think perhaps the Scuttle just sitting back there is some Tremaine proofing against Stephen's deck there, do you think? Because Tremaine, obviously, you having to pick something to banish. Do we think maybe that's why he's just sort of sat there and he's not trying to chip away at some lore gain?
I think that's the most likely reason. I can't think of another good reason. There's probably one that we're forgetting about, but that's probably the most likely reason.
Yeah, he does. He did quest, I think. See an ice block bring the one of the Mufasas down.
Yeah, so Ice Block is a card. You can exert it to reduce the strength of one of your opponent's character or a character by 1. Brawl is a card that allows you to banish a character with 2 strength or less. And so,
so we do get rid of a Mufasa, but unfortunately for Jeileen, it is replaced by a Chernabog. Chernabog is a huge body, a 9/9 with 3 lore, but it does cost a whopping 10 ink, uninkable as well. Obviously, Chernabog is able to be played cheaper if you have stuff in your discard, but obviously when Mufasa brings it down, it doesn't even look at that ink cost at all. So I'm not sure what Stephen's deck completely looks like, but I don't think there's much of a better hit from the Mufasa than a Chernabog.
Yeah, I mean, really, that's the dream, right? Is hitting that. Perhaps another Mufasa, I don't know, but what a top deck.
But again, this is what Mufasa does. It makes your opponents make those difficult choices. We also see a Hydra come down there, which again is a pretty good hit from the Mufasa, I feel.
Yeah,
Hydra works similarly to the Mulan we saw, but when it's dealt damage, you can put that much damage somewhere else. So Again, one of those cards you don't mind coming in exerted off Mufasa. Well, okay. The game ran away with itself at the end there. Sorry, I got a little bit lost. That Mufasa into Chernobog was pretty huge.
Too much lore. And I mean, again, we talked about it early. The deck on the right, Jeileen's deck, wants to get to the end game. So it's going to take time to build up its engine. Hopefully it can do a little bit of control in the mid game to keep the opponent in check. But in this case, not able to, because Stephen, knowing exactly what his opponent's trying to do, the game plan is get lore early as fast as possible, get those Mufasas on the board, forcing my opponent into an awkward position, forcing them to have a lot of mass removal. And Jeileen just didn't have it. And that Chernobog, my goodness.
Yeah, that kind of sealed it at that point, I think. But really great game one. Let's go and see what game two looks like.
I'm excited.
So this time we have Jeileen on the play, and she inks a Monstrous Dragon for an ice block. She'll probably be happy about seeing that ice block a little earlier. This game, I feel like it did come online for that Mufasa, but I think she would have got a lot more value out of it a little earlier in the game, personally. We see a Flynn Rider there from Stephen.
That's true. And in this deck, any turn 1 item that you can get on the board and able to set up a Flaversham on turn 4 is good. So whether it's a popsicle or an ice block, having that there gives you some options later.
Absolutely. I mean, usually the popsicle just kind of sits there and waits for Hiram. Ice block is probably a lot more usable, really.
That's true. I think that's true, especially in this deck here. One jump ahead is exactly what Jeileen wants to do in turn 2, giving her that extra ink advantage. So now being on the play, she's even further ahead in ink advantage than Stephen.
Yeah. We see a Super Goof go down there. Again, another one of my favorites from this set. And we see Mulan just relatively comfortably able to quest there. And we do see a Flynn come down. Will we see lore game from Flynn? I don't think we've seen it yet. Have we? Did it actually happen yet?
We haven't, but I think we may be about to, because a Grandma Tala would be what Jeileen needs at this point. But no, because here comes Brawl. Nope.
Yeah, no, we see a Sisu. So the ice block there, bringing the Flynn Rider down to a 1/2. Sisu on play banishes a character with 1 strength. So yeah, sorry, Flynn, not this time. Maybe
someday we'll see him. We'll see him work right.
But any of these cards like this that don't have to turn sideways, just have a huge target on their heads, right? Like you just know that the longer they stick around, the more and more value. So if anything, if Flynn does nothing more than pulls a card or 2 out of your opponent's hand as a response, then maybe that's enough.
Yeah, that's true. So here's the Flaversham making short work of that ice block. Ice block did its job though, able to contribute to removing a character, then getting eaten for 2 more cards.
Absolutely, and I think what we'll be able to see this Sisu just start questing as well. Doesn't quest here with the Sisu actually. I mean I can't think of what answers Stephen would have for evasive.
Yeah, I mean, so Jeileen knows she's working towards an end game, most likely, where she's trying to close it out very, very quick, massive amount of lore, choosing to leave that Sisu there. And on the off chance that there's some evasive worked into this deck or some removal, but I can't think of any evasive in these colors. There's...
I mean, there's some, right? There's the mini... the Surfer mini doesn't see as much play as she did in the previous set, but still is in there and would answer. But you still get a turn out of the Sisu. I'm not sure why you wouldn't just quest there. Actually,
it is a shift target that maybe Jeileen wants to protect, and I do think that with the prevalence of Diablo in the meta, so many people are thinking about anti-evasive tech, and so knowing that that's out there, perhaps not wanting to expose it.
That's fair.
But here we have Fishbone Quill coming in. Fishbone Quill is a card that's kind of key to making these control decks work, allowing you to put an extra ink into the inkwell. Although at this point, Jeileen down to 4 cards in hand. The nice thing about Fishbone Quill, it is its further Flaversham food, because there's nothing else available. So without being able to draw a couple cards per turn, every few turns with Flaversham, this deck can run out of steam rather quickly. So it's a good thing to have on the board.
Yeah. So is doing exactly that. Also, using the Sisu to get rid of the Mulan. Again, trying to stop that huge shift turn that Stephen had in the last game, I feel.
Yeah, absolutely. So here we have on the other side, Stephen doing what he needs to do to get some lore on the board, get characters on the board, try to go wide. Another thing we need to talk about in this matchup is be prepared. I think both decks probably are running them, and both decks know the opponent is running them. And so what happens when you get to turn 7 in these matchups is you start to play this little sub game where you're trying to make the opponent play the be prepared on your terms. So you're putting out just enough cards, the right amount of cards, not overextending yourself, that your opponent really has to play it, but then you have the cards like the perfect answer right away. And so I think you're going to see Stephen doing that here, just putting a little bit more on the board, questing, putting on pressure, and forcing Jeileen to play the be prepared while having an answer immediately afterwards.
Yeah, that's some real sort of deep play there, really. Just like you say, just extending just enough to make it to get it out of their hand, but not necessarily put you right back to square one. I still think we're probably getting towards one coming down now. Instead, we see a Medusa getting rid of the Gaston.
Yeah, trying to shut that ramp down a little bit. We do know there's some scary high cost cards in this deck.
You maybe don't worry about Gaston too much until you see the Chernobog, and then think, yeah, actually, I don't want to have to deal with another one of those.
Right. So here, Sisu is exerted. Another card, Super Goof, 2/4 with Rush. We know Jeileen's playing them. It's another card that's out there. But doesn't have evasive, so I don't know where I was.
That's it. I'm desperately going through myself and trying to think what can answer it. But I totally understand maybe just the holding back, maybe for that shift target. We do see that first Mufasa come down. Let's see if it puts as much work as it did the previous game. Mother Gothel here, came down, got healed, got the card draw. Now he's pretty much just a basic character that you're happy to quest out with and be dealt with, really.
Well, and man, that Mufasa, just again putting Jeileen into a bit of a bind, has the ink now to play the be prepared, but will be then out of resources to rebuild, her board, and then leaving Stephen with an unknown character on the board going into his turn. So, Stephen playing that at the exact right time to put Jeileen in a bit of a decision spot, difficult spot, quandary. That's the
quandary. Quandary's a good word.
Yeah.
We've seen Medusa singing "How Far I'll Go." I'm glad we're only seeing it and not hearing it. It would sound terrible, I'm sure. How far I go. Look at the top 2 cards of your deck. Put one in your hand. Put the other into your inkwell face down and exerted. So again, ramp and card draw, and it's singable. What a card!
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, at this point, Jeileen, really needs some card draw, slamming the dime down. At some point in the game, you have to get the dime down in order to start to threaten that immediate lore gain when you play the high lore characters. So Jeileen taking this turn to do it.
And looking at Jaileen's hand there, we have a Be Prepared followed by a Monstrous Dragon. That's a real couple of nasty turns coming up. So the Be Prepared will clear Stephen's board. Whatever he gets off the Mufasa is then removed by the Maldragon, and then the dime is still there online to start generating lore off that Maleficent Dragon straight away as well. So I think there's going to be a big turning point in the game in a moment if Jeileen plays Aerito. I think she's going to.
So there's another line of play here too, where you play the dragon, you remove the Mufasa, allowing it to activate, and then you sing Be Prepared.
And sing next turn. Yes, actually, yeah, that's really interesting, actually.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure which, because you give your opponent an extra turn with whatever he draws. So here it is, taking out not the Mufasa, taking out the Hydra.
The Hydra, actually, okay.
Yeah,
still comfortably quests, I feel.
Yes.
It's only one, but it's a safe one, I'm sure.
Well,
I'm sure chat's going crazy at me about the obvious Ruby Rush evasive card that I don't know about, but I can't think of what it is.
It's out there. So similar, here, we can still sing Whole New World, or actually Be Prepared is a line available. Madame Medusa here is now available to Jeileen in her hand to remove the Mufasa, but Stephen just questing, and that's what he wants to do, pick up 2-3 lore a turn, get closer and closer to victory. Yeah. And Jeileen in a position where she can't advance her win condition much because she's having to consistently answer the threat, which is exactly what Stephen wants to do.
But has a nice answer though here. If we do sing the Be Prepared with the Maleficent, the Medusa can come down. It might not hit. That's the problem. It's a little bit risky as to whatever comes down off the Mufasa, really.
It really is the roulette, because you could get, a 1-drop Mulan, or you could get, the Chernobog. But now I love the top deck of Tamatoa here too, though, because with Be Prepared available to be sung, you can sing it and immediately drop the Tamatoa and allow it to start doing work. So another great line that's available. But Madame Medusa coming down, removing...
removing the Gaston, and then the dime gets the 2 from Maleficent.
Okay, so Jeileen's starting to just creep up, having that dime do some work. A really interesting balancing act here. You know, Jeileen's taking the line of I'm gonna gain some lore, I'm gonna quest, I'm gonna try to make you. So, you know, in these games, you know, in general, one player is always, you know, sometimes it's called the beatdown. One player is always generally the aggressive player, and the other one is forced into a control role. And so you may see here kind of a shift in these roles. If Jeileen is able to push, you know, her lore just a little bit higher, where Stephen was before the one pushing the lore and forcing Jeileen to answer consistently, at some point you may see kind of a shift in this game where Stephen has to send his characters into Jaileen's to keep her from closing out the game, especially with that lucky dime sitting there. So pay attention to the tempo here and how you watch each player play, because that shift is a really important point in the game.
Absolutely. We see a Mulan coming down here and being nowhere near as impactful as last game because it's she's not shifted, so doesn't get the strength boost, doesn't get the ability to just challenge on the turn she's played. You know, it's still a fairly solid body that comes down, but I wonder whether that was the one that makes Jeileen be prep here. But you know, Tamatoa also starting. She did look in a discard last turn there to see what Tamatoa is going to be able to start bringing back. I'm not sure what's in there. Probably that just the ice block from earlier in the game, I think.
I think so. Really would love to have a popsicle in here, which allows her to draw a card, but I don't think that line's available. So let's see what we do. There's also the fish hook, perhaps. No, there wasn't a fish hook. Yeah, just the ice block, I think.
Yeah. Medusa into Gothel there, just really just avoiding that Be Prepared. So that's fine. There is something to be said about just keeping the board presence here. That Mulan is, as I said, not doing anywhere near as much damage as she did in the previous game. You know, at this point, even that Mulan going into the Medusa is only doing 2. Would get rid of the Sisu, but isn't even touching that Maleficent really.
No, I mean, you can combo the 2 cards to get rid of the Maleficent, but yeah, interesting decisions here.
Unfortunately, I'm not sure what the line is.
Yeah, so I mean, with Stephen sitting at 14 lore and showing 4 lore on the board, you really need to do something about those characters this turn if possible. And so let's see. Using the dime here, I'm thinking we may see the characters disappear from the board at this point. It's just a lot to leave open.
It's that big red button, right? You know, it's resetting the game. You've got to kind of think, what do the next few turns look like if I clean up here? Stephen has a solid amount of ink. I don't know what hand size we're looking at. It might just be the 1, but obviously Jeileen knows very well what she has and knows how sort of little steam she's running on at the moment. So it's a real tricky line. Yeah,
absolutely. There's multiple available here. There's singing to be prepared. There's playing to be prepared. There's questing with Maleficent, playing to be prepared. Yeah. You do have the Tamatoa available immediately after. So there's just several different options available, and we'll see which way Jeileen chooses to go.
Yeah, I feel if we do see the B prep here, I feel like the Medusa probably should have gone into the Mufasa, so that the B prep cleared whatever the Mufasa got off the top, rather than taking the Gothel out. But also, you know, your opinions on what you do change through the turn, right? You know, like the original line might have just been felt like getting rid of the Gothel and dealing with the board how it is. But, you know, things change as you start to think about what's in your deck still, what's in your opponent's deck still.
Yeah, that's true. And you know, it's also called Mufasa Roulette for a reason. Sometimes you hit a Chernobog, sometimes you hit, you know, a 1-cost Mulan with a few damage on it. So sometimes, you know, against the Mufasa build, you just have to roll the dice and say, I'm going to get what I'm going to get. And we'll see if that's the thinking here.
Okay, so is it a fish hook coming down?
Fish hook is a card that can give a character challenger 3 or evasive until the start of your next turn. Maleficent questing for a 2, it looks like.
Yep. And then we see the Sisu getting big enough to finish off the Mufasa. And off the top of that, we get a Medusa. Medusa's ability does trigger, I believe, but can't hit either of the two things that are out.
That's interesting. Interesting play. Not the worst thing to get off the top deck.
No, especially when both of your characters have more than 3 strength. Yeah, you don't mind that at all.
I need to... Yep. So only one lore, and that's the critical thing is there's only one lore on Medusa. That's really the issue right now. So again, be prepared, still available, if things get out of hand. And Jeileen's sitting with 3 lore on the board, an additional 2 if you include the dime, so able to go to 18 next turn. The Tamatoa there giving her some insurance if she wants to play that, pull an item back, build up her board state a little more. But this really is on a knife's edge right now because Stephen has several high lore cards he can play, threatening game next turn. So Stephen right now kind of trying to decide. The dime is such a wild card. Whatever, Jeileen, there's several things that Jeileen could have in hand. One, for example, is an aerial item collector, which could come on the board with 5 lore.
Exactly, instantly shows the dime as 5.
Exactly. So Stephen, knowing that that's a possibility, has to decide: do I roll the dice and hope that Jeileen doesn't have that big lore character, and just quest here, forcing Jeileen to respond to me, or do I perhaps take care of that Maleficent? It's a quandary.
And I don't know what Stephen's luck is like, but if it's anything like mine, and I make a play thinking, well, they either have it or they don't, they have it every time.
Gosh, can I also take a moment to appreciate the art on this Mulan card? One of the things that I love about this game is Floodborn, allowing us to explore characters in new and unique ways. And when the Floodborn always take and lore a characteristic of the character and just like maximize it. And so this here, taking Mulan's warrior, ethos and playing on that triple shot that she did while in training and just taking it to its maximum degree. So I love seeing this version of this character.
Absolutely. And not only is just a great looking card, the fact that they tie the moments of the movies and the elements of the characters into mechanical abilities of the game as well. We see it so often. We see quite a few of them in Stephen's deck, honestly, with the Rapunzel being able to hear the Mother Gothel, and then here with the Mulan, her triple shot being able to deal damage to 3 characters at once. Not only are these pretty Disney cards, you can tell that the Ravensburger are just incredible custodians of the brand. They know and love Disney. They're not just making Disney cards; they're making stuff that really celebrates what's great about some of the Disney movies. We see a Sisu coming down here, questing for 3. Basically, he's saying you've got it or you haven't. Let's see if Jeileen has got it.
Forcing Jeileen in the position to respond here. So that's having not only to deal with the 2 exerted characters, but having to deal with the Sisu. So
I think we can play a Tamatoa. We have a Porpsicle also in hand. So Jeileen is doing the exact same math that I'm currently doing here. Questing for 3 goes to 16. Tamatoa then no, because we can't do Dime and Tamatoa currently.
We are 1 ink.
We're 1 ink short, but by inking something, we still aren't able to get another item out, unfortunately. I think we need to see another item here for it to really pop off this turn. So I think instead we may see some lore game. We might see Maleficent singing the Be Prepared finally, so that she can have a turn getting that Tamatoa down. Yeah, there we go. So the Maleficent singing Be Prep. Holding on to it way longer than I would have. I'll be honest with you. I'd have smashed that Be Prepared down about 3 turns ago. But I think actually it might have been the right play here because now she can put down a Tamatoa relatively uncontested.
Man, John, so how we talk about in Lorcana how like little decisions in the early game that seem innocuous can make huge differences in the end game. And do you remember early on how we talked about that Sisu not questing that one turn? I think we were at 19 lore there with the Tamatoa.
Oh, really? Yeah.
I think with the extra ink that gives you 9, that enables you to get 3 off the Tamatoa and the dime. So maybe 1 closer to winning there. So it's just this game is so nuanced because early game decisions can have huge ramifications later. And here we have the Tamatoa coming down, and this is the perfect card to play after a Be Prepared in this deck. And
quest for 2. I think she has it. I think Jeileen has it here because I can't think what Stephen would need removal for the Tamatoa. Doesn't look like he has it in hand. Sisu and Mufasa. Yeah, as much as you shuffle them, they don't change, unfortunately, and I don't think either of them are going to be able to deal with the board presence here.
No, you need to be prepared here, I think.
Yeah, or some removal for Tamatoa, but yeah, that's game. There we go.
That is it. Oh,
So
man.
they take a game each in that round there, both walking away with 3 points.
Yeah. But taking a game each, and both games very close. Both games players having to make some really nuanced decisions. You saw several turns where players thinking through multiple lines of play because each one leads you down a different path. And gosh, what a fun game! What a fun match!
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, really good stuff. We've got one more to show you before we pass over to the on-site team, and we'll be right back with it after this.
Don't go anywhere. The next game is just around the river bend. Welcome back to Lorcana Space.
Here we are.
Oh man, I keep saying I'm excited, John Deanna. It's true. I am excited anytime you get to see like some of the best players squaring off in a game that I love, and we're seeing some amazing high level play here and decision making, and it's just fun.
It's a lot of fun. I love the varied. I love that how day one we're able to see a really good selection of players and decks as well. Like the team do a great job there of really sort of pulling out stuff that you're not necessarily expecting to see, because there are 1,000 people in that room right now playing away, and yes, there's going to be a good chunk of them playing the decks we expect, the meta decks. So it's really good to see some of the off color stuff, just see a little bit of the limelight. As I'm sure as we move into day 2 tomorrow, it'll start to get a little bit more familiar, let's say.
Yeah, that's true. Do you think we're going to see any new Ursula's Return cards in this next game?
Yeah, I hope so. That's why we're here.
So what do you say we just keep swimming into our next match?
Let's go. All right, so we're diving straight in. We have Ben on our right. We have Dana on our left. Both of these known players, Liam. Yeah, we're familiar with both of these.
Known players, known community members, wonderful people.
All right, so Dana's opening with an Emerald beginning there. The 2-drop Ursula going into the inkwell for the 1-drop Diablo. Diablo lets you look at your opponent's hand, so they'll see that Ben is playing a Ruby Steel build. That's interesting.
Interesting. Not a color combo that we see terribly often, so I'm really excited to see how this deck works. It's
a color combo I have wanted to work for so long. Not looking at what Ben's playing here, it's quite different to what I have in my head, but I love all of the challenge matters stuff that's in both Ruby and Steel. The Sheer Khans, the Queen of Hearts, and the ability to challenge ready characters and all that sort of stuff. It seems here we've got quite a different sort of build, though. Sisu goes into the inkwell for a Smee.
Smee, again, a fantastic card on turn 2. Not only does it have good stats, but being able to quest for 2 lore. It's an aggressive card, but can also do some work on the board if it needs to.
Tinkerbell going into the inkwell there. I think worth pointing out as Dana sort of decided whether she was going to leave that face up or not. It is something that is now doable in the game. My goodness, we see our first Diablo shift of the day. I'm sure it's happened. Yeah, I think it's happened in another game, but it's our first one.
Let's talk through how this combo works, because I think it is a little bit of the rage right now and a fantastic opening. Dana's done is played a 1-cost Diablo on turn 1, which allows her to look at Ben's hand, but critically it's also a shift target for a Diablo later on. Playing Bucky on turn 2 for 2 ink is a card that allows you or forces your opponent to discard a card whenever you play a Floodborn, which was great before, but it's even better now that you have low-cost Floodborn characters. So Diablo, a card that can also shift on turn 2, forcing your opponent to discard. And now Diablo being exerted will allow Dana to draw a card every time her opponent draws a card. So doing a lot of work here on card advantage early in the game.
Yeah, it's really huge. I heard Brennan DeCandio in his interview before say it's the boogeyman of the meta right now, and for good reason, because if you can get this awesome start out here, you can very, very quickly start to run away with the game. Any card that sort of has an impactful ability when it comes down, which Diablo does here thanks to the Bucky, but then also just generates value whilst it's on the board as well, is really kind of awesome. Smee taking the damage there as he's quested. We also see a Minnie Mouse Stylish Surfer. She's a 3-costed inkable 1/3 with 2 lore and evasive. Just a really great lore battery.
Absolutely, and having evasive allows her to challenge that Diablo. Unfortunately, Minnie Mouse doesn't have the stats to remove. Oh, and another Diablo coming down.
Yeah, so we're happy here to just sort of hard play this one on. It's just a 3-cost, so it's able to come down to 3. Worth noting here the shift cost for the Diablo. It's one of the new shift costs. It doesn't actually reduce the ink cost. It actually requires you to discard a card. Diablo specifically asks for an action discard here.
And Diablo here singing Storm Rage on, dealing 2 damage to Smee and allowing Dana to draw a card.
Yeah, Dana's had an absolutely awesome opening here, really. Double Diablo, being able to deal with Ben's board. It doesn't even do anything there, I don't think.
No, so this deck, these Emerald Steel decks are They're very good decks all around, but they are really reliant on this opening combo if they can pull them off. These decks are generally strong, but when you have a turn 2 Bucky followed by a Diablo, they're just very, very, very good. So when you're able to take this line in a game, it's really, really, you really put your opponent on the back foot.
Yeah.
What this deck is trying to do too, we often think of these decks as lore races, and they are, but what this deck is trying to do is there's a little bit of a sub game, and it's trying to force you into top deck mode. It's trying to get rid of your entire hand, sometimes at the expense of your own hand. But if it can force you into top deck mode where you don't have the cards that you'd normally have to make your deck work, to run your script, it really puts you on the back foot. And this deck has some great mid-game cards like Sad Beast or Beast Tragic Hero and some other cards, which allow you to draw more cards than your opponent. And so that's kind of what Dana's thinking about here, is just empty my opponent's hand and force him into top deck mode.
Yeah, sorry, I just want to point out, a moment ago I said it looked like Ben did nothing on his turn. He was actually just suggesting to Dana to draw her cards from the Diablo triggers. I think it looked like he was just sort of passing the turn back, but he didn't. He boomed one of the Diablos, and in response, we've seen Along Came Zeus taking out the Minnie Mouse Surfer there.
Yeah, so Ben here, unfortunately, not many cards in hand, and I have to
Well,
double check.
one of them I notice actually kind of doesn't mind that.
No, that's true. Unfortunately, for Ben, I think he has 2 uninkable cards. If I'm looking right, I think he has an Eric, and I think he has a Tiana.
Did just find the Smee there, which will have to be coming.
Which is fantastic. I mean, if he drew into an uninkable card, it would have been a bit of a challenge, but at least now he's got something he can play. This is Prince Eric. You want to describe him quickly, Jonty?
Yeah, again, he's a 2/2 with 2 lore, and he says that when he's banished, you can banish a chosen character, anything you like, your own or your opponent's. For the most part, it's your opponent's, but there might be something you want to hit yourself. You might want to hit your own Mufasa. But yeah, for the most part, he's a good target for Teeth and Ambitions. He's a good quester. He's one of those. I'll be honest, in some ways, a bit of an Emerald feeling card, in that he sort of quests and says to your opponent, "Go ahead, you deal with this. You're not going to like it." But with the banish in there, just sort of fit him squarely into Ruby. 2 lore gain is usually happy just to sort of turn sideways.
And a fantastic mid-game card. It's a card we mentioned before. It's Beast Tragic Hero. I think one of everybody's favorite steel cards if you're playing steel. This is a card. It's 3/5 with 2 lore. And if it has no damage on it, at the start of your turn, you get to draw an additional card. So a lot of players happy to just let it sit there turn after turn, giving them card advantage.
Yeah, and also it's a Floodborn, so Bucky sees it and gets rid of that Tiana out of Ben's hand, unfortunately. So he's found another Prince Eric, and is able to get that one down straight away. And then that one, I think, he's just questing away. Brings up to lore parity 4 each.
And this is an interesting situation here for Ben, because Dana has not a ton of lore on the board. She's got 4, but doesn't really want to quest with that beast if she doesn't have to avoid exposing it to damage. So Ben is sitting with 4 lore on the board here and can quest for 4 every single turn. And if Dana does anything about it, then Tragic Beast is removed, which is something that Dana doesn't want to have happen.
Yeah, I mean, Dana doesn't do well off the Prince Eric challenge here, right? At the moment, she would have to either put Beast into him, knowing it would most likely still be taken out, or that's really the line, right? Like, Ben is doing what he needs to do against a discard deck. I feel is just, I'm going to empty my own hand before you get the value out of it. Although we do see we don't talk about Bruno there, which is
answer.
Which is in this case, when your opponent's hand is empty, we don't care about Bruno gets even better. Basically, that allows you to bounce a character back to their hand and then randomly discard a character from their hand. But when there's only one card in their hand, that's the one that's going to get randomly hit. And we see another. We don't talk about Bruno, this time sung by the Tragic Beast, so that happens twice. My goodness.
Oh my goodness, what a play. I mean, it really is probably the only answer, the perfect answer in this situation to this card, allowing both of them to be removed, getting that lore off the board while protecting Beast, and Dana now able to quest for 4 with impunity.
Ben in top deck mode isn't top decking the worst stuff, to be honest with you. Baboom deals with Diablo there.
That is true, but now Beast left undamaged, giving Dana 2 cards and just really enabling her to advance her card advantage. And this is, again, exactly what this deck wants to do. In the early game, early to early mid game, force your opponent into top deck mode. Even if you're in top deck mode, then you drop a beast or another card that gives you significant advantage, and you're drawing 2 cards every turn where your opponent's drawing 1, and it just becomes very difficult for your opponent to execute their game plan.
Yeah, we see a team coming down here, which, never feels great into an empty board. But at this point, Dana's just going to be looking at a law race here. So, that big Tinkerbell, yes, has a great ability on play, dealing 1 damage to all of your opposing characters, but also just a 4/5 that quests for 2. At this point in the game, I feel for Dana, that's just enough. She's just happy to put down bodies and keep turning them sideways while Ben is just unable to answer something. We see a brawl here. Can't hit the Bucky, won't really do anything. Well, just can't hit anything really. So just becomes ink, because otherwise it's going to get discarded.
Right. And, there are answers in Ruby. We don't know if Ben's running Be Prepared. He might be. He likely is. But he can top deck it, and if he's not able to play it, it's no good. So
exactly. Still 2 turns away from the Be Prep as it currently stands.
Absolutely. And that's probably one of the only answers he has to do with this board at the moment.
We see another Diablo coming down, the 3rd one of the game. Does trigger Bucky, but Ben hand is currently empty. So again, just a body on the board at this point, really. Much like the 2 Ursulas that also don't look at a hand. The Ursulas there will normally look at a hand and discard a song from it, but here it's just I'm going to erase you. I know you, but Be Prepared is 2 turns away. I'm just going to put a load of things down and turn them sideways.
And now with 8 lore on the board, just a lot to overcome for Ben, unfortunately.
Yeah. We see a Fire the Cannons here, which is definitely in the deck as a response to Diablo, I feel.
I like that. Get rid of Diablo just on principle. Put it in the discard pile.
Yeah, absolutely. Earlier in the game, it's really great, but yeah, at this point, it's pretty much rip. Yeah.
Yeah, unfortunately, we never got to see what Ben's deck was trying to do. Dana executed her game plan perfectly and emptied his hand. Maybe in the next one we'll get to see a bit more. But can I just comment on the flavor of this game for a second here? Because sure. I'm just envisioning Captain Hook on his ship firing the cannons at Diablo, who's flying overhead.
Who's dipping in and out of the cannons.
Dipping in and out of the cannons, doing shenanigans, and just a lot of fun. So, gosh, yeah, I love the flavor and I love the game.
It feels like Ben has built a deck in a response to that Emerald Steel package personally. So it would be, especially with the Tiana there who's looking for empty hands and the Fire the Cannons and things like that, definitely looks like it's an answer to it, but just unfortunately he wasn't able to get online before that huge discard engine from Dana got then. So let's see in game 2 if he's able to do it.
Let's see it. I will say in that last game too, without those 2, we don't talk about Brunos to remove Prince Eric. It's probably a very, very different game.
Yes, yeah, that was a real key turn, I think, for Dana there. Yeah, because otherwise that's 4 lore each turn would have really kept the pressure on. Just having that the double of them being able to play 1 and sing 1 was kind of huge, really. Yeah.
Yeah, so here taking a look at the opening here, we have 2 Buckies in the opening hand, as well as a Diablo. So Dana, again, with kind of the ideal turn 2 and 3. Doesn't look like we have, it looks like she's passed. So it doesn't look like
yes.
the first turn Diablo.
So we don't have the shift one. So it is going to be a little slower. Ben there keeping hold of a Fire the Cannons, which he's going to be very happy to see in a couple of turns' time. Unfortunately, he does have to ink a Robin Hood here just to kind of keep going, but otherwise I feel like Ben is in a slightly stronger position here with the Baboom and the Fire the Cannons to get rid of some of the early threats.
Yeah, unfortunately, no turn 1 play for him, but actually, this may be a scenario where you're happy to save a card if it's not a card that's going to do you a ton of work in the early game.
Yeah, having that discard fodder. We see a Bucky for a Bucky.
Interesting. So 1 Bucky into the Inkwell. We do see Diablo able to come down next turn.
Yeah, the good thing here, though, for Ben is that Diablo isn't going to be shifted, which means it can't exert straight away, and he's going to have a turn to deal with it. Yes, he will have to discard a card here from the Diablo coming down, but that's much more better option than how the last game went.
That's true, and the combination of not having a turn 1 play and then being on the draw gives him the ability to soak up a little bit of discard before it really impacts his game plan.
Absolutely. We see a Fling come down who on his own is triggering next turn because I'm pretty sure we see... Oh, no, because Oh, no, will it? Hold on. The start of your turn, if you have a character play with more than... No. So unfortunately, it won't this turn because he will see the Diablo before Ben is able to cannons it. Yeah.
Yeah, we have yet to see that.
It'll happen. It's my
It'll
dream
happen.
for the day is that Flynn Rider will gain 3 lore.
And perhaps it'll happen. So discarding a Fire the Cannons here to the Diablo.
No, I think we just inked to fire the cannons so you could play the Diablo.
No.
Oh no! I'm sorry, Ben. Sorry, I'm so sorry. I'm getting all mixed up.
Oh no.
Dana inked a Baboom to play the Diablo, and then Ben. Well, so Ben has the Baboom as well, though, right? So he's happy to get rid of the uninkable one, I suppose. Also has a Brawl, I see there, so still has a lot of answers for the Diablo here.
Yeah, absolutely. So Ben taking a look at his options. He has several options here. The Baboom to remove the Diablo. Obviously can't target the Bucky because the Bucky has Ward, making your opponent not able to choose it. There's also a Minnie Mouse Surfer, which could be played here on turn 3, enabling Ben to get some more lore on the board and start that lore race. And a Sisu, which has 1/4 but gains strength based on the cards in your opponent's hand.
Yes, this is going to be great with Flynn. I feel like Ben has to take a turn to get rid of the Diablo here, though. Like, before it gets online. No, actually, no, we don't. We see the Sisu. Okay, that's interesting.
I mean, it's not a terrible play. You're trying to start the race, and you're basically conceding 1 card to your opponent here. But that also means that conceding a card to your opponent here. But I think Ben's making the calculation that I have to start gaining lore as rapidly as possible and forcing Dana into respond to me mode. So we'll see how that works.
Yeah, to be fair, that 6 lore currently on Ben's board now with the Flynn being able to see that Sisu. But instead we lose the Flynn to Diablo singing a Let the Storm Rage On.
A fantastic card. Does 2 damage to an opponent's character, but also allows you to draw a card, so it replaces itself. Always feels good to sing it, leaving your ink available and replacing itself in your hand. So, I mean, that's really the answer. And then once again, we do not see the Flynn Rider.
I mean, really, Let Storm Rage On being sung, it's free, right? Like, it doesn't. You've got the same characters on the board, you have the same ink, you have the same cards in your hand. It's a completely free ability to play.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, Sisu, not a bad card to have on hand. Again, we've talked about this stat line before, but having 4 in the willpower line does make it a little bit more difficult to remove. We do see Dana sitting with some Story Mage on in the hand, but again, with 4 willpower, it's going to take a little bit to remove it. So Ben probably able to get a quest or 2 out of it, before it's dealt with.
Yeah, we're looking at the Baboom here.
Yep,
Marry into the Inkwell.
And let's see, we have Stylish Surfer as well. We do see the Baboom. Ben saying, I'm tired of you drawing cards. Off my card draw, get rid of Diablo. That also removes a singer for several songs in this deck, including Let the Storm Rage On, which we see Dana have in hand. So removing that is not a terrible option for a variety of reasons.
Absolutely not. No, I wouldn't have even let it turn sideways, honestly. I'd have definitely got rid of it the turn earlier. But you're right in that there's something to be said about just having that lore on the board.
Yeah, 5 lore. So, these steel decks really come into their own in the mid game. They have an early game plan, and then once you hit 5 and you're able to start playing cards like Tragic Beast, or in this case, Robin Hood, Champion of Sherwood, you enter a whole new phase of the game, because now there's a lot of decks that have a hard time dealing with these big-bodied mid-game characters, and Robin Hood is one of them.
Yeah, we see a Brawl get discard there to Robin Hood, obviously being a Floodborn. We also see one of them get inked there to play the Robin Hood, but yeah, like you say, now that's online. It's able to sing all of those big cards. It's just an absolute toolbox of a card. We see a Felicia go down there. That's interesting. She's a 3/1 with Reckless.
I think that's right.
Yeah. And then we see the 4 here that's the Tiana. So we didn't see her get played last game, excuse me. She was discarded, but now we see her online. She's a 1/4 with Resist 2. Again, a stat line that's very difficult to get rid of. 2 lore. And then when she's exerted and your hand is empty, your opponent isn't able to play actions. So again, a real sort of response, a meta response here to the discard package. If my hand is empty, that's fine, but it's going to affect you as well.
Yeah, and I haven't done the math yet, John T. I don't know if you've taken a look at Dana's hand, but it is pretty much, it's very heavy in the action category.
Yeah, I think it's 3 actions. Then there's an Ursula that will want to have some of those actions done twice, and a big Tink as well, looks like we've got there. So.
Right. So definitely a card, Tiana, that can shut down quite a bit. And that resist 2 makes it very difficult to remove.
Yeah.
Dana, for example, having Along Came Zeus in hand, which can deal 5 damage, but still not enough to take out this Tiana. And so Dana's going to have to spend a little bit to get rid of it.
Looks like we're going for a big tink play here, which is interesting with the resist on Tiana there. It's just going to be doing 1 to the Sisu. You know, it's still a pretty solid body on the board. But yeah, and also, you know, Floodborn. So Bucky continues to put the work in there and gets rid of a Minnie Mouse stylish surfer. And then it is able, the Tink there being able to let the Robin Hood trade with the, take out the Sisu.
Right. Robin Hood, you know, as you talk about, just such a good card because it does so many different things. Not only is 3/6 a decent stat line for the mid game, but you don't have to make a choice sometimes between questing with it, gaining lore, and challenging another character because when it banishes a character in a challenge, you gain 2 lore. So in this case, Dana able to remove Sisu from the board while gaining 2 lore. And as an extra bonus, if it gets banished in a challenge, you can draw a card.
Yeah. I feel like it should have some damage on it, though. Challenging into Sisu?
Yes. Yes, it should.
Okay. So Tiana's exerting there to sing. Looked like we inked something just to keep our hand empty from Ben. And then we pass over to Dana. Yeah, I don't know whether they will clock that. Unfortunately, yeah, it should have some damage off it from the Sisu. She had a few cards in her hand, and the Sisu is always a 1/4, so it should have at least done 1, I feel. We see her let the Storm Rage on. So really here, a handful of songs and nothing to do with them at the moment.
That's true. I mean, fortunately for Dana, I think she has 4 damage showing with the Tinkerbell, 3, so there'd be 2 damage. And
it's just
not
enough. No, so the Tinkerbell does 4, and actually only 2 goes through, and the Tinkerbell does 3, and only 1 goes through. Yeah, so it's the Tiana here absolutely doing what it needed to do and shutting Dana down.
Now there is a line. You do have. Oh no, you can't play the songs.
No, that's it. It's not even can't sing. It's literally they are stuck in your hand now.
Yeah, so Dana most likely will spend the turn doing some damage to the Tiana, getting it closer to being removed, or not, or questing. Thinking about it.
It's a tough line. There is something to be said about just trying to race here. Ben still does have an empty hand and 1 character on board, so there is something to be said as if I can't really do much else, I might as well just sort of put the pressure on with questing. Robin Hood and Tinkerbell both questing for 2 lore.
Yeah, what a fascinating board state here. Ben, I think no cards in hand, correct?
Yes, correct. Yeah, he actually inked something just to have the card, have the hand empty, so that Tiana came online, I think.
And with all the Floodborn in this deck, you're liable to discard it anyway. So you may as well get some ink out of it.
Yeah, so it does what she needs to do there, just quest away and keep the lore at parity 6 each. We see a Super Goof in Ben's hand, very comfortably comes down and does some work here, I think. Super Goof is a 2/4, but he gains 2 lore when he challenges something. Doesn't even have to banish them, just has to fling himself into something, as Goofy does so well. Doesn't think about it. He's a 2/4 with Rush. When he challenges, he gains 2 lore.
And it's interesting here because Robin Hood with 3 strength, that does leave Goofy able to challenge into what happened here. So
I'm not sure what's going on here because Goofy seemingly gone into Tinkerbell, so he should be. Yeah, there we go. Maybe just a misread of the card there. Probably should have gone into the Robin Hood, like you say, because he would have survived the challenge. But still, it's 2 lore in what looks like is going to come down to a lore race. Tiana quests for 2 more.
Yeah, I think perhaps just a reversal of the stat lines in his mind there. So, but yeah, Goofy doing some work, getting 2 lore, getting Ben 2 closer to victory. Tiana questing again, so that's 4 lore this turn. And once again, with no damage on Tiana, Dana's left in a position where she can't remove it.
Can't currently deal with it, yeah, again. And then, oh no, top deck's another song. It literally has a handful of cards that are just currently unplayable due to that Tiana being exerted.
Absolutely. And Sudden Chill, no good anyway when your opponent has no cards in hand.
Absolutely. I think I mean, you would ink it just to give yourself more options later on, I suppose, at this point.
Yeah, what a fascinating stalemate here. Ben, from what we've seen, has several cards he could draw that he'd be happy with. I think he'd be happy with a Prince Eric coming on the board here, enabling him to quest for 2 and forcing Dana to banish really one of her very good characters in order to deal with it. There's probably some removal given that this is a Ruby deck. And yeah, even another Tiana we'd be happy with. So
yeah, Tiana's absolutely putting some work in here. Real good sort of meta pick from Ben, I think, assuming he's coming into a lot of Emerald Steel today. If you can get Tiana online, actually really, really great value off of her. But again, we see that lore parity just continue. Robin Hood and Tinkerbell going into 10 now, both at double digits. Ben tops decks another Super Goof. Let's see if he sees the correct lion this time and goes into the Robin Hood.
Yeah, so and it's interesting, when you know that your opponent has cards like Super Goof, which can gain you lore, instantly without, you having a chance to respond. You don't have to wait a whole turn to quest. It changes kind of how you think about the game, because now, where Dana was thinking I need to keep my opponent away from, 20, now Dana has to, is thinking I have to keep my opponent away from 18, because at any time another Super Goof could come down and give my opponent 2 lore.
Exactly. It's that math you always have to do with Amethyst, right? How many goats do we see here? But now there's options in other colors as well.
Yeah, and what a fantastic play. Super Goof here does a few things. Not only does it get Ben, 2 lore off the challenge, but now it's 3 lore that he can quest with on his turn. And 3 lore, being at 14 lore, 3 lore brings him to 16. Another Super Goof puts him over the top. And now Dana perhaps has to take a turn off from questing with one of her high lore characters in order to deal with that Super Goof. So slowing down the lore race a bit.
So we see a Diablo come down here. At this point, Robin Hood does have something, and Tink as well does have something to hit with the Goof, but doesn't really get a ton of value off either of those challenges, I feel. The Robin Hood really just gaining the 2 lore that it would from questing anyway, I suppose.
Yeah, still a bit of a spot here. I mean, ideally, here we have Storm Rage on Super Goof.
So she's not able to do that.
No,
unfortunately.
we need to. We'll pause here briefly. This is a
that
quick.
Looks like that. So when you see that happen, it means they caught it.
I mean, I think you all caught it too. I think we caught it. Just a quick misplay there. Obviously, Tiana being exerted is not able to play songs, and so we caught that real quick and dealt with it.
And we'll the call there will be the judge to roll it back, and I'm not 100% up on my sort of. Probably a warning, I guess. I think that might be, but I'm not really sure as to how it goes ahead. But they'll figure it out, and we'll get back to the game.
Right back to the game state.
Right now, look at that. We're super quick.
Boom.
What a team.
Goofy's
still with us. There he is.
Yeah. So and in this scenario, one of the things that makes Tinkerbell so good is the ability to do 2-for-1s, and so with that resist character on board there, though, not able to do that. And I suppose I misspoke earlier because saying that it slows down the lore race a bit. With Robin Hood on the board, you don't.
That's it. You're still gaining the 2. Yeah.
Still gains the lore off the challenge. So Dana exactly where she would have been had she just quested with Robin Hood. Although Robin Hood looking a little worse for wear now, wearing a few damage counters on his face.
Yeah, so we're still top decking on Ben's side. Again, just going to be putting down, there's that Prince Eric that we said that he'd like to see. Does actually put him in range next turn, but how many? So Dana has the 5 that, actually enough here.
So Dana choosing to expose Bucky there, quest with Bucky. Normally you see Bucky just stay ready all game, but in this scenario, choosing to quest with Bucky in order to put her 1 closer to victory, giving her the lore she needed on the board to close out the game next turn. Well played.
There you go. Yeah, sometimes that one of my big takeaways from all the set championship practice that we did was that every time it's your go, just take a look at the board, just count the lore. Just see how far. Just forget about all the clever little combo you're dealing with. Just count how much you need to get and see how much you've actually got. And it could just be the fact that Bucky, who sits there with Ward all the game, just turning sideways that 1 turn is enough to put enough pressure onto the opponent. So yeah,
it's like Bucky always says: squeak, squeaker, squeak, squeaking.
Very well said. I mean, wise words.
Put me in, coach.
Awesome. Thank you so much for joining us for these few games. We're now going to go to a quick break, and after that, you will be rejoined by Brandon and Rebecca, and I think that means we get to have a little break.
Do it.
Hey everybody, welcome back down to the feature match area. I'm joined by Dana, fresh off her 2-0 here. And Dana, you were telling me that you've kind of grown up a Disney fan. It's been part of your life since you were a child.
Yeah, absolutely. So we always had the VHSs growing up. I had the Princess Room, all pink, the whole shebang. And so I've always loved Disney. And when this game came out, it was a given that I would want to play it. So.
Which one of the ones is your favorite? Like, do you have a favorite princess or a favorite movie from when you were a child?
I don't really have a favorite princess, but Hercules and Alice in Wonderland were like my two go-tos. I loved those movies so much. So.
Big fan of those as well. Yeah. And you were saying that you liked your deck a lot this weekend, that you were playing here because you're playing Green Steel, and you liked it a lot in the third set, but you like it a lot more now that you've got the fourth set.
Yeah, absolutely. I feel like with the third set, although like Prince John was really needed for that kind of deck, I didn't really like the feel of it when I saw him in the late game. If I didn't get him out on that turn 3, then it just kind of felt clunky. And so I like that with this set, I'm not really playing him, not playing Friar Tuck, which I also didn't really like too much. So I really like the cards that set 4 has brought to the deck and kind of changed the way it gets played. So.
And you were telling me that You've actually been with Lorcana since day one. You know, you played at Gen Con and you were there right when it started. I remember seeing stuff all over, social media and stuff about it. How much have you liked this game since then? You know, you've seen the progression of it so long, and here we are in the 4th set, and here you are doing really well at one of these challenges.
Yeah, I feel like from the time that it's come out with Gen Con to now, it is nice to see how much the meta has evolved, and how different decks are kind of seeing their time to shine. I've always loved Emerald since the game came out, but it hasn't really been too much in the meta, and so now that it's like one of the biggest decks, it's a lot of fun to be able to play the color that I've always loved. So,
well, Dana, I'm glad that you're having a lot of fun in your favorite color, and it looks like you've been doing pretty well, so best of luck the rest of the weekend.
Thank you so much.
Welcome back, Illumineers. My name is Brandon, and I'm joined with Rebecca. We just finished round 3. We're moving into round 4, getting almost to that halfway point, and there's a lot of energy going around today. We've been able to walk around and chat with a bunch of people, and it's been awesome to see everybody here. Kind of like Tannen was saying and Dana earlier, just celebrating Disney. It's been really fun.
It's been a lot of fun. The vibes here are immaculate.
Yes, absolutely. The vibes are immaculate.
Yes. And as Dana was saying, set 4, all the players, this is the first challenge that set 4 has been allowed to be used in their decks, and it really has been a whole new world.
It has been a whole new world. People have changed their decks with the stuff coming in Ursula's Return, so there's been some really fun stuff that we've gotten to see today.
Yes. Yeah. Are you ready to get into round 4?
I'm ready. Let's get into round 4 and keep moving.
Let's see what we got.
All right, we've got Germaine and Stephen here on the table, and it looks like Germaine is going to immediately ink a Merlin Goat, telling us she's at least playing Amethyst. We'll see what Stephen's playing. Also Amethyst.
Also Amethyst. That goat is so fun. I love the whole Merlin and Mim package is just a lot of fun with the bouncing back and forth and how it plays on that, the wizard battle in Sword in the Stone. It's so fun.
Yeah, it's something that I really love about Disney Lorcana is the story that you can tell throughout playing the game, and like you said, with the Madame Mim and Merlin package, you have Madame Mim Snake, Merlin Fox, Merlin Goat, that is reenacting the chases from the Sword in the Stone movie.
Yes,
so
the wizard duel.
Yes, the wizard duel. But we do have what looks like a Ruby Amethyst mirror match here, with Germaine getting the Flynn Rider out. This is one of those new cards from Ursula's Return that we were talking about. It's a pretty fun card, actually. He is an inkable 2-cost 2/2 with 1 lore that says if you have a character with more strength than your opponent does on your turn, then you gain 3 lore. So Germaine is going to play out the Sisu. Sisu is also another Ursula's Return card that I'm excited to see, because Sisu has extra strength for every card in your opponent's hand. It creates a really interesting scenario where if you keep cards in your hand or you want to draw a bunch of cards, you're making that Sisu get bigger and bigger. But then if you're playing out a bunch of cards, you are emptying your hand.
Yes. Yeah, and that Flynn, it looks like Stephen just decided to take it out with the Teeth and Ambitions. He's like, I don't want to see that on the board any longer. So is that, and I do see that card is at the start of your turn. So it's not just a one-time thing. It's at the start of every turn. There's that possibility of the player gaining 3 lore.
Yeah, that's one of the reasons that I think Stephen decided to go ahead and get rid of it, is because it can snowball really quickly. If you're gaining 3 lore every single turn, I mean, that's a lot of lore to be gained, and it doesn't take very many turns after that before you're getting really close to 20. And with both of these decks having access to Merlin Goat, you don't want to let your opponent get very close to 20 at all.
Yes. Yeah, and we did see her, ink that goat at first turn, but we know there's more coming. There's always more goats.
Absolutely. There always seems to be a goat in the Amethyst deck. And it's always when they need it, right?
Always.
It's always when they get close to 20. Basically, both of these decks, the whole goal is to come out pretty strong, quest as much as you can, get as close to 20 as you can, and then use those Merlin Goats to gain a little bit of extra lore at the very end. And for anybody at home that doesn't know, Merlin Goat is an inkable 4-cost card with 4 strength and 3 willpower, but it has an ability that says every time it enters or leaves play, you get to gain a lore. So it's a way to instantly gain lore, which is pretty strong in Disney Lorcana, because otherwise you usually have to wait on a character to dry after you play it, and then be able to quest with it in order to gain that lore.
And then, of course, with having the Madam Mim characters that have the abilities to bounce it back, there's that possibility of playing it go down, bouncing it back, and getting more lore.
Yeah, it's a really fun engine, but it's also a very powerful engine that these players can use in Amethyst. It's a lot of what this deck is built around, especially with the Ruby side of the decks as well. Like a lot of other decks that run Ruby, the Ruby's basically there to keep board control from your opponent. So you just keep the board control, continue to use the Amethyst cards to gain a bunch of lore, and find your way to 20 before you know it.
Yeah. Now, in a mirror match like this, with both players on that Ruby Amethyst package, is it just like a fight for board control?
Kind of, yeah. There's a weird thing you have to play where you don't know how much removal each player is playing. So I expect to see Madame Medusas, maybe some Lady Tremaines, but there's also some really wide board removal like Be Prepared and also the new Sisu. And so you kind of have to be careful with how wide you go with your board. You don't want your opponent to get a ton of value out of playing something like a Be Prepared or a Sisu. We're pretty early on in the game for that to happen. But yeah, I would say one player usually takes the aggressive role in being the person that's pushing for lore, and the other person is there to respond. And more often than not, you want to be the person that is pushing the lore, not the person that's responding.
Yeah. Now, the card here on Stephen's board, Chernobog's Followers, this card has a really interesting ability that we haven't seen come into play yet, but talk about this card.
Yeah, so this card is a really interesting 1-drop. It's just a 1-drop 2/1 with 1 lore, and it has the ability that when you quest, you can choose to banish Chernobog's Followers and then draw a card. So it's a really fun way. If you know that the opponent has some characters on their side of the board, they would easily challenge and banish this the next turn. You can negate that value from them and decide to just go ahead and banish it, put another card in your hand, hopefully finding something else that you can play to replace it.
Yeah. This is a lot of Flynns on the board here.
Yeah. This seems to be the battle of the Flynns. Stephen having 2 on board now, and Germaine having played one earlier, it was banished, we can see in the discard, and then having another one. Also having one in hand as well.
Yes.
Unfortunately, Germaine doesn't have really any other characters in hand. I don't think that would do too well with it. We still have the Sisu here, but I think this is why Germaine is keeping the Sisu ready, because as mentioned earlier, the Sisu will gain extra strength for the amount of cards in Stephen's hand. And so long as Stephen has enough cards in hand that Sisu has more strength than any of the cards on Stephen's side of the board, then Germaine will gain an extra 3 lore every turn. Something that's interesting to mention, though, is that with Stephen having 2 Flynn Riders on board, both of those abilities will trigger. So if Stephen's able to get a character down that has more strength than any of Germaine's characters, Stephen will get 6 lore on that turn.
That's pretty impressive. So what is the strategy there then with playing Flynn down, and then are you wanting to have a character kind of waiting in the wings that you know is going to have that greater strength?
Yeah, you definitely want to set something up, and we even see a Maui in Germaine's hand that I expect to be played at some point, and you just want to put out the biggest character that you can, honestly, with as much strength as you can, because it's a lot of times it's more efficient to just have those high strength characters in play with the Flynn Rider and let the Flynn Rider gain you that extra lore than it is to quest with some of these characters that only have 1 or 2 strength themselves. And so it's kind of a battle of who can play the character with the largest strength.
Yeah. Now, what's interesting about this is Ruby Amethyst, as you know, has been a really strong ink pairing since set 1. Mm-hmm. It's really kind of dominated the scene. But it feels like there's been a big shift with the deck, you know, with the Ruby Amethyst makeup of the deck with this newest set. It's really different.
Yeah, Ruby Amethyst is one of those decks that has seemed to adapt every single set that comes out. Back in the first set, in the first chapter, it was a very control-heavy deck. It looked very different than what it does now. Then we got the Madame Mim and Merlin package and the Rise of the Floodborn for set 2. They completely changed the way the deck played as well. And then similarly for set 3, the deck changed a lot based on other cards that were in the meta that were being played. And the same thing is here. It still has a mid-range game plan, I would say, which is pretty similar to what the past few sets have been like. But the way it completes that game plan ends up changing.
Yeah. And again, we have that Maui that you said that we would probably see played there. So with those two Flynns out, she's looking pretty good right now.
Yeah, Germaine's setting herself up to gain 6 lore if Stephen doesn't have a way to respond to this. But it does look like Stephen is getting up to, is that 6 or 7 ink?
He has 6 ink now that he's inked the snake there.
Okay.
And Madame Medusa has come out.
Yeah, we see Madame Medusa being played, which will banish a character on Germaine's side of the board that has 3 or less strength, and Stephen opts to banish the Sisu and decides to get it out of the way. Now Stephen can start drawing extra cards and not be punished for it because Sisu won't be growing in strength power. And we see Stephen do that with the Trinity followers that we mentioned earlier, questing and then banishing the Trinity followers to draw a card.
And with the Ruby Amethyst, I know that card draw can sometimes be a little bit of a struggle. Is that true?
Sometimes there's particular cards that you're looking for. They play cards like Friends on the Other Sides. There's also Merlin Rabbit that has very similar ability to Merlin Goat in that every time Merlin Rabbit enters and leaves play, then it will draw a card. And so you can utilize a lot of the Madame M snakes and the Madame M foxes that bounce the rabbit back and forth to draw cards as well. Some people like to play Maleficent Sorcerers, which is another card that when played lets you draw a card. So Amethyst really gives you a lot of options to drawing card, but you have to find those cards in order for them to work.
Yeah, so it really is, like you're saying, those Amethyst cards. So depending on, how much of your deck is Ruby versus Amethyst, that can make a big impact then.
Yeah, like even looking at Stephen's hand, we only have the Madame M Fox, a Maui, and a Be Prepared. So he has a hand that is going to need him to be really reactive. A lot of these cards aren't very proactive plays, and that's sort of an interesting situation we can run into for a mirror match like this, because Ruby Amethyst is a deck that likes to put on pressure, but it also can react to a lot of things. And so sometimes you get hands like this where Germaine is able to react a little bit easier, having the Lady Tremaine and the Madame Medusa in their hand, decides to play the Lady Tremaine. It's going to force Stephen to banish a character of their choice.
What do you think he's going to choose here?
I would, if I had to guess, probably, goes for the Merlin Goat. That's an interesting pick. I thought they were going to keep the Goat so that they could bounce it with the Fox, but of course Germaine has the Maui on board, so the Maui was going to have to challenge the Goat anyway. So Stephen was denying Germaine that challenge with the Maui by just go ahead and banishing the Goat.
Sure, and he looks like he's questing with everything, and he has... I think he's going to have 7 ink here with that Mim coming down, and there's that Be Prepared.
Yeah, but I feel like as soon as you see your opponent immediately exert all of their cards and they're playing Ruby, you know it's coming. The Be Prepared came out and banished everything. And I think that's a decent spot for Stephen to do that in. Both Germaine and Stephen had pretty strong board states. Both had a lot of big characters on board, and Stephen said, "You know what? We'll just reset the game. We'll be prepared and get rid of everything."
Absolutely, yeah. Be Prepared is another one of those song cards that I just love. The theming of it with Scar and banishing all the characters, which is kind of what you see happen in the movie.
Scar's really good at getting rid of people. That's for sure.
There's no food,
Yeah, and I really like this Queen's Castle play by Stephen as well afterwards, because it's going to require Germaine to respond in some capacity. Otherwise, Queen's Castle is a location card, so it's a little bit different than these character cards we see played. It has lore on it, and it has a willpower, so it can be challenged, and it gains lore at the start of at the start of Stephen's turn. It also has a pretty strong ability in that you can draw a card at the start of your turn for every character that is at that location. So it's really strong, and it'll allow Stephen to gain lore over time if Germaine doesn't respond to the Queen's Castle and end up banishing it.
Yeah, and then Maui, of course, has Rush and Reckless, and so he banished the crab there, Merlin Crab, which is kind of a bummer because Germaine didn't get to do anything with that crab. She didn't have a character out when she played Crab, and I know how powerful that Merlin Crab can be.
Yeah, Merlin Crab has an ability that you'll notice a trend here. When he enters and leaves play, can give another character challenger +3. So that would have been a really great utility to use to get rid of this Queen's Castle with another character, but Stephen is deciding to deny that from Germaine, and Germaine decides to trade the rabbit into the Maui, getting rid of the Maui and drawing a card off of rabbit since it's banished and would leave play also.
Yeah, that Queen's Castle really can be such a huge threat. 7 willpower is a lot, and there's very few things that could really take it out in one shot.
Yeah, specifically in Ruby, Amethyst, there's not a lot that can get rid of the Queen's Castle. Even the character that they like to play a lot, Maui. It's a rush card, so it can challenge as soon as it's played. Maui only has 6 strength, so even just a Maui running into the Queen's Castle as soon as it's played isn't enough to take it out. That's why I really like the play, because we see Stephen here getting rid of Germaine's board, and now Germaine's going to have a difficult time responding to Castle. But it can be equally as threatening when both players have a similar amount of lore. We see Germaine also play Castle, and now I think at this point it's sort of just turning into a race on who can get to 20 fastest.
Yeah, we had Flynn versus Flynn earlier in the game, and now it's Castle versus Castle.
And we see Stephen going a little bit wide, playing the Sisu and the Olaf, and then moving both of them to the Castle, and basically putting Germaine in a spot where he needs to respond and either get rid of those characters from the castle or banish the castle, so that Stephen doesn't draw cards at the start of his turn.
Yeah, it looks like Germaine does have a Be Prepared in her hand, and she's got 7 ink. Is that something that she would want to think about doing now, just to not get too far behind?
Potentially. It definitely would keep the card draw from happening, and then we just enter a race, basically, where both players are going to have to see who can get to 21st, since both of them have the Queen's Castle on board. They're both gaining lore at the start of their turn. I think Stephen is a little bit ahead in that the Queen's Castle is going to gain lore a little bit faster than Germaine will, so Germaine's going to have to put some pressure on, but to do that first, you have to respond to Stephen.
Yeah, when it comes down to like this back and forth lore race, like you said, is that where going first really becomes the advantage?
Yes, absolutely. It becomes the advantage just because one person can gain lore faster than the other. So in Disney Lorcana, you're having to respond to that and eventually put yourself into the position of being the aggressor. That's why we talk about the aggressor and the reactor in this game. If you can switch the tides and make it so that you are your opponent is responding to you, then you're in the best seat.
Yeah, and we saw a second Queen's Castle come down on Stephen's side, which that is just a lot to have to deal with. 2 castles, neither of them with any damage on them, both gaining 2 lore at the start of Stephen's turn. What do you do here?
There's not much that you can do. Like we mentioned, even with the Maui by itself isn't going to take out the Queen's Castle. Germaine doesn't have a Maui in hand. Even if they did, you'd be able to play the Maui, challenge with the Pascal to get rid of one of them, but getting rid of 2 of them, it's going to be super tough. I mean, we see Germaine also play a second one, moving the Pascal to the castle. So both players are going to gain 4 lore at the start of their next turn. We see Germaine quest with the Pascal, getting a little bit of a lead on Stephen.
What's interesting about this situation is that so many of the cards in Ruby are meant to deal with characters that your opponent has on the board. So when your opponent doesn't have characters on the board and just these locations, it makes it really difficult.
Yeah, that's one of the reasons that Queen's Castle sees so much play in Amethyst, is specifically for that reason. A lot of cards in Disney Lorcana are able to banish characters, even in Steel, not even just in Ruby, but in very popular colors. And so when you play the Queen's Castle, if they don't already have characters on board, it's really difficult for them to respond to, which means you might get 2 lore out of the Queen's Castle. If you get more than that, you're even happier. I mean, these Queen's Castles have basically gotten them all the way from 10 close to 20 at this point.
Now, it's really interesting about what just happened, and tell us more about this thinking here, but Stephen just played Be Prepared for just a Pascal.
Yeah, so Stephen knows that he is going up to 17 lore at that next turn, that he played the Be Prepared. So he knows that if Germaine can't get rid of one of these Queen's Castles this turn, then he's just going to go up to 20 on the next turn if Germaine passes. And we see this pay off because Germaine played Be Prepared, got rid of the Pascal, and then Germaine found the Maui, was able to challenge with the Maui, but couldn't use the Pascal to challenge, and get rid of the Queen's Castle.
Yeah, that is, I don't know that I've ever seen a Ruby Amethyst mirror match come down to just the battle of the castles like that before.
Yeah, I don't know that I've ever seen so many castles in play at one time, but both players basically just said, hey, I have to race you in some capacity, so I'm going to play these castles. If you can't respond to them, then I'm going to end up winning. And we saw both players ended up not really even playing very many characters because of the reason that you mentioned, that Ruby has just a lot of character removal. So that was an interesting game for sure.
And that one poor little Pascal that got taken out by Be Prepared. Oh, poor Pascal. Rapunzel's crying somewhere.
Unfortunate Pascal for sure.
Well, it'll be really interesting to see the next game, like, what do you think each of the players is thinking going into this next game?
I think they'll have to focus, like you mentioned, on who's going first. Whoever's going first knows that they're going to have to put the pressure on. We saw the Flynn Riders. If you can get a Flynn Rider down and then you can play a Sisu after that, start gaining that lore really quickly, you're in a really good spot. And then whoever is going second is going to have to find cards that they can use to respond to the opponent and hopefully take back that priority in being able to push the race themselves.
Yeah. Well, let's take a look at this next game then. Ready?
Let's go.
All right. Now, do you know who was playing first last game?
I never think to look. It looks like Stephen is going first, though, inking a Madam M Snake, not having a 1-drop, which isn't great. It's definitely not game-ending or anything, but if you you almost always want to curve out is a term that we like to use in trading card games, which just means playing a 1-drop on turn 1, a 2-drop on turn 2, and etc. So talking about setting the priority and being the aggressor, by not having a 1-drop in play, you almost immediately hand that role over to Germaine, being able to play their character like the Pascal, and now Germaine's going to be able to play a character very likely, which will give Pascal evasive, because Pascal has a fun ability that as long as there's another character in play, then he will gain evasive, and then quest with Pascal. Now Germaine has the lore lead.
Yes, and we see that Flynn come out, like you said. You know, it's, who's going to have that Flynn first?
Yeah, it's hard for me to see if Germaine has a Sisu in their hand or not. It doesn't look like it unless it's that very last card on the right. But just having a Flynn in play at all can be really threatening. We do see Stephen play their own Sisu, even though they don't have a Flynn, and this is a pretty strong play because Sisu is going to have a bunch of strength because Germaine has a bunch of cards in her hand. So you can utilize that both to make sure that Germaine's Flynn Rider doesn't trigger any of its abilities, but also because Sisu will be able to challenge stuff that can be pretty beefy, that has a lot of willpower so long as she keeps that much strength.
Yeah, so right now, Germaine, of course, is inking, and she's going to play something, which looks like she played Friends on the Other Side, so that put more cards in her hand, actually. So Sisu is going to be a 7/4 character right now.
Yeah, Sisu is really big. Those Queen's Castles won't stand a chance right now with the Sisu being played, having so much strength, that's for sure. So it'll move on over to Stephen, and we'll see what Stephen decides to do with their turn 4. They decide to go ahead and sing Friends on the Other Side with Sisu. A pretty safe play, in all honesty. The current characters on board that Germaine has can't banish the Sisu on their own. Germaine doesn't have enough ink to be playing a rush character next turn unless they have a Madam M Fox in hand. But in order to play the Madam M Fox, they'd have to bounce the character back. And then even if Germaine challenged with the Madam M Fox, it would still be banished to the Sisu, very likely.
Yeah, this is such an interesting position for Germaine to be in, I think, with that Sisu. It really changes things to have a character that big out this early in the game.
Yeah, and we can see why it pays off, because Stephen is able to play their own Flynn Rider in order to start using their Flynn Rider's abilities with the Sisu having so much strength. And so again, Germaine's put in this really weird scenario where Germaine really needs to get rid of the cards in hand to remove that strength from Sisu, and then also play a pretty big character themselves so that Stephen doesn't start gaining a bunch of lore.
Yeah. Now, looking at her hand, is there anything that you're spotting here that could help her in this situation right now?
I'd be looking for the characters that have the most strength. So
like Maui, which she does have there, but not enough ink to play yet.
Right, not enough ink to play the Maui, but there's also a Merlin Goat. We also see the Merlin Rabbit, so there's 2 lines we can take here. I believe you could try to play the Merlin Goat and get a character out that has 4 strength. That's not going to be enough to be more than the Sisu in play currently, and you'll only be able to play the Goat for that turn. So the Flynn Rider for Stephen will trigger at least this turn, or you can play something like a Merlin Rabbit, start drawing extra cards and trying to find answers for this board.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Yeah, that Sisu, I think that the Ruby Amethyst players are often also playing that shift Sisu. How often do you think that comes into play, or do they just want to keep this Sisu out?
For now, I think you definitely just want to keep this Sisu out because of its ability to gain so much strength. I mean, it's really tough. It's really tough to play a character that has more than 7 strength or 6 strength, depending on how many cards Germaine keeps in her hand. And this Sisu is essentially gaining Stephen 3 lore every turn as long as it's not banished. Now, you do have to be a little bit concerned as both Ruby Amethyst players start gaining extra ink in their inkwell. They can start playing more answers to something like Sisu. And of course, we saw a Be Prepared last turn, so we know that last game. So we know that both players are playing them, and they could potentially wipe the board at that point. But you have a couple turns until then, and if you can keep the Sisu and the Flynn Rider both alive and healthy, then I think you just keep the Sisu.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Now the other, this is a Teeth and Ambitions.
Yeah, so this is a fun play. Stephen is going to play or sing Teeth and Ambitions with the 2-cost Cusco. And then in order to play Teeth and Ambitions, you have to put 2 damage counters on one of your characters. So Stephen decides to put those 2 damage counters on the Cusco, which will banish Stephen's own Cusco to deal 2 damage to Germaine, to one of Germaine's characters. And so
doesn't Cusco also give you a card when he's banished?
Right, exactly. So Stephen's able to draw a card off of the Cusco when it's banished. He's able to play Teeth and Ambitions for free because he's saying it with with Cusco. and then draw a card off of it and get rid of Germaine's Flynn Rider, which we've talked about just how threatening of a character that can be.
Yeah. Now, this was a play I was actually wondering if we were going to see a Queen's Castle come down sooner this game, just knowing that both players have those Be Prepareds, because Be Prepared only will banish all characters, but that location is safe if Be Prepared comes down.
Exactly, yeah. This sets up Stephen for a really great Be Prepared, honestly, from either side.
Yeah.
If Stephen plays enough characters that Germaine is forced to play Be Prepared just to deal with all of them, that doesn't get rid of the Queen's Castle. But at the same time, if Stephen wants to play Be Prepared, he can easily quest with all of his characters, gain a bunch of lore, and then play that Be Prepared to know that the Queen's Castle is going to be there on the next turn regardless.
Yeah. Now, Be Prepared, it's a very strong card, but obviously it banishes all your opponents and all your own. So what is the strategy that a player, the decision-making process there for when to play Be Prepared?
Yeah, so Be Prepared is a card that you really need to play when you're very behind. So there's 2 scenarios, really. There's one where if you're really behind and you can't compete with your opponent's board, they've overextended, which is just a word which means they've played out a bunch of characters, they don't have many cards in their hand. You can play a Be Prepared, immediately banish all of their characters, and then you're putting them in a bad position because they just don't have as many resources to play with after that. On the other hand, if you have something like a Queen's Castle in play and your opponent starts playing really powerful characters, sometimes equal to your own, then you can quest all of your characters, get one last push of lore out of them, and then play the Be Prepared yourself to banish everything, knowing that your Queen's Castle is going to stay around and is likely going to gain a little bit of lore. It's going to be really difficult for your opponent to respond to, especially in these colors of Ruby and Amethyst, like we mentioned before, because they're very likely not going to have an answer that turn for just the Queen's Castle on its own.
Yeah. And unfortunately, that Queen's Castle did not stick around too long. So
No, we did see Germaine use the Maui and the Pascal to get rid of the Queen's Castle, which makes sense. And we've talked about how strong of a card that is in this matchup specifically, and being able to respond to it is high priority, is something you really have to do. But we see Stephen also develop another Flynn Rider and another Sisu, setting themselves up for an extra 3 lore at the start of their turn again.
Yeah. What's fun, I think, about these cards, too, is in the past, it seems like Ruby Amethyst has been a little bit slow to gain lore early in the game, but then really comes in as time goes on. Would you say that these cards kind of have changed that for Ruby Amethyst?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, there's ways that there's ways that Ruby Amethyst has changed a lot with Ursula's return, and specifically the addition of something like Flynn Rider. It changes up how your early game goes. So being able to play out the Flynn Rider and then combo it with the Sisu to gain that extra lore and make that push early, it helps the game with what it's trying to do. So the main game plan for Ruby Amethyst is essentially to just gain as much lore as possible as early as you can, and then finish out with those Merlin goats.
Yep. And yeah, a rabbit again. I love that rabbit.
Yeah, we see a lot of Merlin Rabbit being played. There's some fun stuff you can do here where we've mentioned before, Rabbit draws a card every time it enters and leaves play. So if either opponent is able to have a Madam M Fox or Madam M Snake that lets them bounce a character back to their hand, you can do some fun stuff like singing with Merlin Rabbit, and then we might even see a Madam M Fox being played here to bounce the rabbit back to hand, and then drawing another card, and then if Merlin Rabbit's in your hand, you're able to play it again. So that's 3 cards that's drawn at that point.
Yeah.
Merlin Rabbit is an extremely strong draw engine because at minimum it's going to draw you 2 cards unless the game ends, because it's going to leave play at some point and after it enters play.
Right, whether that's in a challenge or Madame Medusa, or I guess Madame Medusa wouldn't, but like a Lady Germaine, you would be able to draw a card, or be prepared, you would be able to draw a card.
Yeah, and that's exactly what we see Germaine do, playing the Madame M. Fox, bouncing the rabbit back to hand and drawing another card. Filling up their hand, the more cards, the better for the most part. The more cards you have in your hand.
Especially now that the Sisus are off the board, because that was something that, it's kind of, you want all those cards in hand to have more options, but when you have a card like Sisu.
Yeah, that's it exactly. The ruby half of this deck can be really strong because it's a lot of just cards that you can respond to your opponent with. The Madame Medusas, the Lady Tremaines, all the things that you've mentioned already, the Be Prepared that we've seen, all of those are there to respond to your opponent, so that you can keep board control. And the more that you dig into your deck, the more likely you are to find those cards and be able to use them when you need to.
Yeah. Now, that was interesting. Germaine used her second Madame M. Fox that she drew with that Friends on the Other Side to bounce back Madame Medusa. And I'm assuming that's because she wants to have that in hand to, maybe get rid of something else that Stephen plays.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, even Stephen having a Merlin Rabbit here on board, and it's being challenged, but unless he bounces it back, you don't want to give your opponent an opportunity to, say, draw extra cards. So the Madame Medusa could be something that you play in response to banish the rabbit if you want to, or you can save it for more threatening characters. Like if Stephen decides to play another Flynn Rider, you could easily play the Madame Medusa and banish the Flynn Rider and say, I'm not playing this game. I don't have to worry about how much strength is on my board if I can just get rid of the Flynn Rider himself.
Right. Now, what do you think here? The players are kind of, 6 and 7 lore here. It's the middle of the game. Right now, Germaine has board control, but we've just been seeing it go back and forth, back and forth. What do you think, each of the players are thinking right now?
Yeah, I mean, both players have to prioritize keeping board control. Both players are trying their hardest to gain a little bit of lore here and there. I mean, we see we're only at 6 lore for Germaine and 7 lore for Stephen, and we're multiple rounds into this game. That's because a lot of characters in this deck don't quest for all that much, but it's just the little bit of lore that you can gain every single turn, getting you closer and closer to 20, so that hopefully you can finish out with something like a Merlin Goat or a Flynn Rider getting its trigger off. And that's why we see both of them responding when these powerful cards like Queen's Castles or Flynn Rider ends up being played, just because those are your big lore gainers in the deck. And being an Amethyst, knowing that Merlin Goat is a card that they're very likely playing at least 3, if not 4 of.
Absolutely.
You just don't want to let them get to 20 lore, or you don't want them to get as close to 20 lore as possible.
Yes. That Teeth and Ambitions card is so much fun, and if anyone doesn't know, that's, of course, a line from the song Be Prepared.
Yes, yeah. Ruby has quite a few Be Prepared cards. There's also, we got a new one in Ursula's Return, Be King Undisputed, which sometimes you actually see in these Ruby Amethyst decks. And I think it's super fun that we have the Be Prepared card, we have Teeth and Ambitions, and we have Be King Undisputed.
So much fun.
I'm hoping we just continue to see more cards from that song, and eventually you can just play out the whole song.
The whole song from, 1, 2, 3, 4, all the way up to Be Prepared at 7.
We do see Germaine has a bunch of cards in her hand, though, and it being her turn, she has a lot that she can do. She only has 6 ink, though, and I don't believe she's inked for the turn.
She does have a couple of Flynns, maybe? Is that what those are?
I think
behind
so.
Maui?
I think she has a couple of Flynns and Mauis, which is a pretty strong thing to play because Maui has so much strength, but Germaine's opting for the Merlin Goat play here, gaining a lore when it enters play, also playing the Flynn Rider and saying, okay, now, Stephen, you have to play something that has at least 4 strength, because if not, then I'm going to gain 3 lore that next turn. These are 2 of the big lore gainers in Ruby Amethyst.
Yeah. Now, it looks like she did pass her turn over to Stephen, but she did not ink for this turn, so she's still sitting at 6 lore. What do you think her reason is there for not inking up to 7?
I think she's really valuing the cards in her hand right now. She has, it looks like, 5 inkable cards in her hand, so I think she definitely could have inked a card if she wanted to, but I think she's finding these cards too valuable, knowing that she has the Flynn Riders, she wants to keep the Maui so that she can have something that has a bunch of strength that she can play, or if Stephen's able to remove this Flynn Rider on board, she has another Flynn Rider that she can play as well.
And then, of course, we don't see Be Prepared in her hand, which is probably one of the only cards in her deck maybe that she would need 7 ink for.
Yeah, exactly. I can't think of much more that you would need a bunch of ink to play in Ruby Amethyst. Some lists play different things, but most Ruby Amethyst lists stay pretty mid-range or tempo-oriented, where there's usually not much more expensive than to Be Prepared. Every now and then you'll see people play the new Sisu, which is technically an uninkable 8 cost. But we do see Be King Undisputed being played that we mentioned just a second ago. It forces your opponent to choose a card and banish a card. It's essentially the ability that Lady Tremaine has on her, but just as a song card. So we see Stephen play that, and then Germaine choose the Merlin Goat to banish, and will gain a lore when it leaves play.
I love that he has all 3 of those cards in his deck. That's really fun.
Yeah, all 3 from the song. I mean, they're great cards in this deck. We've talked about how in Ruby, a lot of the cards are there just to respond to your opponent and force them to banish some of their cards or help you keep board control. And I mean, they're all doing exactly that. We've seen Stephen play Teeth and all 3. Teeth and Ambitions, Be King Undisputed, and Be Prepared. Maybe this game.
All 3 have come out this game.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah, this is really, he's found the answers here. You know, I think Germaine is maintained some board control, you know, with her characters, but Stephen is finding the answers, it seems like.
Yeah, it's sort of, it can be kind of an annoying game to play when you're sitting here with these Flynns. Germaine keeps playing the Flynn Riders, trying to play characters with high strength, and then Stephen just manages to have the exact same character to play against them. Germaine played the Goat previously. Stephen had a Goat to play to negate the Flynn Rider effects. Then Germaine dropped another Flynn Rider and a Maui, and Stephen was able to play the Maui in response as well. So it doesn't seem like Stephen is going to let Germaine get away with those Flynn Rider triggers, which makes sense. I mean, that would be 6 lore.
6 lore every turn.
In one turn, getting them all the way up to 15 lore, which would be an uncomfortably close lore total to 20.
Now, this is interesting. So Maui, of course, has Reckless, which means you have to challenge when able. And so because Germaine has her own Maui Exerted, that means Maui next turn is going to, they're going to cancel each other out. They're going to both be banished. And then that's going to put Germaine in a nice position with those Flynns, yes?
Yeah, if Germaine's able to play another character that has a lot of lore, or sorry, a lot of strength on it, then yeah, absolutely. Germaine can decide to not exert any of their cards this turn, and then you're right. Stephen's Maui would be forced to challenge the current Maui. They would each banish each other, and that would set Germaine up pretty comfortably. But Germaine does decide to quest with both Flynn Riders, gaining a little bit of extra lore. So I wouldn't be surprised if Stephen decides to challenge the Flynn Riders instead of the Maui.
What do you think? What do you think about that decision to quest with both Flynns there?
I'm not sure that I love the decision, to be honest, for the reasons that we mentioned earlier. I think if Germaine were able to just keep those readied, I mean, there's definitely outs that Stephen could have, right? Stephen could be sitting on a Be Prepared, and then it doesn't matter. And so you might as well quest with the Flynns and get some lore while you can. And maybe that's what Germaine's trying to play around, is something like a Be Prepared or Madame Medusa, or there's a couple cards that Stephen could be playing that could just outright banish the Flynn Riders. But I think sometimes you have to play to win instead of play to not lose. And so I think if it were me, I probably would have kept the Flynn Riders readied and forced Stephen to have an answer.
Yeah. And we see another Queen's Castle come down again. We saw how much that came into play last game.
Yeah, and that might be the difference here, because if Germaine is able to get rid of the Maui, which we see happen here, Stephen challenges the Maui with the Pascal and then decides to challenge one of the Flynn Riders with Maui. Now it's going to be really difficult for Germaine to banish the Queen's Castle, because currently Germaine doesn't have enough characters in play to banish it. Germaine is sitting on 2 Mauis in hand, though, so I imagine we might see one come out just to banish the Queen's Castle.
Yeah, and then once we get rid of the Queen's Castle, then she has that Flynn there, but still Maui has the more strength, so it's kind of not, the Flynn is really not doing what he's meant to do, unfortunately.
No, Flynn is unfortunately not getting many triggers off this game, I don't think. It's one of those things when you're playing the same deck against itself, if the opponent can play those same cards with the same amount of strength, then, you know, it's difficult to get those Flynn triggers.
Yeah. Yep, so there's that Maui, like you said, coming down with the rush, so she can either go into the Queen's Castle or into the other Maui, I suppose. Those would be her two options.
Yeah, and we see Germaine had a brawl in hand that she used to banish the Flynn Rider, and then we'll use both the Maui and the Merlin Rabbit to get rid of the Queen's Castle as well. Basically getting rid of Steven's entire board for the most part, and opting to go ahead and quest. Both of these players are getting pretty close to 20 lore, which again is where they want to be so that they can finish out this game.
Yeah, and of course, if we see any goats come out, then once you start getting up there close to 20, then you know that if you can get some goats bouncing goats, then the game could be closed out.
Yeah, I mean, that's the name of the game for the closer, to be honest with you, is whoever can find those goats. And that's why you don't want to let your opponent get to 20 lore too quickly or get close to 20 lore too quickly. Because once they get to that 15 lore, 16 lore area, then all it takes is one or two Merlin goats being played and being bounced to finish the game.
Yes. Now, Germaine has some fun cards here in her hand that she could play. I can see a few different lines. Can you talk about some good options here for her?
Yeah, so Germaine has another Maui in play, also has a Maui that they could play, also has the Queen's Castle. You could easily challenge Steven's Maui, maybe with one of yours or a rabbit, and then play a Lady Tremaine as well to get rid of Steven's Merlin Rabbit. And we do see the Queen's Castle come down, which I think is really good. It's going to be difficult for Steven to respond to. We've talked a lot about how the Queen's Castle can be really strong in that regard, and that's kind of what we do. I think Germaine is just going to decide to take care of Steven's board as much as she can and set herself up to finish out this game. I mean, she has the lead at 15 lore. She only needs a little bit more, and if she can keep a few characters on board to get to that 20, then it'll be game over.
Yeah, so that is, and she's choosing to move her two rabbits over to the Queen's Castle, which we've talked about before. For each character that you have at that location, you get to draw a card at the beginning of your turn. So she would get to draw two cards then at the beginning of her next turn.
Right. I really like when I see this play happen
it's
because
my favorite.
I
love it.
The Queen's Castle and the Merlin Rabbits are just draw city because if Steven removes the rabbits from play, either through banishment or any other means, then Germaine's going to get to draw extra cards. If you don't do that, then Germaine's going to get to draw the cards because they're at the Queen's Castle. So it's kind of get rid of Queen's Castle or bust.
Yes.
And we see Steven playing a Madame M. Fox that it looks like it might challenge into the Queen's Castle. It's not going to be enough, though.
Yeah, so he did do 2 damage on the Queen's Castle with the rabbit. And so with the Madame M. Fox, it's going to do another 4 damage, so 6 damage. But like you said, not enough. That 7 willpower really is quite a lot.
Yeah, that can be the difference in some games. It's just that 1 extra willpower, and this is where we see that taking effect. Germaine's going to get to draw an extra 2 cards off the Queen's Castle and gain 2 lore from the Queen's Castle, be able to quest for 2 lore with the Merlin Rabbit, and then all Germaine needs is a goat in play, and then she'll have game because she'll be at 19. Yeah,
absolutely. Yeah, so she's going to be at 19 at the end of this turn. So it really is just almost 1 card away from a win. And Steven's probably sweating over there, wondering, is that goat coming?
Yeah, and we look at just how strong drawing cards in this mirror match can be too. Steven looks like only has 2 cards in hand, maybe 3. Yeah, looks like 3 cards in hand. And Germaine has been drawing cards all game.
Yes.
And so Germaine has plenty of other characters that she'll be able to play, even if Steven's able to get rid of everything that she's working with. And I mean, once you're that close to 20, you have to respond to everything and banish everything because they're just too close not to.
Yeah. And if she's at 19 and at the end of this turn, she has that castle as well, which of course only has, the 6 damage, only one willpower left. So he could deal with that, but then what characters he would have left to deal with the rabbits, he's kind of in a sticky spot right here.
Yeah, and like we mentioned earlier, when you get if you do manage to banish the rabbits, then Germaine just gets to draw extra cards, getting her even closer to some of those answers she might need to close out the game.
Yeah. Yep. Steven is definitely in a sticky spot here, and Germaine is still thinking of what to do here on her turn. What do you think she's wondering what to do, what play here?
If it were me, I would be considering what my opponent could possibly play for me to lose this game. There's a term that we like to use in TCG called thinking of your outs. And all that essentially means is exactly what I just explained, of thinking of what could my opponent have that could lose me this game. And so, is it worth questing with the rabbits? I think it is. We're going to quest with the rabbits and get up to 19. And then, do I play another character? If I play another character, then my opponent might be able to play Be Prepared and get rid of this Queen's Castle, and then I'm left with nothing. Do I hold characters in hand? We do see Germaine questing with a rabbit and then bouncing a rabbit with a Madame M. Fox and trading with Steven's Madame M. Fox, just getting rid of a character that Steven might be able to use to come back from this game. But I think for Germaine, I'm just thinking, okay, what's Steven's outs? What can I play safely and recover from if I need to, if Steven has an answer to deal with my board for this next turn?
Yeah. And she took care of that little rabbit with the Madame Medusa there to clear Steven's board off, which is great. So unless Steven has something with Rush that can come down here, I think Germaine's got this one.
Yeah, and I think they're also in turns here, so we see with the dice. But it does look like that Steven says, okay, I'm not going to be able to take this game back before you win. So it's going to go to Germaine.
Yeah, well played to both players.
Yeah, those mirror matches can be a little bit of a slog, and sometimes it does just kind of come down to which person's able to draw more cards, which person's able to be the aggressor and put that pressure on. You know, I said that the miss on the turn one may not have been game losing, but I mean,
never know.
You never know. It did turn that over to Germaine, and we saw Germaine run away with it.
She did. And like you said, she was just able to keep her hand full of cards the whole game. I think that really made a big difference for her.
I do too. She had answers for everything.
Everything. Yes. So that was a great round 4. We're going to go ahead and go to the break, and we will see you all soon.
Welcome back, Lumineers.
Welcome back.
We just got done with round 4, and we're moving right on into round 5. We're about halfway through with day 1.
Yes, and it's been such an exciting day. We've seen a lot of amazing decks. It's been so much fun, and I can't wait to see some more matches. That last one was kind of a doozy, it felt like.
Yeah, there was some I mean, these mirror matches can be really intricate and complex. So they can be really fun to cast and to watch sometimes, because a lot of times it might come down to the single card that you play or don't play, or ink on turn 1, or you know, if you don't find your 1-drop. So
did you feel like it was maybe the coup of the century?
It might have been the coup of the century. I see what you did there. I see what you did there.
Thank you.
Yeah, but we do have more matches to get to here for round 5. So what do you say?
I'm ready to jump in.
Let's do it.
All right. So our first match of round 5, we have Mikey, player 1, and we have Heather over here for player 2. And we definitely have some emerald going on the board here.
Yeah, I definitely see Heather playing an emerald steel deck, and it looks like Mikey is playing a sapphire. I think I saw ruby in the hand. Yeah, we see a Flynn Rider there.
Sapphire ruby. Now, before we get too far in this game, talk a little bit about this Sapphire Ruby deck combination. I know that this has been kind of one of the ones that to be on the lookout for with the new set.
Yeah, I mean, I think if you had to really put decks into certain tiers, both Emerald Steel and Ruby Sapphire decks are the 2 decks at the top. The Ruby Sapphire deck is one looking to ramp really quickly, which is just a fancy word that means gaining ink faster than your opponent can ink per turn. So usually inking multiple cards per turn. We see Mikey have a 1-jump ahead and a Fishbone Quill in their hand. We'll see if Heather decides to get rid of the 1-jump ahead. I can't tell if there's another song. There's a Be Prepared. Okay, so Heather decides to get rid of the Be Prepared instead. The 1-jump ahead is a card that would let Mikey take the top card of their deck, put it into their inkwell, face down and exerted, and then Fishbone Quill is an item that lets you exert the item and then put any card from your hand into the inkwell. So both of these cards are a great example of ramp. It lets Mikey get a bunch of ink really quickly, so that they can start playing really big and powerful characters a lot faster than Heather would be able to just by inking once per turn. The Ruby Sapphire deck usually closes out with these really large characters and another item called Lucky Dime that we don't see in the hand, but Lucky Dime is a card that it's a really expensive item card, and it's uninkable, and then once it's in play, you can spend 2 ink, exert the card, and then you can gain the lore off of any of your own characters. So it's a way to gain a lot of lore really fast. But speaking of going really fast, Heather's playing a bunch of characters out on board, which is a great counter to something like Ruby Sapphire. Ruby Sapphire is a really slow deck generally because you're trying to ramp the first couple of turns. You're sort of ignoring what the opponent's doing, and Heather knows this. So Heather's playing out the Pegasus, which is an evasive card that Heather will be able to quest with pretty easily. Then the Ursula on turn 2, and then now the Diablo on turn 3, which is a pretty strong card. Diablo is a Floodborn card that when Diablo is exerted, on your opponent's turn, every time they draw a card, you get to draw a card.
Yeah, the Diablo didn't come down as shift, so unfortunately she doesn't get to use that ability right now, but Mikey doesn't have any characters on the board yet, so
yeah, so it's going to be difficult for Mikey to deal with for sure. And Diablo and Pegasus are evasive too, so even if Mikey had a character on board, unless it was able to challenge evasive characters, it might be difficult to get rid of them too. And I'll be honest, McDuck Manor, I don't think it's really going to help anything.
No.
McDuck Manor is a really big location, and it has 9 willpower and 2 lore, so a location will gain you lore at the start of your turn every turn. But it can't challenge any characters, so
it cannot. It can help Mikey gain lore, though. So at least he does, you know, even though he doesn't have any characters, he can be gaining lore each turn. Because that 9 willpower, I mean, we've talked about Queen's Castle being hard to deal with, but McDuck Manor, that's
exactly difficult. And especially in a deck like Emerald Steel that typically doesn't have characters that have a ton of strength. We do see a Beast Tragic Hero in Heather's hand. If Beast Tragic Hero is played and Beast Tragic Hero has damage on it, then Beast Tragic Hero would have a total of 7 strength, but playing against a Ruby deck, that's very unlikely to happen because Ruby Sapphire usually just outright banishes cards and usually doesn't keep stuff damaged. So Heather might have a difficult time finding a response to this this McDuck Manor, but she may not have to if she's able to just quest out pretty aggressively and get to 20 before Mikey can really get set up.
Yeah, and we see Mikey again. He's playing Fishbone Quill, which is a great item card to ramp up, but still not having any characters on board. How do you think this is going to affect Mikey's outlook for the rest of the game?
So I think Mikey really needs to hold on to that Hiram Flaversham that they have in hand, which Hiram Flaversham will banish an item when played and will also banish an item can banish an item when questing. And if you do banish an item, you get to draw 2 cards.
Yeah.
One of the things about a deck that likes to ramp, especially one that plays Fishbone Quill, you're putting a lot of cards from your hand either in play or into your inkwell, so you run out of cards in your hand very quickly. And so Mikey's going to have to start drawing cards pretty quickly. The problem is that Diablo on Heather's side of the board,
yes.
As long as that Diablo is not dealt with, every time Mikey draws a card, say from a Hiram Flaversham, Heather's going to get to draw a card too.
Yes, and we do see that Beast come down, which is such a great card, and is going to give Heather some extra draw as long as he remains undamaged. You get to draw an extra card at the start of your turn for Beast, which is going to really do Heather a lot of favors, and Mikey not so much.
Yeah, I mean, Heather is full steam ahead here with the board that she's presenting. Beast also has 2 lore, so you don't always want to quest with him just so that Beast stays healthy and doesn't gain any damage. But we do see Heather challenge the McDuck Manor with all of her characters, dealing a total of 6 damage to the McDuck Manor, leaving only 3 remaining instead of questing, which is interesting, I think, because I think Heather's definitely in a position where she could just quest out if she wanted to. It doesn't matter too much because it really, as long as that Diablo is exerted, that's all you care about for the most part. But I think that was an interesting play. I think she's valuing this McDuck Manor and saying, you know what, this isn't a problem right now, but I'm not very close to 20 lore yet, and Mikey's ramping very, very quickly. And we know that Mikey's playing Ruby, which means that Mikey probably has access to something like Be Prepared, and if I just quest every turn and then they Be Prepared and have a McDuck Manor and a bunch of other characters in play, then it's going to be really difficult for Heather to keep up, or at least slow Mikey down.
Sure, that's a really good point. Yeah, that McDuck Manor, you definitely want to take care of it while you can before something like a Be Prepared comes down.
Yeah, and that's where locations can be a little bit tricky in Disney Lorcana because although they gain lore at the start of the turn, sometimes they can be pretty difficult to deal with. And if you say, I won't deal with this right now, I'll deal with it later, you know, they gain that lore every little bit at a time. And so it starts adding up quickly. And then before you know it, when the opponent finally can respond to your board, you didn't take care of those locations. And so now they're a real problem, and you don't really have a way to get rid of it.
Yes, and we see another location come down here. Can you see what that is?
Yeah, that looks like an RLS Legacy, which I haven't seen this played in quite a bit, actually.
Yeah.
It's an uninkable 4-cost card that has 8 willpower and 2 lore. It has a move cost of 3, so when you move a character to a location, you usually have to pay a certain cost. And you want to move characters to RLS Legacy because when you do, they gain evasive. So this is going to be a great way for Mikey to be able to deal with the Pegasus that we see on Heather's side of the board, as well as the Diablo.
As the Diablo, absolutely. Yeah, because she's up to this point, she's been really safe with questing or challenging with all of her characters.
Yeah, absolutely. And we do see Heather play the Ursula Deceiver just to see what one card is in Mikey's hand. And it's another RLS Legacy, which means Heather knows that Mikey doesn't have much to respond with, so she can play kind of wide now. That's kind of the goal that you want to do with Emerald Steel is play wide, get a bunch of lore as fast as you can before your opponent finds those answers. But we do see her deciding to banish the McDuck Manor. She's going to play, I'm sorry, we don't talk about Bruno on Hiram, which will put Hiram in Mikey's hand, and then they have to randomly discard a card. So Mikey will either discard the Hiram or the RLS Legacy.
And let's see what it is. She's rolling a dice. I think that's a fun way. So she probably did like evens odds or something in this case. So,
yeah,
because it's supposed to be random.
Right. It's a great way to actually randomize the choice. Mikey just shuffled the cards in his hand, put them out on the table, labeled one in some fashion, and she rolled for it. And did end up getting rid of the Hiram, which I think is interesting because Hiram's one of the draw engines for Ruby Sapphire, and we see that Mikey's struggling currently to keep cards in his hand. So he's going to play another RLS Legacy and a Felicia.
Felicia has Rush, doesn't she?
Felicia has Reckless.
Oh, Reckless.
Yeah,
okay.
so she doesn't have Rush, but she is required to challenge at the start or at some point during your turn, if you can challenge, you're supposed to challenge with her.
And it looks like he did pay the 3 ink move cost to put Felicia at RLS Legacy, which then gives that character evasive. So now that puts her Pegasus and Diablos into a little bit of jeopardy here.
Right. Now if Heather decides to quest with Diablo or Pegasus, Mikey should be able to challenge them with Felicia unless Heather has some sort of answer, because she is playing Steel, so there is a chance that she has a couple Steel removal action cards. And we do see her play a Tinkerbell, which is going to deal 1 damage to all of Mikey's characters. Mikey only has the single Felicia character, and Felicia only has the 1 willpower.
Yep,
so.
she's a 3/1, so she does a lot of, can do some damage, but you can get rid of her pretty easily.
Yeah, and now Heather's in another interesting scenario where she has a ton of characters on board, a ton of lore on board, really, but she's also staring down those 2 RLS legacies, and so both of those have 2 lore each, which means they would gain, Mikey would gain 4 lore at the start of his turn.
And she did take out one of them, it looks like, with the Beast and Pegasus maybe, but then she's questing with a few others. So I think that was a good call to not leave both on the board.
Yeah, because Heather actually has enough lore on board currently where she can completely quest out the next turn and win even after getting rid of the RLS legacy. So I think there she was just thinking about what might go wrong, you know, playing to her outs, and says, okay, I'll get rid of the RLS legacy in case Mikey does draw what he needs to say, be prepared, get rid of my board, and then I can respond. So yeah, good playing from both players.
Both players, yeah, and it seems like Mikey just wasn't getting the cards that he wanted. We know how strong Ruby Sapphire can be, but he just was not drawing the cards that he needed.
Yeah, absolutely. Had a really difficult time drawing cards, and of course, if you don't have any cards in hand, there's not a lot that you can do.
Not a lot you can do. Well, hopefully Mikey can get some better cards this next game, and we'll see what he can do.
Yeah, let's move on to game 2 and see how that goes.
Yeah, Emerald Steel is super fun. My son actually plays that deck.
It's a really fun deck, and it's a really strong deck, to be honest with you. I understand why there's a lot of people playing it here. And the same thing for Ruby Sapphire. The deck can be really strong when you find the cards that you need to find. You know, Mikey was able to find a lot of that ramp, found the 1 jump ahead, and was able to play the Fishbone Quill, but just couldn't find the draw cards to keep the hand full. And of course, it didn't help that the Diablos were out there on board, allowing Heather to draw cards as well.
2 Diablos. Yeah, he had so much ink, but then didn't have the characters to actually play.
Exactly. Again, with the Beast Tragic Hero as well, you know, drawing those extra cards too. At the end of the day, it sometimes just comes down to who can draw the most cards.
Yes, absolutely. Well, are we ready to jump into the next game? Let's do it. Who do you think is going to have the advantage going into this next game?
So it does look like, oh man, I think it'll depend on if Mikey's able to both ramp really quickly and then get rid of Heather's board, because Heather has the ability to start really strong. We saw her do that in game 1, but that requires Mikey to find really quick answers like Be Prepared, or even like Sisu. There's a lot of cards in Heather's deck that only have 2 strength or more, so being able to play a really big Sisu would be pretty strong just to get rid of the board. If he can't find any of those answers, then it's going to be really difficult for Mikey. We do see the Sisu in hand already.
Both Sisus.
Yeah. Both Sisus being played. It looks like Mikey went first and played a Develop Your Brain, which allows him to look at the top 2 cards of his deck, choose one to put in his hand, and then put the other on the bottom. Just one way to filter through the deck, find those cards that you need to.
Yeah, Develop Your Brain. I have to say that I underestimated the value of that card. Can you talk a little bit about why a card like that is so helpful in the game?
Yeah, so especially in a deck like Ruby Sapphire is considered a control deck. And so in a control deck, a lot of times it's going to look like you're losing the game because you may not have as many characters on board. Your opponent might be ahead of you in lore, but they can finish games very quickly. And in order to do that, though, you have to find the cards necessary to do that. You have to find the answers, is what we like to call them. And so with a card like Develop Your Brain, where it has advantage over a card that will simply draw you a card, is you get to look just a little bit deeper into your deck. So instead of just drawing the top card off of your deck, you get to look at the next 2 and then choose which one is better and then put the other one at the bottom. And sometimes that makes a difference. You might have to dig 3 or 4 or 5 cards deep sometimes and combo some of those cards to let you dig further into your deck just to find the answer that you need.
Sure. When you can only have 4 copies of a card in your deck, you know, maximum, and sometimes you only have 3 or 2 or 1, you want to be able to find those cards.
Exactly. And that's why we see Mikey here even playing something like a Popsicle just to draw more cards. Like I said, in the Ruby Sapphire match, you just want to draw as much cards as you can, keep your hand as full as possible while ramping as fast as you can. But we do see, and I think that this is in response to Heather playing a Bucky.
Yes.
Bucky is a very popular card in Emerald, and will force your opponent to discard a card for every Floodborn character or every time you play a Floodborn character, it'll force the opponent to discard a card. So Mikey wants to keep his hand as full as possible.
Sure. And in the Emerald Steel deck combo, there's a lot of Floodborn character options.
Yeah, I mean, that's one of the strengths of this combo is because the majority of your character options are Floodborns. If we look at Heather's hand right now, we already see Beast Tragic here. I think there's a Jafar Dreadnought that just got drawn, but I think there's another that's in hand. The Giant Tinkerbells are Floodborn. Those Diablos that we've seen earlier are Floodborn. So the majority of the cards that you're playing in your deck are Floodborn already, which means just about every card that you play after Bucky is going to force your opponent to discard a card. You're also developing the board as you're playing those cards as well.
Yeah.
So very quickly can you empty your opponent's hand.
Now, on the other side of a deck like this that's forcing you to discard, is it better to try to fill your hand up as much as possible so you have more options to discard from, or is it better to just like play out everything so that they can't discard anything from you?
I think it really depends on the state of the game. So if there's cards that you really need to get rid of this, so for instance, Mikey has a Sisu in hand, the 8-cost Sisu, you don't want to discard that card if you don't have to. So if you can keep from getting down to the point where that's the only card in your hand and you have to discard that card, you want to do that as much as you can. But sometimes you are in a scenario where you only have 2 or 3 cards in your hand at a time. You don't have the availability to draw cards as easily, and so it's best for you to just play everything and then start playing. Just you top deck is what we call it. You just draw your card for turn and play that card if you can play it. I think Mikey's in a position though where they know they have outs to Heather's board if they can just get to the 8 ink.
Yes, which unfortunately, though, that Fishbone Quill did get discarded. So he's not really, last game we saw Mikey ramp up really fast, but he didn't have the cards that he needed to play. This time he's kind of in the opposite situation where he has the cards in hand, but not the ink to play them.
Yeah, and discarding the Fishbone Quill might seem a little bit weird after talking about how important ramping up to these answers are, but that's in response to this Aladdin that we saw Heather play earlier, which Aladdin doesn't do anything on play. It is a Floodborn character, so it does trigger Bucky's effect, but when Aladdin quests, it lets you banish an opposing item card, so there's no sense in keeping a Fishbone Quill in hand to play because you know that the next turn Heather would be able to just quest with the Aladdin and banish the Fishbone Quill, and you might get an extra card in your inkwell off of that, but it's a lot of ink just for that extra card when you can instead do something a little bit more impactful.
That's a really good point. Yeah, and in the past we've seen cards that will banish an item when it comes into play, something like Beast or Benja, but to be able to banish an item every time you quest, that's a really strong ability.
Yeah, it's really strong, and there's a little bit of the downside in that you don't get to do it when it's played, and sometimes that's enough because if Mikey's, say, able to banish the Aladdin before the Aladdin can quest, then the Aladdin really didn't do anything. But the fact alone that Aladdin has Floodborn and synergizes with Bucky is the reason that that card gets played in this Emerald Steel deck over something like a Benja or a Beast like you mentioned.
Yeah, no, that totally makes sense. Yeah, like you said, almost every single character in here is a Floodborn.
Yeah, I mean, that's the game plan of this deck is to utilize the Bucky, force the opponent to discard as many cards as you can, hopefully getting them down to 0 cards so that you can start questing and finish the game before the opponent's able to respond. Mikey's done a really good job this game on finding the cards that draw cards, prioritizing those, and keeping his hand full so that he can continue to ink and get slowly closer and closer to those critical points of 8 ink where he can finally play the Sisu. We do see him play a Maui and get rid of the Aladdin this turn, which is a pretty good play because if Heather exerts anything, then Maui will likely be able to challenge and banish it. We may see Heather trade this Jafar into the Maui, and Jafar has a cool ability where when Jafar challenges and banishes a character, then you get to draw a card.
Oh, that's really nice. Yeah, and unfortunately for Heather, that Hiram, though, is living on, which is really nice if Mikey can find some more items to play out, like his popsicles and other things, that it's giving him the card draw that he needs.
Yeah, Hiram is one of the strongest cards in this deck because it creates that draw engine of, like you just said, all Mikey needs to do is find a item, and a lot of items in his deck draw him cards already through cards like Popsicle. So all he needs is the item to play, banish it, and then he can keep his hand full, and I mean, Hiram has a lot of willpower at
He's
6
6,
willpower.
yeah.
Yeah, and we can see even with the characters on board, Heather just doesn't have enough to challenge and banish the Hiram. You also don't want to exert the Bucky if you don't have to, so that you can continue to discard cards from your opponent's hand by playing Footborne cards. So yeah, Mikey's put Heather in a really difficult situation here by having the Hiram and the Hiram having so much willpower and not really being able to answer it right now.
Yeah. And Mikey's at 6 ink right now, so he hasn't inked yet this turn, and so he'll be at 7, which is only 1 turn away from being able to put that Sisu down.
Yeah, and even before the Sisu, Mikey seems to have cleaned up pretty nicely on Heather's side of the board. But of course, it's always nice to have that just in case, because at the very least, the big Sisu gets rid of the Bucky, which is really the most important thing. If you can get rid of the Bucky so that you're not discarding cards every time your opponent plays a Footborne character, then you've got more cards that you can work with and eventually start steamrolling, which is where Ruby Sapphire likes to be. It likes the games to go on really long because it can draw a bunch of cards and have a lot of answers to the opponent's board and then finish the game really quickly.
Yeah. I'm sure that Mikey is also hoping that he sees maybe an Ice Block coming out, which is a card that I think we've seen in some earlier matches, but I know that combos really well with that big Sisu.
Yeah, absolutely. Ice Block is a very simple item when you first look at it. It's an uninkable 1-cost item card that just has an ability exert the item and then choose an opposing character to lose 1 strength, which doesn't seem very impactful at first until you realize that there's a bunch of cards in Mikey's deck like Sisu, or the big Sisu, and like Brawl that care about opponent's strength when it comes to banishing them. So the big Sisu will banish all characters with 2 or less strength. If Mikey was able to find an Ice Block, you could, as an example, reduce the Beast Tragic Hero's strength down from 3 to 2, and then the Beast gets banished and you play the Sisu also for very little cost. And so combos like that are what Mikey's deck is built around and can end up being pretty strong.
Yeah, it looks like he does have that a shift Sisu in his hand and then 2 Mauis. Do you think he's thinking about playing a Maui here?
I think so, because right now the Sisu isn't doing a ton. Both Beast and Tinkerbell Giant Fairy have more than 2 strength. Beast has 3 strength and Tinkerbell Giant Fairy has 4 strength.
Yeah.
So the big Sisu is not going to do a lot when being played other than just having a body that has a lot of lore and has a lot of strength and willpower. We do see it being played to get rid of the Bucky, which is important. We talked about how much work Bucky does in this deck. And so it looks like Mikey is prioritizing that over just saying playing a Maui and getting rid of the Beast itself. Because Mikey shifted the Sisu, Mikey was able to challenge with the Sisu this turn, doing the same thing that a Maui potentially would have of getting rid of the Beast Tragic Hero. But this time, instead of just getting rid of the Beast Tragic Hero and playing the Sisu, you also get rid of the Bucky.
And that's something I love about shift characters too, that mechanic, is that when the character's out and is ready, and you shift on top of it, then you don't have to wait until your next turn as if you had played it straight out. You can quest or challenge or sing a song right away.
Yeah, it can make for some turns that really swing the game, kind of like this one. If Mikey was only able to pay and play for the big Sisu and the Sisu wasn't able to actually challenge, you know, Heather still has the Beast Tragic Hero in play, still ends up drawing a card, but being able to both banish the Bucky and challenge the Beast and survive. Yeah, it does a lot. I mean, that Sisu's already banished 2 cards, and the Sisu is still here. Well, it was here.
Oh, bye, Sisu.
Yeah, Heather plays a Grab Your Sword, which will deal 2 damage to each opposing character, and unfortunately, Sisu only had 1 willpower left. But like I said, Sisu still took 2 cards out just by itself.
Yeah, so. Mikey got a lot of value out of Sisu, who I'm sure most people know is from Raya and the Last Dragon.
Yeah.
Which I feel like is one of the more underrated films, you know, that has come out from Disney in recent years. It's such a beautiful film. The art and the animation in that movie is so gorgeous. And so I'm so glad to see cards like Sisu, and we have lots of Raya and Namari and everything. So it's been really great to see some Raya cards in the sets.
Yeah, I think that franchise has gotten a lot of love in Lorcana, actually. There's quite a few Raya and the Last Dragon cards, especially with this set, getting a couple of, I mean, I think there's 3 Sisus in Ruby.
Set.
Yeah. So they got a lot of love, which you love to see. And Sisu's one of the cover characters on the pack arts too.
Absolutely,
so love to see that, absolutely.
So we have Maui versus Diablo now. These board, states changed dramatically over the last couple turns.
Yeah, we've reached a point where both players don't have very many cards to work with in their hand. So both Heather and Mikey, looks like they only have 2 cards, and so they just don't have a ton to work with. Heather was able to play the Diablo, look at Mikey's hand. I think at the time, Mikey only had 2 Mauis, and so now he only has the 1 strength left. Heather says, okay, we'll just go ahead and finish off the Maui, banish it with the Diablo, and we'll develop an Ursula. Give a look at that hand again, just in case you drew a song card, and didn't. But even though Heather wasn't able to banish a card discard a card with Ursula, a song card, it's still really valuable to know what your opponent's holding on to, knowing that they have a Maui and the Sisu in hand, because now Heather knows, hey, if I quest with a character, I can expect a Maui to be played and banish that character.
Now that Felicia's come down again, which again is that 3/1 character with Reckless, which could take out that little Ursula. So do you think that Heather will quest there with Ursula?
I don't know. Heather is behind on lore by 3 lore. We'll see what Heather discards with. We don't talk about Bruno. It's either going to be the Maui or it's going to be the
Oh, I didn't see what else he had in hand. But...
Sisu, that's what it was.
Sisu,
the
yes.
Sisu that got sent back.
Yes.
So I don't. It's hard for Heather to decide here, because you either quest and you force the trade, or you don't quest and see if you can start playing more powerful stuff. But it looks like Heather here is deciding to take that trade, questing with Ursula, saying, I need to get a little bit closer to 20. I'm a little bit behind. We'll force this trade so that Felicia doesn't just sit there and can potentially take something else out. And then we see the Sisu being replayed by Mikey, which will gain strength for every card that's in Heather's hands. Heather does not have many cards in hand, so Sisu is not going to have very much strength.
Now look at this hand over on Mikey's side.
That is that's the curse of playing Ruby sometimes. You just sometimes you draw the be prepared exactly when you need it, and sometimes you're way too prepared.
Way too over prepared. Mikey is over prepared right now. And unfortunately, he has not been inking the last few turns, and I think a lot of that was because it was when that Bucky was out, on the board, and so he didn't want to ink so that he had more cards in hand. But now he is stuck there at just 6 ink and not able to play a Be Prepared.
Exactly. And unfortunately, Mikey drew an uninkable card in Madame Medusa. So we'll see the Madame Medusa being played. Get rid of the Deceiver of All, which is a really good play. Deceiver of All is an extremely strong card. When Ursula Deceiver of All sings a song, you can play the song again from your discard, essentially singing the song twice. And songs are already really powerful because you can sing them and not have to pay for their cost. So being able to do that twice is a ton of value. So I don't dislike the Madame Medusa play just to get the Ursula out, not give Heather an opportunity to sing any extra songs. But Heather was able to play a sudden chill and force Mikey to discard one of those Be Prepareds. Mikey didn't find anything to ink.
Yeah, but he found a 1 jump ahead.
Yeah, and that will get Mikey to 7 ink. So at least Mikey has the opportunity to play the Be Prepared.
We got 2 squirrels on the board.
I was about to say, there's 2 Buckies on the board. I'd be tempted to play the Be Prepared if I were Mikey.
Yeah, but I feel like I would too, because those, like you said, so many of the cards in this deck are Floodborn, and you don't want to lose the cards that you have in hand, especially when you only have 1 or 2.
Yeah, exactly. And knowing that there was already another Bucky that had been played, you could get rid of 2 of the Buckies now. And if you're in a top deck war, the Ruby Sapphire deck usually has better top decks than the Emerald Steel one does, because the whole deck is built around playing expensive characters in the late game to gain advantage. But Mikey luckily does find a Hiram Flaversham that he's able to play, banish the Popsicle, and draw 2 more cards, filling his hand up.
Yep, so he's going to have to discard here because we saw that Floodborn Tinkerbell come down on Heather's side. He has a Sisu, Lady Germaine, and Be Prepared. What do you think he's picking here?
So, man, this is a tough one, because if you play the Sisu out, you can get rid of the Bucky, or you have the Lady Tremaine, and then Heather gets to decide if she wants to get rid of the Giant Tinkerbell or the Bucky instead. Mikey decides to get rid of the Sisu, which I don't hate, just because, like I said, you still have the Lady Tremaine. You also have a Be Prepared if you really need to reset anything. And Mikey does find a Develop Your Brain, which is a really great card here, being able to dig to hopefully find something good.
We got a Hiram and another 1 jump ahead.
Yeah, so this is an interesting decision because there's no items on board, but Mikey does decide to draw the Hiram, which I really like this decision, because once you do find an item, you'd be able to play the Hiram if the other one was banished, because there's definitely a chance that Heather finds a card that can banish the Hiram before you find an item card.
I love Lady Tremaine. She's one of my favorite Ruby cards. And I don't know how many people notice this, but Lady Tremaine and Madame Medusa are almost sitting exactly the same position
Yeah.
in the chair. They're ladies in chairs.
Yeah, it's very easy to almost mistake the two cards because of how similar they look, and they've been coined by the community as the ladies in chairs, which is pretty funny if you ask me. And we are going to see the Lady Germaine being played. Heather has to decide which card she wants to banish, and decides to get rid of the Bucky. I do like this one because keeping the Tinkerbell allows you to challenge, say, Madame Medusa next turn, and then you can put damage onto another character, or if you can find a way to deal a little bit of damage to the Hiram and then challenge banish the Hiram, you can banish the Madame Medusa. But so this is another big play. Diablo is only a one-cost card. It's not going to be super impactful on board, but it does give Heather a look at Mikey's hand, and now Heather knows that Mikey has to be prepared in hand. So,
and she knows that he has enough ink to play it.
Exactly, yeah. So Heather, there's not a ton that she can really do to play around it, to be honest with you, but she at least knows now, okay, it might be beneficial for me to just go ahead and get rid of Mikey's characters while I can, in case Mikey at some point decides to just quest with all of their characters and then play the Be Prepared.
Yeah, I always think it's such an interesting choice of when players decide to play Be Prepared. Like we've talked about before, it's like you have to choose the right moment for it.
Yeah, especially where you're at right now, because Heather, although Heather's deck can be the more aggressive deck, Heather's pretty behind in lore. Mikey's been able to keep Heather's board at bay and also quest quite a good bit while at it. So Mikey playing the Arless Legacy is also really big here. It's a huge willpower card, and it's going to be really difficult for Heather to get rid of. It will gain 2 lore at the start of every turn, and even currently Mikey has 5 lore on board total, which will push Mikey up to 18 lore if Mikey decides to quest everything. We do see the Hiram getting banished, though, getting rid of that draw engine, ensuring that if Mikey draws another item, that the Hiram's not able to make the most out of that.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. And that is just sometimes how the game goes, you know? You can build your deck as good as you can, but cards are only going to come up when they come up.
Yeah, exactly. We do see, unfortunately, Mikey found a Jim Hawkins to play right after the RLS Legacy. Jim Hawkins is a pretty strong legendary card in Ruby that when you play Jim Hawkins, you can play a location card that costs 4 or less for free, and I think it's a location that costs 4 or less for free, and then you're able to move Jim Hawkins to that location for free as well. So,
and it looks like Heather conceded there at the end. She knew that she wasn't going to be able to catch up or stop Mikey in his tracks because he was on a roll.
Yeah, Mikey did a really great job that game of drawing a bunch of cards as soon as he saw the Bucky, knowing that he needed to both ramp, but he couldn't ramp if he didn't have any cards in hand, or if he did ramp with a bunch of cards in hand, he wasn't going to have many cards to play. So being able to find those develop your brains, get the Hirams online, play the Popsicles, and then also slowly make sure that you're not letting Heather's board stay out of control. Mikey constantly had cards in his hand that he could use to gain an advantage and used the most of that advantage.
Yeah, both players played very well, and of course they both walk away with a win in this match, so they both get 3 more points to add to their score for the day.
Exactly, that much closer to day 2 or Let It Go promo, or whatever you're fighting for.
All the wonderful prizes.
Yeah, there's still 4 more rounds for these players to play also, so plenty of opportunity to get up there.
Absolutely. We still have 1 more game for round 5, but we're going to take a break for a bit, and then we'll see Junty and Liam on the other side.
Yeah.
We're back.
Who's this? Hold on,
This-
I'm mirrored. Who's this?
This is Pooh Bear. He wanted to join us for a little bit. Disney. I can't. I take every opportunity I can to celebrate my favorite Disney characters. In this case, I had a little Pooh clip and wanted to put him on. One of the things I was musing over between the games, or the rounds, Jonty, is how we know how much Lorcana brings together Disney and games, two things that a lot of us absolutely love, and that's what makes it so special. Ursula's Return didn't just introduce new characters and new mechanics. It introduced a few new franchises. We got Encanto for the first time, which is I know a franchise a lot of people were excited about. I don't know that we've seen any characters so far, but we for sure have seen some. We don't talk about Bruno's do some work. Is there a franchise that you are super excited to see, hopefully in set 5, that you're looking out for that we haven't seen?
In the future? Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, I'll be honest with you. So I'm a Renaissance kid. For anyone who follows the Disney sort of movie lore, that's the 90s. That's the comeback from the dark times. So Little Mermaid into up to things like Hercules. So I'll be honest with you, I'm relatively well fed. You know, the 90s stuff is covered very good. I would love to see the movie that really gave the Renaissance its name, which was actually from 1985, The Black Cauldron. And it was the movie that put us into the Dark Ages because unfortunately it was very longly drawn out and it wasn't very well received at the time. But I'm a huge fan of it. I had it on VHS. I watched it all the time as a kid. It used to scare the heck out of me, and I would absolutely love to see see some of the characters from the Black Cauldron, especially the Horned King, the bad guy. I think he would make a great big villain in the game.
And, it's funny. It's a relatively obscure movie nowadays, but those that love it. And yeah, a Horned King or a Black Cauldron card would be fantastic.
Absolutely, yeah.
I just can't wait for Chip and Dale.
Chip and Dale would be good as well. Yeah. I mean, there's nothing they can't make, really. I'm a sucker for all this stuff, man. I'll take it all in.
That's fair. And we get to see them all on the game table together in one place. So
awesome. Which we're going to do right now with another game from round 5. Let's go.
As Rafiki would say, it is time.
You got to be running out of those.
Never.
28 points as Chris there, and Tianyu is at 24 as we go into this round 5 match. I can see Sapphire from Tianyu there. I can see Chris altering his hand by 4.
Yes.
These players ring a bell to you?
No, these are not players that I'm familiar with, but clearly doing very well on the day. So excited to see their gameplay.
Absolutely. Just to remind people about the points system, every game win in day 1 will get you 3 points. If you do 2-0 rounds, if you win both of the 2 games in the 2-game format, you will get yourself a bonus point as well, meaning you can get anywhere, you can get 3 or 0 or 3 or 7 each round, which is why you sort of see these varying points numbers throughout the day. And obviously, for the most part, you'll be paired against somebody with a similar record to you moving through the day.
All right, we have a ruby card going into the inkwell. Not quite sure.
There's a monstrous dragon, I think.
That would make sense. Sense.
It's very good card, but not very good on turn 1.
Right, great card for ink on turn 1. So what do we have here? Ruby Sapphire on Sapphire. Is it steel?
I think it is, yeah.
Excellent. This should be a
this will be an
matchup.
interesting one. Both decks obviously trying to do a similar kind of thing, which is sort of ramp through the mid game and get to the end game as quick as they can. So it'll be interesting to see who comes out the gate a little stronger here. Arguably, Chris with the 1 jump ahead on turn 2 is playing perfectly. I wonder if we'll see the same play from Tianyu.
Look, I think that's what we're going to see. Here it is, the 1 jump ahead, another card from the top of the deck into the inkwell. Both players ramping effectively here.
What's interesting here with these decks is that normally you're having to balance the amount that you ramp into the late game with the control of your opponent's early board. But neither of them are going to have to worry about that here. Probably it's very much just going to be an ink race, most likely.
You know, it's funny. I actually talked to 2 very good players prior to this tournament. Both of them were playing, and I said, which one of the decks in these matchup has the edge? And one person said Ruby Sapphire has the edge slightly, and the other one said Sapphire Steel has the edge slightly. And so, depending on who you asked, I mean, this could be a very balanced matchup.
Yeah, I think the early game, especially without having to deal with the removal of an opponent's character, the early game is going to be very similar. I think 1 jump ahead into Fishbone into Hiram is a real sort of clean line for both of the decks here, I think. So I'd be surprised if we see anything else. Have we seen a second color from Tianyu yet?
We have not.
I'm
I don't
definitely
think.
trying to see his hand there to see if there is a second one, but I feel like it's a lot of Sapphire.
So much Sapphire. We could be making an assumption about the steel there. There's on turn 4, which you like to see.
Nope, it's Ruby. There we go. The Sisu shows the Ruby. So it's a mirror match then. So forget everything we've said up
everything we said. Yeah.
So back to Chris now. Then Fishbone activating to get that ramp down into there as quick as we can. The Hiram then popping that Fishbone for the draw. And wow, we're trying to double Sisus.
I mean, great card. Not necessarily the best card into this matchup, and not great to be sitting in your hand uninkable, especially since you've just eaten your Fishbone Quill, which would allow you to do something with one of them.
Yeah, we definitely want to see. So that's the hand there is just 2 of those. So it's definitely going to be looking for answers. An item off the top for Chris would be great here because the Hiram will be able to start to refuel the hand. And getting rid of Tianyu's Hiram was definitely the play there, I think.
I think that's right. And, definitely behind as far as card advantage goes, but ahead in the ink race right now. So top deck and item could put him right back in it. Here we have a Sisu going into the inkwell for a... How far I'll go? Nope.
How far I'll go was from the Fishbone.
Oh, yep, it is.
Yep. And then we play it's an Ice Block.
Ice Block, a nifty little card that pairs well into this deck. I think when this card was revealed, everybody thought, this card's fine. But slotting very nicely into these control decks, it's a card that you can exert to reduce the strength of one of your opponent's characters by 1, making it susceptible to cards like Brawl, Mana Medusa, or Sisu.
Yeah, I will happily hold my hands up. I'm sure there are many commentators who won't, but I will happily hold my hands up and say that I did not race Ice Block in the bubble of card reveals. I read what it did and thought, this is something you might play in draft to help some challenges. Didn't realize that actually strength manipulation is a real key part of set 4. There's a lot of stuff that cares about both the strength of your opponent's characters and your stuff as well to an extent.
Yeah, Chris making a choice here to ink a Tamatoa, slam down the Lucky Dime. A really interesting play, knowing that he has 2 Sisus in hand. Sisu usually used for removal, but also with 3 lore on it. So Chris, knowing that he's got these high lore characters that he can't ink in his hand without the Fishbone Quill, is happy to play the Lucky Dime.
For a be prepared there, maybe? I'm not sure.
Maybe.
Went to pick up the Hiram thinking it was going away.
Maybe.
Yeah, sorry to interrupt you, but yeah, you're right. Sisu, is just a perfectly acceptable quester as well. So
right, yeah. So drop it down now, and now it can sit there with the Lucky Dime, getting you 3 lore per turn, allowing those Sisus to do something. Instead, we see the smaller Sisu.
Still goes for 2 on that one, so it's only 1 less, and it's just going to build up some ball presence. Going to have to find an answer for that Tamatoa because at the minute, I think if you're just trying to race on lore, the Tamatoa being able to keep filling the pile of items there is probably going to clinch it, I think.
Well, unfortunately for Chris, Tianyu does have the Lucky Dime in his hand as well. So as that item advantage builds up on that side of the board, the Lucky Dime makes use of Tamatoa's extra lore, doubling your gain every turn. So.
Okay, so Harm's question choosing obviously not to pop the dime there. The lore gain just being too great. We see a Maleficent Monstrous Dragon in Tianyu's hand there.
Yeah, able to deal with that Sisu when it comes down eventually. But, Tianyu has most of the pieces that you want in this endgame engine. He has the item. There's the popsicle. He's got the dime in his hand. All he's missing now is a Flavershim to start eating those items as Tamatoa brings them back to get the engine truly clicking.
Yeah. But still, in a good point. I think both decks here are doing what they want to do. They're both in a similar position. They both have characters out. They both have the dime out. So it's going to be close here, I think, to see which one can pull away. The Medusa there, getting rid of the Flavershim, is pretty nice for Tianyu. The Popsicle is healing Tamatoa, I think, for nothing there, just so we can get the replay and get the card draw from it.
Yes, it's a great line. Sometimes people say, I've got no damage, I can't use the popsicle, but obviously you can target your character with no damage, put it in your inkwell to get that card draw, which allows you to cycle and look for your answers. So Tianyu more than happy to keep feeding Tamatoa those popsicles every turn.
Mm-hmm. The key words there, for anyone who's interested, is it says up to. You can remove up to 2 damage, and 0 is up to 2.
Up to 2.
All right. So we've still got those 2 Sisus there, not really able to get them online just yet, I don't think. And we also see
No, but great.
a Maleficent Dragon as well.
Great card to draw if you have the ink to play it. Getting rid of that Tamatoa would definitely make things, I don't know, a little more comfortable for Chris at this point.
Sisu, I suppose the Sisu was there for the possible shift line. I don't know whether we love that right now, though.
I think so. Unfortunately, you'd love to be gaining, you'd be questing with whatever's there as well, but just too susceptible to both, Medusa and Tamatoa here. So I'm just going to sit there and be a passive lore battery right now with a Lucky Dime and passive.
Yeah, I think Tianyu would most likely be thinking there that Sisu shift is a possibility. So the Medusa would quite happily go into the Sisu there, I think, just to sort of stop that happening. Yes, the Sisu can come down and be hard played, but obviously it's not quite as good a tempo play. It's using up a majority of your ink. So I think it's fair to have it sort of sit there until you need it to, really. Dime is looking at Tamatoa there and gaining 5.
Yes.
Up to 8. And we see a develop your brain going into the ink. A Popsicle once again is healing Tamatoa for nothing, so that we can get the trigger again on the quest there. It's questing for 1 less, but just being able to refuel that Popsicle draw, I think, is worth it.
Yeah. Absolutely. And, this is the engine. This is the end game that this deck is going for. It's the Dime, the Tamatoa, and the Popsicle. The deck did get a few new tools this set with Aerial Item Collector and a couple others, but this is really where this deck is trying to get to. There, that Maleficent comes down, removes the Tamatoa, saying, I don't like that engine working as well as it is, and at the very least going to slow it down.
Absolutely, yeah. This deck, obviously, has really come to the forefront of the meta here. It was popular previously, but really is sort of, one of the top decks to beat right now. But yeah, it isn't necessarily the end game that's adjusted that much. It's the early, the control pieces of the Sisu and the ice blocks that I think has really sort of made it consistent in the early game. And that's why we're seeing it so popular right now.
That's true, but we are seeing the limited impact of Sisu in the mirror here. Although Sisu can remove Flaversham's and some other characters there, it's not great in the end game. And so Chris, sitting with those Sisus, really not able to make maximum use of them, other than their lore, perhaps.
Yeah, and like you say, they quest for 3, right? So, it's are we done?
Yes,
Yeah, just happy to go with it. Yeah, can't get rid of the Dime and Dime quest for 1, 2. Yeah, okay, that was good. Did the math a little quicker than I could do it there.
I said I had these Sisus in my hand all game and couldn't do anything with them. Mirror matches sometimes are really fun because you get to see 2 top tier players playing the same deck, going head to head. They each know the other's game plan perfectly, right? Because it's their game plan, and so you're watching them trying to execute theirs while countering their opponents. And a fun matchup there. Kind of want to see if it goes the same way in game 2.
Do you think being on the play makes a big difference here? Do you think just hitting that early ramp, just that 1 turn earlier is the thing that's really going to affect it?
I do think so. There's certain answers and certain cards you get to, getting there that 1 turn early, even if it's getting the Flaversham 1 turn before your opponent, gives you more cards to see and gives you more avenues, more options. You get to know how the game's going to progress more. So I do think it doesn't matter as much as it is if you're an aggro deck going into a control matchup, but I do think it matters. It'd be interesting to see how it goes here.
Well, that's the joy of the 2-game format, is you both get the same amount of goes on the play as you do on the draw. So let's go back into game number 2. So Tianyu on the play this time. We see a Maui going into a Develop Your Brain.
Yeah, Develop Your Brain, a card that allows you to look at the top 2 cards of your deck. You pick 1 to put in your hand and then 1 on the bottom of your library.
Yeah, so it's card draw, card replacement, I guess, and then a little bit of filtering as well, just being able to look at those few there, getting rid of the piece that you don't quite need just yet. We see the exact same play from Chris, a Maui in the Inkwell into a Develop Your Brain on turn 1.
That's one of the things that makes these decks, and even the Sapphire Steel deck, so good is, we talk about in these decks consistency, especially when you have certain key pieces that you need to make the deck work. You want to see those cards every single game. And so in these colors, you have cards like Develop Your Brain, which allow you to, basically it replaces itself, but it allows you to move through your deck faster. The same with Popsicle, which, draws you a card. It allows you to move through your deck faster. So that's one of the things that makes these decks so consistent, are these 1-drop cards that replace themselves and allow you to find your combo pieces.
Yeah, absolutely. Just being able to dig through the deck, because there are, a lot of pieces here in this game that they're just not going to be useful to you until much later in the game. Your Maleficent monstrous dragons. I mean, even to an extent, the 6-drop ladies on chairs. They're not doing what you want them to do early in the game. So it's better to have those sitting in your deck until later on, or just not in your hand when you just don't need them.
Absolutely, and pure mirror here with both players playing one jump ahead to ramp. I do think one jump ahead is a fine turn one play. I do think that both players, in this matchup, prefer to have an item on the board if possible to allow them to play a Flaversham. So it's a very common line: turn 1 item, then turn 4 Flaversham to get that card draw going. Both players not able to do that, but we do see Grammatala, which is another 4-cost card that allows you to do the same thing. Look at the top cards of your deck, pick one to put in your hand, put the rest in the bottom. Again, allowing you to find those cards you need.
Yeah, and we see Chris do the exact same thing. I'm not sure I've ever seen such a mirror of a mirror. This is almost identical. I think the ink has changed very slightly, but otherwise we have pretty much got a play for play here. I don't know. We can't hear the players, but if this was me, I'd be chuckling at this point, I think.
Yeah, I think we're finally going to see some items come down. Here is Fishbone Quill, making use of it right away to put an ice block into the inkwell.
Yeah, I think at this point, this is the first possible opportunity that Tianyu has got of sort of pulling away in the ink race here. If Chris doesn't have a similar line of play here, this may well be the one where he gets the 1 ink extra. We do see a develop your brain. It does have his own fishbone, though. So most likely he's looking for something for the next turn or two here.
Yeah, and it's really, it's a tough spot a little bit for Tianyu here. You see one of the items, in the endgame engine there, the Lucky Dime, but we really needs to start improving his card draw. Wants to get, an item and a harem on board, and not having the harem is really slowing this down. So I think Tianyu would love to get an ice block on the board, hopefully draw into a harem, get more cards, because you're kind of slowing down a bit on what you can put on the board.
Yeah, we see here Chris having a slightly better turn there, being able to sing the How Far I'll Go in conjunction with the Fishbone Quill. Now it's 7 ink to Tianyu's 5, and really this matchup is just a matchup of inks. Really, it's who can get there quicker, and then who can drop down the big final pieces.
And that's right. There, this deck, especially in the mirror, it's building an engine, and you have to find all the pieces of that engine. You have to assemble that engine, and then you have to start getting it going without your opponent being able to respond to it.
We see a diamond coming down there from Tianyu. So next turn that will be online. Doesn't currently have a great, doesn't have any character to look at now after taking the trade there.
Yeah, and Tianyu playing a little defensively here. He has removal in his hand and nothing but removal, and a character that can quest for 1 lore. So kind of here inviting Chris, to play out some cards, maybe play out some of his higher cost characters, and then being able to respond. And again, hopefully drawing into some of the pieces that he needs. And there's the harem, which if you're Tianyu, you don't like to see. Again, this deck thrives on harem Flaversham. It needs it in order to get that card draw. And Chris able to find his before Tianyu can find his. And here we are.
Just continuing to ramp here. Tianyu does have an answer for this first one here with the Medusa in hand, but Chris, just sitting there at the top of his hand. Look, a second harem, so it's just, is going to be slowed a turn. I think we can afford to do a develop your brain here. We still have the 6 needed for the Medusa.
Yeah, take a look. There's the
there's a harem, yeah, and the other one is a. I didn't see. I think it was a How Far I'll Go.
Not
a harem seems to be a pretty solid choice here. Now, do we take a turn off with the Medusa? Yes, I think we do, to get rid of their harem before we get our own down next turn. Yeah, I think that was probably the right line. Obviously, doesn't know the next one is sat there.
Unfortunately, yes.
Yeah, but we could see a Tamatoa come down here actually now off the top deck. Yeah, here we go. 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, we're good on ink. Chris is a very quick player, so it's always worth just double checking. Yeah.
No, that's right. Now let's see. I really think you need to start looking for cards eventually here. So questing for 1, but looks like we're preparing for a Be Prepared. Clear that Tamatoa off the board.
Because as we said in the in a previous game, actually no, it wasn't us. Sorry, it was the other team. We're playing. Tamatoa, pretty solid play after a Be Prepared.
Yeah,
Can
absolutely.
come down, especially with the dime already there. Just is going to start generating you lore straight away. We do there see the Hiram, really good rebuild off of a B prep there for Chris.
And here is the engine being built again on the side of the board. You need a few things. You need an item, you need a Tamatoa, you need a lucky dime, and if you're lucky, a Flavisham. Those four things working in concert allow you to close down the game. You can make do perhaps without the Flavisham, but
like we saw in the last game, right? The Popsicle's just healing Tamatoa for nothing. That's your other line, really. That's your non-Hiram play.
Yes, and again, just the card advantage over on Chris's side is really what's making the difference here.
Yeah, it's just able to ramp a little cleaner, and then having that second Hiram off the back of the B after the Be Prepared to sort of instantly start recouping was pretty good. We see a similar play here then. Hiram popping the Fishbone Quill to draw into a Tala and another Quill, looks like.
Yeah, Tianyu behind on resources, behind on cards, probably looking, put something else in the inkwell here, maybe play the Tala, look for another card that he may need.
Yeah, we don't. Tala's a 3/3, right?
Yes, it is.
Yeah. Okay. So another terrible body. Just
our production team, they're on it with that card flipping. Shout out to our production folks with the cards on the bottom.
Yes, yeah. Shout out to Hal, who's doing a superb job.
Cards.
Yeah, he's often there quicker than we are.
That is true. That is very true. All right, so back over to Chris. Chris, plenty of resources here to get things going, and I think a lot of the pieces that he wants in hand. Still looking for that lucky dime, I think, but
yeah, that's really what the edge is there. Chris definitely has the advantage in ink, has the card advantage in hand, but Tianyu does have that dime down over there. It's a little washed out, but I'm pretty sure that's what it is. We see a Tamatoa come down, bring a Popsicle back to hand that gets replayed. We're just going to keep going, keep looking for that final answer. The Quill there activated to just keep getting that ramp on board, which means we are able, to brawl the Hiram there. Really great turn.
Yeah, absolutely. Just getting rid of that. Getting rid of the Hiram. Chris knows that Tianyu doesn't have many cards in hand. Clearly doesn't have the answers. Not enough cards to get the engine going. Hiram is probably the one thing that could get Tianyu back in the game in terms of card draw. And Chris just shutting it down to avoid any chance of Tianyu developing an advantage.
Yeah, we just regular ink on the Fishbone there gives him the 9 needed for the Maleficent. See Tamatoa go away.
Yeah, always feels good getting Tamatoa off the board. Maleficent's a perfect answer for it.
Again, this is the thing with these sort of these what's the word you use, the engine decks. Pulling a cog out of that engine can really sort of give you a turn or two to recoup. But we do see the Hiram just absolutely putting the work in here.
Yep, still looking for the dime, I imagine. Although. One of the things that makes these decks, so oppressive in the late game is because of the card advantage. And you see it more, I think, in Sapphire Steel, but because of the card advantage, you can ink, 1-2 cards of that Fishbone Quill every single turn. And by the end, you can do so much in a single turn.
Just continuing here, look to ramp even further. We're now at 5, that's 9. We're now at 14 lore, right there, 14 ink, I think.
Much ink.
Yeah, much. 5. Yeah. 10, 14, yeah.
14. So it's an interesting number. I mean, at some point, it's just a lot of ink, and you can do a lot of things. But one number we could play with is what would it cost to put a dime, a Tamatoa, and activate the dime on the same turn? And I think that number is 17.
That's big, right? Because Tamatoa is 8, dime is 7 plus 2, so yeah, 17 to get all 3 of those out quickly. Yeah.
Yeah. But here we go. Tianyu with a Tamatoa of his own, pulling back the Popsicle. Again, Popsicle card that allows you to start cycling, develop a brain in the inkwell, and that's what we do here. Pull another card. It's a Maui. Love to be able to have the ink to play that right now.
Being able to get rid of the Hiram across the board would be huge. But even still, we have the dime, we have the Tamatoa. It's looking good for Tianyu. Chris, I do believe, has another Monstrous Dragon in hand, though. So we'll most likely be taking out Tamatoa. But honestly, so many options here. Like, I can't even see what a lot of them are. We're going to get an Ice Block out to make the Tamatoa a 4/8. before popping it to Hiram.
Why not? It's an interesting line. So you may wonder, like, why do that if you're going to eat it anyway? And the answer is because it opens up other lines of play. Perhaps you draw into another ice block, and then it makes Tamatoa susceptible to a Mana Medusa or something like that. So if it's there and you have the ability to do it, do it, because you never know what you're going to draw and how it might open up options that otherwise wouldn't be available.
Absolutely, yeah. Like you said, there's a good chance with the amount we're seeing through here. Good chance we see another one. And like you say, just it means you can keep your monstrous dragon there for another target in another turn. Just absolutely huge card advantage here. We have 9 cards in hand, I think.
Yeah, and importantly, we have drawn the lucky dime. It is a card Chris is going to look to play as soon as possible, I think, to allow him to turn on that engine. We may have gone through all of the Tamatoas as well. We've seen quite a few of them, and I know not all these decks run 4. So might be looking for other smaller lore characters to close it out. But nevertheless, we want to get a dime on the board, I think, as soon as possible if you're Chris.
Yeah, Tianyu finding all the bits he needs, maybe a little too late now. We have a Tamatoa and a Hiram in hand. That dime is still out, so we are going to be able to do some decent lore gaining here. It looks like instead we may actually be going for a Maui. Oh, sorry. We've got the Hiram down, popping the Porpskull.
Yeah. It is. I mean, Tianyu does have all of the pieces, and unfortunately not as much ink as Chris, but the one downside is Chris has managed to draw into so much of his deck that he has removal available to remove some of those cogs.
Yeah.
Yes.
Maui's a great answer for Faversham there. But yeah, double Maleficence on the board with a dime coming down. Already with a slight lore advantage.
Yeah, this is interesting. I do think, both players are still in this game, and Chris not being able to close it out yet, has given Tianyu a little bit of room to find cards that he wants to get things moving closer to his ideal end state. I said something about being through all the Tamatoas, and there I see Chris with 2 in hand.
Oh yeah, they're still there. Plenty of them at the bottom of the ocean. Okay, all the shiny things. So yeah, we can do 5, 10, 15, 16, 17. We can do the dime Tamatoa, I think.
Can. So there's the dime. Yeah, we're having to do math in public here.
Yeah. I think you can do it. Although dime is the only item out, so you're not necessarily. Oh, it's Fishbone Quill, excuse me. So we're going to have crazy amounts of lore here, but it's it's still definitely going to be a good amount put back in. Instead, we take a turn off to brawl the Hiram.
Yeah, but again, this deck really needs Hirams for card advantage. It's the best card draw on the deck, and it needs it to kind of keep the engine going. So anytime you can remove one, I mean, it's generally the right play.
And I think that was questing for 5 + 2 from the dime. Looking at the Maleficent there, 7 puts him to 12.
Yeah, at this point, Chris is a turn away, even though he's not showing that amount of lore, or he is showing that amount of lore.
Yeah, he has it on board. Yeah, he has currently 9 on board, assuming the dime looks at a 2 lore character. Yeah, so but obviously, a lot of that's exerted, so Maui is able to get rid of one of the dragons.
But here's where the Tamatoa coming down, and right now Tamatoa will come down, be a 3 lore character with those 2 items, so giving you that 1 extra to push you over the top.
Absolutely, but then also more than enough lore to replay whatever item Tamatoa grabs back.
Of course,
yeah, it's going to be tough here, I think, for Tianyu to take the win.
Although, there's a card that might help.
We'll just get rid of the. No, I don't think it would at the moment, actually, because the Sisu is a 5/4.
I think it's the Be Prepared. I mean, although resetting.
Oh, I'm sorry, I was looking at the Enchanted Sisu.
Oh, beautiful card, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, Be Prepared. There it is, clearing up the board. But again, Chris, with just all the answers in hand, is likely going to be able to play the Tamatoa and start, racing to 20 again pretty quickly.
Absolutely. Completely missed the Be Prepared. I was very much channeling Tamatoa and looking at the shiny thing instead.
How can you not? Fantastic card.
Right.
Beautiful card.
I love hearing about the art design for those this time, that they are meant to look like Ursula's sort of cauldron, sort of summoning the images within her cauldron.
Yes.
Which is why they all have that darker background. They really pop on the foils in real life.
Absolutely. I love that idea.
So I was bringing back a popsicle.
Yeah, so Chris is just how many items can I get on the board, trying to maximize the dime's lore gain this turn, putting himself, if not, winning this turn, within one more dime use next turn of winning, whether it's a 2 lore character, 1 lore character. It's really trying to close this out.
Yeah, I don't think it's doable in one turn. 8 lore off of a Tamato would be pretty strong, but it is 5. So yeah, puts him well within reach, I think, here, especially with Tianyu, such a lore with such a huge gap between the lore. Excuse me.
No, and that's 5 lore. That's great. That puts you at 17, and even if, let's say, Tianyu has the answers and removes everything, that's 1 Sisu and dime away, and that's game. Players splitting this round, I believe, in the mirror, which is
points each. Taking 3 points each. Excuse me.
1 on the draw, 1 on the play, and they split. Fantastic.
That's perhaps about the best you can hope for in a mirror like that, I guess. You're walking away with 3 points. You're still very much in the day, and can move on to the next round, which will be round 6.
6.
Yeah, we're cracking on. We're past the halfway point.
We're
Congratulations,
almost
folks.
there. Is that a quote?
Probably.
Almost there. Anyway.
Yeah, Tiana, right?
It is.
I think, yeah, something like that.
It's close anyway. Child, correct me if I'm wrong. Anyway, we're going to turn it over to the on-site team, and we'll see you all back here shortly.
Hello, Lumineers, and welcome back. We are jumping into round 6 of day 1 of the Lorcana Challenge Chicago, and it has been a fantastic day.
It has been remarkable. I mean, I've been to the Atlanta one. I'm here now, and all I have are praises to give for this event. There's something special about there being so many people in one place to celebrate the same thing, this game that we love.
Absolutely. I had the pleasure of remote casting with Jaunty for the Atlanta event, but being here in person has just been, I mean, I knew it was going to be fun, but it has just like blown all my expectations out of the water. Being able to meet other Illumineers and gather around this game, the community of Lorcana is just incredible.
Yeah, it's really awesome to see. I mean, it's not just us and the people that we meet, right? Like, there's plenty of people that I see walking through the hallways and running around that you can tell are just groups of people that are maybe meeting each other for the first time or only get to see each other for times like this. I know there's plenty of friends that I have that I only ever see at these Lorcana challenges. So it's really fun to see the community do things like that and build up on each other.
And all the Disney gear is so much fun.
Yeah.
There's some cosplayers out there this time, which has been really fun to see.
I think that's one of my favorite things about these challenges, to be honest, is all of the cosplays. It's just so awesome to walk by and then you recognize a character. And sometimes it's not just a Disney character, it's a Lorcana character.
Yeah, I saw a Super Goofy earlier today.
Yeah, there was a Super Goofy, and then I saw the new bell.
The Mystic Bell. Yes,
yeah,
beautiful.
They even had the little rose in the glass ball.
Yeah.
So it's really cool.
And all that to say, if you have an opportunity to come out to a Disney Lorcana challenge, like, we want you to be part of this world.
Take it. Yeah, do it. I promise. Like, especially if you're on the fence about it, just do it.
Yes.
Like, unfortunately, the next one, Fort Worth, is completely sold out. Attendee badges, all of it is gone because, I mean, there's just so many people. They're exciting. They're fun to come to.
Absolutely. High demand. So the one after that is Toronto, and there's going to be information about tickets coming out soon. So make sure that you're following all the official Disney Lorcana channels because they'll be announcing that, and I cannot wait.
I can't wait either. And then I think there's 2 more after that as well, just in North America.
Yep.
So
Las Vegas and Seattle. So we're hitting the West Coast.
Yeah, finally hitting the West Coast. I know there's a lot of people over there excited for those who haven't been able to come over here for these. So
yes, and there's something for everyone. That, I think, is the other great thing about it. If you want to participate in the main event for the challenge, you can. Or if you want to just participate in the side events as an attendee, you can, or a little bit of both.
Yeah, that's one of the fun things to see as the day goes on. And at the beginning of today, I went into the area where they were having the side events, and there was a couple tables of people playing, you know, the people that have the attendee badges. And then as the day goes on, I keep going back and checking, and more people are going in there. There's more and more games being played, and everybody's just having a good time, especially once you're in the side event area because, you know, you're playing for tickets. There's some stakes there, but, like, it's all casual. We're all here to have fun.
Yes, but the main event, those people are playing for some really excellent prizes, and they're racking up their points today. We're going into round 6.
Yeah, the days is not getting close to coming to a close. After round 6, there's only 3 more rounds, and so we're getting really close to seeing who's starting to make top cut, who's getting close to day 2.
Yes.
So I say we go ahead and move on to round 6 and see who's getting even closer.
Yes, let's take a look at our next game. So we have Eric and Andrew facing off here in round 6. Eric over player 1, and Andrew is our player 2. And it looks like they both are at 28 points right now.
Yeah, so that's one of the cool things that I like about the stream. You can see how many points they're at. You can guess how well they've done. A lot of times I like to divide it by 7 because if they win their match, then they gain 7 points. But otherwise, it's 3 points per win. So at the very least, you can figure out the most games that they've won in the day and get a good idea. But we do see Eric ink a steel card. It was a it was a Strength of a Raging Fire that he inked. And we do see the Bucky come down, so we know Eric is playing Emerald Steel. And then we see the Amethyst Olaf, the cute little snowman
Love
there.
that little snowman.
That Andrew has played. And I didn't catch a second color, but I'm sure we'll find out what it is soon.
Yes. Olaf, he looks so happy. He would probably be happier if it was summer.
He probably would be happier if it was summer. Is anyone going to tell him, though, what happens to snow?
Don't you dare.
Okay, maybe I'll just let him live in bliss.
So we do have that Ruby Amethyst combo over here on Andrew's side with that Flynn, again, making an appearance.
Yeah, we're starting to see a bunch of cards show up over and over again, Bucky being one of them and Flynn being the other. And so So Bucky, of course, it will force the opponent to discard a card when a Floodborn character is played. That's sort of the game plan here around the Emerald Steel deck, and we see Diablo coming down a Floodborn character, so Andrew will have to discard a card. And then, like Rebecca mentioned, we saw the Flynn Rider being played by Andrew last turn, which will gain 3 lore at the start of your turn if you have a character that has more strength than any of the opposing characters. So I'm eager to see if Andrew has something like a Sisu or a Madame M. Fox that they can play and gain that strength advantage over Eric and maybe start racing Eric down and gaining a bunch of lore.
Yeah. Oh, he did have a Fox, but is putting her in the inkwell, so it'll be interesting to see what he has here. It's that Sisu.
It was the Sisu. Yeah, that totally makes sense. The Fox does well enough if you don't have the Sisu with the 4 strength, but the Sisu this early in the game, I mean, Eric has, it looks like 4 cards in hand and might have even more after this Diablo if Andrew can't get rid of the Diablo. So Sisu is going to have a ton of strength, especially against this Emerald Steel deck that typically doesn't run cards that have very much strength to begin with. So Eric can get rid of this Flynn Rider with some removal, but it looks like he only has, oh no, I'm sorry, I see the Strength of Raging Fire in his hand. So Eric may opt to sing this Strength of a Raging Fire to banish this Flynn Rider to make sure that Andrew doesn't get ahead on lore very quickly.
And Strength of a Raging Fire is what cost is?
It is a 3 cost. Yeah, okay. It is a 3 cost song. So Eric is going to sing that with Diablo. And Strength of a Raging Fire does damage based on how many characters you have in play. So Eric has 2 characters in play and can deal the exact amount of damage to Flynn Rider to banish Flynn Rider, only having 2 willpower.
Yeah, I know I keep saying this about the flavor and the theming of these Disney cards, but Strength of a Raging Fire, of course, is from Mulan. And I just love that it's like, for every character you have, you know, it's that army in Mulan.
Yeah.
So it does more damage the more characters that you have.
Yeah, I love the art on this card too, because it's the same thing. It's just multiple characters, you know, working together to banish something greater.
Yes.
And one of my favorite scenes from Mulan is actually from the second Mulan movie, and when all the girls run around and they follow Mulan in the very beginning and they start training. It's lesson number 1, I think, is the song that they do for that movie. It's one of my favorites. And
I've never seen the second Mulan.
You've never seen?
Never have.
Oh man.
Oh,
okay.
No.
Well, I know what you have to do when you go back home.
Yes, I have my assignment.
Yeah, it's a really great movie. I like it just as much as the first, to be honest with you.
Oh, okay. Yeah, we'll definitely have to check that out.
Yeah, but we do see Andrew play a Merlin Rabbit to draw a card when it enters play, and you can also draw a card when Merlin Rabbit leaves play. And it looks like Andrew's going to quest with the Sisu and the Olaf here to gain a little bit of lore and get on the board.
So with Diablo being an evasive card, what tools, what answers does Andrew have in the Ruby Amethyst deck?
Andrew has a couple answers, actually. Not usually through characters with evasive. Some people have played cards like Peter Pan's Shadow or Peter Pan Chasing His Shadow. That's a new one. I don't remember if that's the actual name of the card for the set.
Oh, yes.
But it's sort of the opposite of it. Regardless, both of those characters have evasive and rush, and have just enough strength to banish the Diablo when it's exerted. But what I'm more expecting to see is a card like it's not Break, it's the other one. It is the Ruby...
The Brawl?
Brawl, thank you, yes.
Okay.
I expect to see a Brawl. You also have your Madame Medusas that you can play on the Diablos also. The hard part is those Madame Medusas are expensive. The Brawls are about around the same time that a Diablo would be played, only being 3 ink, so Andrew might have to wait a turn or 2 before he can find those answers. And then if you really have to, you do have your Be Prepared, where you can just banish the entire board if you really need to get rid of the card.
Yes, and I guess the other Be Prepared songs too, or Be Prepared. Be King Undisputed and Teeth and Ambitions.
Yeah, both of those would take out Diablo. Teeth and Ambitions, of course, you could target, and it would deal exact damage to banish Diablo, since Diablo only has 2 willpower. And King Undisputed is sort of like, well, Eric would have to choose the card that they discard, so you would really want just Diablo to be on the board. And we see Diablo putting in work, to be honest.
Yes, he is.
It being exerted like this, when Andrew draws a card for turn, Eric's able to draw a card, so Eric's able to keep their hand very full of cards and answers available to them.
That bird, he does a lot of work.
He does. He does a lot of work. Maleficent should be paying him well.
Hopefully she is. And if not, Diablo needs to ask for a raise.
Yeah, because he's doing a lot of work. That is for sure. We do see a Jafar Dreadnought being played. Jafar Dreadnought has a really cool ability, being able to draw you a card if you challenge and banish a character in a challenge with Jafar Dreadnought. And of course, it's a Floodborn, so Bucky would trigger, but Andrew doesn't have any cards in his hand already, so that doesn't mean too much right now.
Now, it does feel early in the game to already be out of cards in your hand. How does Andrew come back from that?
I mean, it's really tough. Andrew, it looks like only has, it's kind of hard to see from this angle.
I think 5 ink.
5 ink. Yeah, so even if we top deck something like a Be Prepared, that's not going to be enough. I think Andrew needs to either find cards that can draw him cards so that he can ink. This is a difficult spot to be in, especially for the Amethyst, because you would think drawing a bunch of extra cards is where you would want to be. The problem is I don't think you can draw enough cards to keep them in your hand for very long. Because if you only draw one card at a time, then that gives Eric the opportunity to just play another Floodborn the next turn and force you to discard that card. So I think more than anything, Andrew wants to find cards that he can ink or that are really impactful so that he can get up to the 7 ink cost and hopefully find something like a Be Prepared, or even if he gets up to 6, it would be really important to be able to play a Madame Medusa or Lady Germaine to just start working on Eric's board.
Yeah. So we do see Flynn come down, and with that Sisu, does that give him what he needs there to get that 3 lore?
It should be. This is an interesting play here. We have a lot going on. So Diablo being exerted means that every time Andrew draws a card on his turn, Eric will draw a card on there, or he can draw a card. He doesn't have to if he doesn't want to.
Right, which is an important thing, because any card that has an ability that says you may do something, the player can choose to not do that thing.
Right, and Eric may not want to at some point, because for every card that's in Eric's hand, Sisu gets an extra strength, which means that it's going to be really difficult for Eric to ever have a card that will have more strength than Sisu. And the reason that that's important is because of the Flynn Rider and Flynn Rider's ability, gaining Andrew 3 lore at the start of his turn if he has a character with more strength than any of his opponent's characters. So that may not be enough. Andrew is ahead on lore, on 7 lore versus the 3 lore that Eric has. So if Eric's able to continue to push to 20, maybe get a couple triggers off of this Flynn, Andrew could top deck into a goat and maybe finish the game out at the end, but he has a long way to go.
He does, yeah. The nice thing with Steel, though, is there are a lot of answers with direct damage, and Steel maybe has some of the most direct damage actions and songs.
Yeah, absolutely. Steel is, I mean, that's one of its key factors in the ink, is being able to play a ton of cards that just deal direct damage. It doesn't have quite the removal strength of Ruby that just straight up banishes characters, but a lot of times it gets the job done. You don't, if you can deal 5 damage to a character with Long Came Zeus, sometimes that's all that you really need to do. And then we see the Let the Storm Rage On. You called it perfectly, Rebecca. All of this removal coming out of Eric. And you can do this when you are drawing card after card after card after card with Diablo. You just tend to always have answers. You're more likely to find those answers anyway.
Absolutely. And of course, we saw that giant Tinkerbell come down as well, which did 1 damage across the board, which really helped him kind of clear everything off.
Yeah, and this makes it especially difficult for Andrew, because now the Tinkerbell can sit there and threaten any characters that Andrew has on board and essentially stop him from exerting them. So that stops Andrew both from questing with a lot of his characters, but also really makes him have to second guess whether he wants to challenge any of Eric's characters, because if Andrew challenges a character and then Andrew's character survives, then Eric can respond by challenging that character with Tinkerbell, banishing that character, and then dealing 2 damage to another character that Andrew maybe hadn't exerted for that turn. So there's a lot of damage that Tinkerbell can do.
Yeah. And of course, we just saw, we don't talk about Bruno, which is again that card where you return chosen card to their hand and then discard at random. But he only had that 1 card.
Yeah, we don't talk about Bruno. Basically just turns into a banished character card when your opponent has 0 cards in hand, because, it just goes back to their hand, and that's the only card.
Into their discard.
They randomly discard the only card in their hand. So yeah, really strong. And then we see Eric play another Diablo. So this is going to get out of hand pretty quickly, I think, unless Andrew's able to find an out. And again, Andrew looks like it only has 6 ink, drew the rabbit, so didn't have an inkable card. And yeah, it looks like he's just going to scoop after that, knowing that Eric very likely just is going to take game 1.
Yeah, I mean, between that Bucky and then having at the end there, 2 Diablos out on the board. I mean, that really put Eric in a really great position.
Yeah, I mean, I think we saw just how strong it can be for Emerald Steel if they can stick one of those Diablos and keep the Bucky on board, especially when the Ruby Amethyst player isn't able to get a bunch of ink out. The moment their hand is gone and they can't rely on something like Be Prepared or some of their more expensive uninkable cards, it makes it really difficult for them to recover because Diablo just continues to draw cards. And then when you do finally start to catch up, you've drew into a bunch of damage actions in Steel that you can just wipe their board and say, okay, try again.
Goodbye. Yes, goodbye to all your characters. Well, hopefully we can see Andrew find some answers in this next game.
Yeah.
So let's jump into it.
Okay, let's get into game 2.
All right. Ruby Amethyst, I know a lot of people have strong feelings about it, but it's a really fun deck to play.
It actually is a really fun deck to play, and I actually recommend this deck to a lot of people that start Disney Lorcana. I think it teaches you a lot of fundamentals. It teaches you a lot about sequencing, which is a big thing in this game. And for anybody that may not understand what that means, it's just the order in which you play cards. In Disney Lorcana, you can quest at any point, you can play a card or ink at any point. There's no particular order that you have to spend your turn other than your ready, set, draw phase. So being able to sequence cards correctly is really important in this kind of deck, and it's a very forgiving deck, to be honest with you. Having the removal options through Ruby, sometimes if you make a couple misplays and your opponent has a large board, you can just play Be Prepared and reset the game.
Yeah. I will say that as the Disney Lorcana, I've played a little bit of other TCGs, but not much. Disney Lorcana is the first game I've really gotten into, and playing that Ruby Amethyst deck and all the Merlin and Mim and the bounce and everything really did force me to think a lot about the cards I was playing and when I would play them, and it really taught me a lot about the strategy of the game.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's definitely not to say how strong this deck can be too. It can be an easy deck to pick up, but in the right hands with people that have played it for a really long time, it's just like you said, another great thing about Disney Lorcana is all of those micro decisions, whether knowing which cards you need to ink when, knowing which cards you can get away with inking and playing against certain matchups, even having to alter your hand at the beginning of the game. A lot of times you're looking for one specific card because you're playing against a certain ink and you expect a certain card to give you trouble. So for instance, in this matchup with Eric playing Emerald, I expect Andrew to look for cards that can get rid of Bucky and Diablo or allow him to hold a hand where he can ink a bunch of cards so that he can get up to those high expensive ink counts where he can start playing those expensive uninkable cards as well.
Yeah. How would you say that this matchup is between the Ruby Amethyst and Emerald Steel? Does it kind of always tilt one way or the other?
In my experience, the Emerald Steel matchup is a little bit favored in this one, purely because of their ability to discard the Ruby Amethyst player's hand, which is weird because Amethyst has a ton of card draw available to them. The problem is that paired with Diablo, you're also feeding your Emerald Steel player, and if you can't get enough ink into your inkwell fast enough, then when you're drawing those cards, you're just honestly giving your opponent more cards to discard at that point. And they can do it pretty aggressively. We don't see the Bucky opening here with Eric. Eric's not actually played anything until turn 3 here with Ursula, Deceiver of All, which really helps this Ruby Amethyst matchup because the biggest thing about the Bucky being played is you're inking a card every turn, you're playing a card every turn.
Right.
With Ruby Amethyst, you want to play on curve for the first couple turns of the game. So that's at least 2 cards that are coming out of your hand every turn. You add a card being discarded on top of that. I mean, you're only drawing 1 card per turn, so your hand gets real small real fast.
Yeah. We saw that Brawl card come out and take care of Ursula, which I'm always happy to see Ursula go because she's a mean sea witch. She's a mean sea witch.
She is a mean sea witch. I played Ruby Amethyst for the set championships for Into the Inklands, and Ursula, Deceiver of All was the card I hated seeing the most. So I was very excited when I saw Brawl get revealed because I was like, wait a second.
Wait a minute.
This is a card that I can play in my Ruby Amethyst deck and get rid of these Ursulas.
Yes.
Little did I know Diablo was coming, and that was going to cause so much more pain than Ursula did in set 3.
Yeah, Ursula Sea Witch though, she's great. When when she's on your side, Ursula does a lot of good.
Oh yeah, I'm definitely biased because I play a Ruby Amethyst. Emerald Steel, it's strong for a reason. It's in some of these top tables for a reason. The Diablo is an extremely good card. Ursula, Deceiver of All is an extremely good card. The Emerald Steel package, just in general, plays a lot of good cards.
Absolutely.
Every single one of them usually requires some sort of response, and so it can be really difficult if you don't have the answers that you need when you need them. But luckily for Andrew, Eric's had a little bit of a slow start. We do see the Diablo played after the Ursula and after Andrew used the Brawl, so Andrew maybe wanted to save that Brawl for the Diablo, but I do see a King Undisputed in Andrew's hand. So depending on what Eric plays this turn and maybe what what Andrew is able to respond to that, this Diablo may be not long for this world.
Yeah, he does have a beast. He has another Diablo in his hand too. He had played a beast this turn, which is going to help Eric again with more card draw.
Yeah, more card draw, and we'll see Eric isn't even questing with Diablo. The Diablo simply has to be exerted, and Eric has instead decided to sing Strength of a Raging Fire with the Diablo to get rid of the Flynn. But this is where I think a King Undisputed would be pretty good. You could sing it with the Merlin Rabbit, and then either card that Eric banishes here, whether it's the Beast Tragic Hero or the Diablo, is a good card to be banished. And so he actually has the second brawl as well to get rid of the Diablo.
And then he's going to sing Being Undisputed.
Yeah, even better. So able to completely clear these two very strong cards that Eric has played. And you honestly need to answer. Both of these cards give Eric a huge advantage of essentially just putting more cards in their hand. And so being able to get rid of those in the turn. Andrew wasn't able to develop a ton on his side of the board, but the rabbit is a pretty great thing to even have just on an empty board, because even if the rabbit is banished, you'll still draw a card by the time it ends up going to the discard pile. So
yeah. Now, it looks like Eric has a couple of high-cost cards in his hand, and he doesn't quite have enough ink to play. But he is doing that other Diablo down. But he put his Robin Hood, his big Robin Hood, into the inkwell this turn, which is kind of unfortunate to see because we've seen how strong that card can be.
Yeah, Robin Hood is typically a really strong card in Steel, but when you play against Ruby, Ruby has access to cards like Madame Medusa that can banish Robin Hood, because Madame Medusa, when played, will banish a character with 3 or less strength. Robin Hood only has 3 strength, so you don't want to invest all of your ink into a card that's just going to get banished the next turn. But we see another Diablo come down for Eric, and Eric has some pretty good cards in hand. He has a Giant Tinkerbell and a Let the Storm Rage on, so he'll be able to deal 2 damage.
I had to do that.
If anyone needs to sing, it's you. Trust me. Rebecca has a much better voice than I do. But I expect to see a Tinkerbell being played here, if possible, simply because both rabbits have 2 damage on them, and then the Tinkerbell will deal 1 damage to everything when it is played. We do see...
I can't quite see what he played there. Yeah.
It looks like it was only... Oh, it must be a Diablo. He exerted 1 ink, and so got a good look at Andrew's hand.
that little Diablo. Yep.
Just to see what they were working with before Eric committed to any particular play here.
Yes, and Diablo, of course, is that spy in the sky. He can see all.
Can see all. He's doing a ton of work here. I think this is the 3rd... Floodborn Diablo that we've seen from Eric this game, so a shift would be unlikely if I was Andrew thinking about what Eric is playing here. But still, it's a card on board.
Absolutely. And then Andrew, on his side, I feel like he's probably feeling pretty good here with being at 8 lore already. Eric still hasn't gotten on the board yet, and he's really been able to keep ahead.
Yeah, Eric's done a great job of understanding how this matchup needs to be played out, knowing that he needs to get rid of any of the discard that Eric is able to play, in which, Eric missed playing a Bucky on turn 2, so Andrew didn't have to worry too much about his cards being discarded too fast. But as Eric has been playing cards throughout the game, Andrew's been able to respond and banish them and slowly gain the lead as time goes on. It looks like Eric does decide to play the Along Came Zeus to banish one of the Merlin Rabbits. Andrew will draw a card once Merlin Rabbit is banished.
Yeah, those Merlin cards are just so great because that ability, like we've said, it happens when the card comes into play and then also when he leaves play. So it's just, even when he leaves, you're sad to lose a character from your board, but at least you gain some benefit from it.
Yeah, that's what makes Merlin Rabbit really strong and a card we see in a lot of Amethyst decks, because this is a game of resources. So when you play a card, it's really great if the card can replace itself. And so not only does Merlin Rabbit replace itself the moment that it's played, but you also will eventually draw an extra card, whether you bounce the Merlin Rabbit back into your hand with another card or it gets banished outright.
Yeah.
We do see Andrew play the little Sisu, Sisu Daring Visitor. It's an uninkable 3-cost 1/1 with evasive, but more importantly, has an ability that says when you play this character, banish chosen opposing character with 1 strength or less. So Andrew decided to use this opportunity to go ahead and banish that small Diablo.
Yeah, I just love also that we get Sisu in the human form here
Yes.
on this art. I love it so much. I mean, the dragon's cool, don't get me wrong, but the human form of Sisu is great. I'd love to see it.
Yeah, I love the way that Sisu looks and all the different forms that Sisu takes. And I mean, Sisu got a ton of love in this set because this is the third Ruby Sisu that we've seen between the other two that I think see more play than this one normally, but it's fun to see all of them seeing play here.
Yep, so we have Ursula back on the board here, and I don't know, does Eric have any songs in his hand that he could sing with her if she stays around?
It's hard to see. I think he had a We Don't Talk About Bruno, but that, of course, is too expensive.
And then we do have a Strength of the Raging Fire.
Yeah, so that's an interesting play here. Ursula being able to double sing Strength of a Raging Fire means you would deal the amount of damage for characters you have in play twice. The weird thing is, though, is everything on Andrew's board right now, at least the characters, currently only have 1 willpower remaining. So you could also play the Giant Tinkerbell, deal 1 damage to all of them and banish them, or you could double sing Strength of the Raging Fire, targeting both the Sisu and the Rabbit and get rid of those as well. But Andrew does have this Queen Castle. It was played the turn before, which is slowly going to gain lore from Andrews as long as the Queen Castle is there and available. So Eric might be incentivized to play a character that can challenge into the Queen's Castle and banish it pretty quickly.
Yep, and we saw that goat make an appearance.
Yes, it wouldn't be an Amethyst deck without Merlin Goat. Merlin Goat gains the lore every time it enters and leaves play. And, I mean, this is what the Ruby Amethyst deck wants to do. We see Andrew's been able to push his lore up further and further, got all the way up to 13, then is able to play this goat to push to 14. Similar to the rabbit, a goat is essentially 2 lore minimum. Unless Eric can finish the game before anything else happens to the goat gains lore when it comes in play and leaves play. So whether the goat is banished or whether the goat is bounced back to hand, it's going to gain an extra lore. And there's plenty of cards that can bounce the goat back to hand in Amethyst.
Absolutely. And we also saw Andrew pay 1 ink for each of the 3 characters out to move them to Queen's Castle. So he would draw an extra card for any characters that remained there. Unfortunately, 2 of them are going away.
Yeah, we finally see the Giant Tinkerbell being played to get rid of everything. And then the Ursula is going to get rid of that goat as well, preventing Andrew from drawing those 3 cards, which, I mean, you have to do. You can't let Andrew draw that many cards.
I'm sure Andrew would have loved it, though.
Yeah, if you're Eric, you don't want Andrew to draw that many cards. That's for sure. I'm sure Andrew would have loved it. But so long as Eric is worried about those characters, the Queen's Castle is only going to take a couple damage. So
yeah. Which, you know, if that Queen's Castle can stick around for a couple turns, I mean, if you can get 4 or 6 lore out of the Queen's Castle, that's great.
Exactly. Even on this turn, the Queen's Castle is going to gain an extra 2 lore for Andrew, pushing Andrew up to 16. And a beat prepared here is huge for Andrew because it's going to get rid of all of Eric's characters. Emerald Steel does not have rush characters, so there's no character that Eric would be able to play to immediately challenge his Queen's Castle. Eric would specifically need a card from Steel that could either deal damage to the Queen's Castle or straight up banish the location to stop it from gaining lore on the next turn. And like you said, if the Queen's Castle gains lore for 1 or 2 more turns, we're dangerously close to 20. And I did see a Merlin Goat in Andrew's hand earlier.
Which I'm sure Eric has in the back of his mind that could be a possibility.
Absolutely. I don't think we've seen more than 1 or 2 goats from Andrew, so it's something that Eric is definitely aware of and has to keep in mind. And it doesn't look like Eric has any way to get rid of the Queen's Castle this turn, holding only a Bucky, Robin Hood, and Tinkerbell in his hand.
Yeah, and then along came Zeus would come in very handy now because that's a card that can do damage to both either a character or a location, correct?
Right. When Eric needed him most, Zeus has not shown up.
He's busy playing with lightning somewhere.
Yeah, busy probably coaching Hercules somewhere else.
And then Zeus did not come along.
No. At least not yet. There's still a chance for Andrew to draw into it. And so we see the goat come down and both of the players shake. Andrew taking the second game of this 2-game match, both players taking one of them.
And as we've talked about before, every game counts, every win counts. So even though neither of them went to, they each get their 3 points.
Yeah, absolutely. That's one of the things I actually like about the 2-game format is that every game matters. It can be a little bit difficult to play 9 rounds of a tournament where every game matters, but knowing that you can lose your first game and that you're not completely out, you can can still make progress towards those points and get to whatever
Yes.
number you're shooting for, I think is really good. And as you walk away with just a 1-1 match split like this, it's not as great as a win, but it's certainly better than a loss.
Yes, and especially with the additional prizing of being able to hit certain point thresholds and earn tickets for the prize wall, I'm sure the players are really happy about that.
Yeah, every single point, I'm sure they're happy to receive.
Absolutely. Well played to both players. Congratulations. And we're going to go to a break.
Welcome back, folks. Can't stop, won't stop. We're racing into round 7. We're going to be bringing you a game from round 7 in just a moment, and it's one I'm very much looking forward to.
Yeah, a couple of great players. One which we recognize and we've seen before on stream, so I'm really excited to see what he brings to bear for this Lorcana tournament. This is a player who is known for bringing stuff that's slightly off meta and doing very well with it. So we're excited to see what he's bringing here.
And he's up against a name I don't know, but exact same record, so very evenly matched as we move into this round. So without further ado, let's dive in and go straight to the table.
Once more down the rabbit hole.
Excellent. So you'll see on the left we have Zach Bivens against Mike Cozzolino, both sitting at 31 points as they move into this game. Game 1 of round 7. We see a aerial spectacular singer going in the inkwell for a 1-drop queen.
Yeah, so we know right from that play, we know exactly what Zach's playing. Zach is playing a Steel Song deck, and he's teched in here. So there's multiple different directions you can go with Steel Song. Steel Song is a deck which is steel and amber. It relies on singers, a heavy amount of songs to put them over the top. Usually it relies on building up a strong board state of singers, allowing you to play multiple cards out of your hand with no ink every single turn. And then it also relies on a whole new world to refill your hand. Diablo here, of course, letting Mike take a look and letting us all see what's in there. And
it doesn't really matter, though.
World, there it is. John, do you want to talk through what just happened there?
Yeah, that was a quick play. So what we saw was the queen getting shifted there. She's able to shift onto, but she is a 5-drop, so she is able to sing a whole new world. And obviously, being Floodborn, she can do it on the turn she comes out as long as she's shifted. So even though the 1-drop Diablo from Mike got to have a look at that hand, it was not long for this world. We've already seen our first whole new world, and it's just all about disrupting your opponent and filling your hand back up as quickly as possible. We see a Bucky come down from Mike. We also see the Shift Diablo discarding a Strength of a Raging Fire there to make the shift happen. We see a Sleepy's Flute be the discarded card from Zach there from Bucky.
Yeah, and I've talked to Zach before. Sleepy's Flute is a card that he doesn't like to play early game generally. He thinks this is a card that's usually a closer for him. So if he's going to discard a card this early in the game, Sleepy's Flute is one he's more than likely happy to discard. From Mike, we've seen Steel Emerald decks quite a bit today, and we know that the Diablo into Bucky into Diablo Shift combo is probably one of the best 1-2-3 plays in the meta right now.
Absolutely.
Seeing it go off again here, getting you some immediate card advantage, forcing your opponent to discard, and then likely getting a card off your opponent's draw next turn.
We go digging with the Aerial. We find a Let the Storm Rage on that the Queen can sing straight away and get rid of that Diablo. Zach having a lot of answers here. Both decks coming screaming out the gate, to be honest.
Absolutely. And against Mike, Zach's definitely thinking, make sure I have plenty of cards in hand to play around this heavy discard package. So the Storm Rage on, a card that not only does 2 damage to a character, but then replaces itself, is kind of the perfect song to find with Aerial there. Ursula
taking a look at that hand, sees the second whole new world. May well be on the cards. We also see a Pride Lands, which is one of the other sort of techie options here with this deck. The flutes, Pride Lands, even lanterns. Some people, there's a few different options you can do. It looks like we're seeing both here, though, from Zach.
No, that's a great point, Jonty. There's this debate in the Steel Song community about which build is better. And it's usually a debate, as you said, between lanterns and flutes and Pride Lands. And everybody generally falls into one of those camps, I feel like. And here we see Zach bringing both the flutes and the Pride Lands to this tournament. Speaking of which, there's the Pride Lands on the board, followed by, that's the new Ursula. Ursula being a 2-cost 1/4 Singer 4 with 1 lore.
Yeah, so she's one of the singers, not quite as strong as some of the 3-drop singers that can sing up to 5. She's a 2-drop singing up to 4. The big hit for her there is the Along Came Zeus, really. That's the sort of key 4-drop song, I think, that she's going to be singing. And we see a Benja come down. Doesn't have an item to hit, but otherwise he's still a perfectly fine body. Interesting to see Benja in this deck and not the Aladdin. Benja and the new Floodborn Aladdin having a similar ability, being able to banish a character. The Aladdin doing it on quest as opposed to on play, but having that Floodborn therefore being a hit for Bucky. So it's interesting to still see Benja in this build. I feel like for the most part he's been replaced by Aladdin in the Emerald Steel list that's really leans into the Floodborns.
No, I agree with you. The one thing that Benja does a little bit better, I think he has 1 more lore, so perhaps a more aggressive choice. But you're right in that it doesn't activate the Bucky as the Floodborn Aladdin does.
You see a bit of damage put on to the Ursula there for the card draw.
Ariel singing Along Came Zeus to remove that 2 lore Benja. And at this point, Mike running a little low cards in hand. He's got a couple of good ones there, to play that Zach will have to find answers for. But Zach just going wide here, inviting Mike to have perhaps a grab your sword, singular, or
good job.
or something else. But Zach just going wide here. And we see him with both the flute and the Pride Lands on the board. One of the things I think Zach is thinking about here is that in this meta, there's a lot of cards that remove, maybe all, or will banish all your characters in 1 turn. There's Sisu, which does mass removal. There's Be Prepared, which is always present. And then a lot of people have started putting Grab Your Sword back into their deck to deal with Bucky and some of those builds. And so Zach trying to find answers in this deck that are not character-based lore generators. And that's why I think both Pride Lands and Flutes in here. Are there ways that he can generate lore independent of characters if his opponent has that mass removal available?
Yeah, that's interesting. Like I say, normally it's a contested slot, so a player might think, well, I'll favor Flutes and go for a more sort of song singing endgame, or I'll favor Pride Lands and look at just getting characters out a little bit quicker. But here we're actually managed to find slots for both of them. And yeah, like you say, the Zach has gone wide here and said, have a grab your sword. If not, I'm going to probably close this out pretty quickly. In fact, we currently have the one from the Pride Lands there. Any song will gain 1 from the flute. And then there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 on board just as it stands. I don't feel like I'm going to just guess he didn't see a shift target for either of the Robin Hoods there.
No, and really, one thing that having a lot of characters on board does is it makes your Strength of Raging Fire a lot better.
Huge.
Which he needed an answer for that beast to keep him to keep Mike from drawing into the answers that he needs, and just Zach racing ahead here. The thing with the flutes is this deck is so song heavy that flute represents 1 lore per turn, and so the closer you get to 20, you're on a ticking clock. 17 lore is 3 turns away, and so Zach just looking to push the lure total as high as possible, close the game out with the flutes. But we didn't even get there because that was a blitz from that Steel Song deck.
Yeah, that was kind of crazy. I don't think I've seen a Steel Song just go so aggro and wide so quickly. Yeah, it was pretty impressive. But again, playing against discard, it's kind of what you have to do. I'm going to empty my hand before you get value out of doing it for me.
Absolutely. What the discard deck wants to do too is get you down into top deck mode as fast as possible. If you're able to Whole New World sometime in the first 3 or 4 turns and refill your hand to 7, it really puts the Emerald Steel deck off of its game plan.
Absolutely. All right. Well, that was a pretty swift game. We'll see if game 2 is similar, or we'll see if Mikey's able to pull back a win.
Yeah, let's take a look. Didn't have one that time.
Oh, I was waiting for it.
I know. I let you down. Nice sporting fist bump there to start this game. One thing I want to point out too, Mike had pretty much his ideal opening that game, and Zach just having the answers for it.
Yeah, it's we even saw the Diablo getting shifted onto with the discard. So we see it again. Do we see a Whole New World? No, we see a lot of removal.
No, we do have the Robin Hood shift line. So Robin Hood turn 1, Robin Hood shifting on turn 3 is available. Ariel there able to find a Whole New World if he's able to play it on turn 3. And then we have some removal. Unfortunately, the 2 Strength of Raging Fire, not super useful without, several characters on the board. So we'll see which way we go here. There's the shift target Robin Hood there on turn 1. We know that that's a play that Zach has available. No Bucky.
No Bucky. Just gets to see the flute that was drawn there. But this time, obviously, Diablo is just a look at the hand. Ursula is looking at the hand and can get rid of a song as well. So
choosing to take and the Storm Rage is on, or let the Storm Rage on, is an interesting choice because it does replace itself in the hand. And as we talked about last game, it lets Zach keep his hand size as he removes something. But it is uninkable. Whereas the alternate choice is an inkable card, which reduces kind of your flexibility. So it's a tough choice which way to go with that one.
Absolutely, yeah. There's a couple of different ways you can go about it. The Storm Rage on is always 2. Which is going to get rid of just the Diablo at the moment. So maybe it's just really wanting to get that the larger Diablo online, and that's the easiest threat.
I think that's probably right. Here we have the new Ursula, a new Ursula card coming along in Ursula's Return, very thematic. This is a 1/4 Singer 4.
So yeah, again, Along Came Zeus being the big song that she can do, but then also he's happy to sing 3 costs as well. Doesn't necessarily always have to do the 4. We see another Ursula, seeing the same cards again. This time isn't able to get rid of anything. We do see the Shift Diablo there getting rid of a. We don't talk about Bruno. Game online.
Yeah, and I think, Mike here double checking to make sure that there's no removal for that Diablo before choosing to put it out.
So the Ariel's going to go dig in here. I feel like anything the Ariel can draw, you're going to be happy with, but we are going for a Let the Storm Rage on.
Yep, card to remove the Diablo. There it is. Ursula singing that. One thing that makes Ursula a good card, I mean, she is Singer 4, so as you pointed out last game, you can't hit, those 5-cost songs like Along Came Zeus or Whole New World, but 4 in the willpower line does mean it's a little sticky. Smashes, anything with strength 3 can't remove it. And that 4th willpower we see sometimes makes a really big difference in the first 4 or 5 turns of a game.
And here we see Zach just starting to pump the gas now and getting some early lore on the board. We see a Robin Hood come down there, shifted again. Just this toolkit card can challenge well, can quest well as well.
And this is such a good setup for Zach. I mean, not only does he have a decent number of cards on the board, but he has 2 5-cost singers here and a 4-cost singer. So if he runs into a situation where he can hit a Whole New World, like he's probably looking for here, he has 3 characters which can immediately sing 3 songs from his hand for free. And this is what Steelsong wants to do. It gains an advantage from putting high cost or high singer cards on the board, and Zach set it up perfectly to allow him to execute that plan.
I don't think we saw a whole new world. We did see a grab your sword and a let the storm rage on. Grab your sword not doing a ton of value here with those Ursulas both being 1/3s. So instead we take the storm rage on.
Storm Rage on, perhaps not a great card for this specific moment, but it does protect against another Diablo, but it also lets you draw a card. I think Zach would love nothing more right now. Well, I say that, Zach is clearly in a good board state, and Mike does not have a lot of mass removal other than Grab Your Sword, but Grab Your Sword not enough to deal with a lot of these characters. So Zach, I'm sure, is more than happy now not to play a whole new world, as I say that previous comment, and to just keep driving the lore total.
Yeah, I think it's pretty clear that Mike has a bit of a clunky hand as well. Last turn, he pretty much just passed the turn. He has 3 uninkables. I think it's 2 Grab Your Sword, and I believe the other one is a Helga. There it is. Thank you. Helga Sinclair. Femme Fatale works really nicely with Grab Your Sword, or with a lot of the steel removal, actually. But at the moment, he's just unplayable with that 4 ink. So we are going to have to ink the Strength of Rage and Fire, I think it is there, just to get any of these online. But like you say, a Grab Your Sword here isn't really doing that much to the board.
Yeah, and that's one of the things about these Emerald Steel decks is they're very good, and there's a reason they're so popular, but they are really reliant on that early game combo. And if you miss your turn 2 Bucky or your turn 3 Diablo, or they don't stick, it sometimes is hard to execute your game plan, which is emptying your opponent's hand by turn 4 or 5.
I'm not sure if the footage blipped for you then.
It did, yes, it did.
Okay, I'm
very bad.
Hey, if that did the same for you folks watching, I apologize for that. Looks like what happened though is that we got to Grab Your Sword, and then the Ursula finished off the aerial spectacular singer that was exerted there, and now it's passed over to Zach.
Yeah, and I think it's here. So I see a second Grab Your Sword. So the setup here is play Grab Your Sword, put 2 damage on everything, set up for the second one, try to clear the board. Still leaves you with Robin Hood to deal with, but it's definitely playing defense here for Mike.
Yeah, absolutely. Just trying to get that board wide and sort of start fresh again, and and hopefully just be able to find some answers as you move into the second part of the game. I do apologize, folks. The stream is completely frozen for me at this point, so we're going to look at our lovely faces instead. What a lovely treat for you all.
Back here in the Lorcana space. Yeah, what an interesting matchup. Steelsong is not a deck which I think many people thought would be favored coming into this meta. A lot of people who rank decks put it, in a competitive tier, but probably off the top decks. But Zach is a player who's been playing Steelsong since set 1, and is always crafting and tweaking it to make it, effective in whatever environment he happens to be playing in, and doing that again here to make a very, very fast deck able to deal with this Emerald Steel meta.
Absolutely, yeah. Unfortunately, we're going to have to take a moment to get all of the bells and whistles back working for you folks. So we'll be right back after this break. No, we won't. We'll be back right in the gameplay.
Here we go. Right where we were. Storm Rage on, drawing Zach a card here. Yeah, Zach's sitting with drawing the Rapunzel, which is perfect card to draw here, enabling him to remove some damage, draw 2 cards, and reset his hand. In the event that Mike does manage to deal with most of the board, Zach now set up to rebuild it if he needs to.
Absolutely. I'm not sure Zach is necessarily going to play in thinking another Grab Your Sword is coming right now. But I do think maybe Healing the Smee was the right line there. It's obviously going to take a damage at this point and then get finished off if we do get that Grab Your Sword again. But I don't necessarily think that's a play you're going to expect is a Grab Your Sword back to back.
No, and I do think no captain on the board right now, so I do think that Smee should have a damage on it. There it is.
Yes, they're just catching up with us.
Yeah. Now Rapunzel is often, is a fantastic card for her healing ability and her card draw. And a lot of people think of her as a card draw engine only, but a 1/5 with 2 lore on the board in the aftermath is not too shabby. 5 willpower, often difficult to remove. And in a game where you're racing for lore like Zach is, having that 2 lore character on the board is kind of nice.
Yeah, we see the 1/4 stat line of that Ursula coming into play here. Started quite comfortably sticking around after that second Grab Your Sword. And Robin Hood's still kicking it, and Rapunzel still doing well as well with that 1/5. Oh, wow. Another Rapunzel couldn't get down onto the board quick enough there, healing 3 off the Robin Hood, drawing 3, refueling the hand. Really awesome.
Yeah, absolutely. And Zach fully in the driver's seat here, questing for 5 lore. getting him, a few cards away, a few lore away from victory.
We see another Smee, and at this point, I think even a third grab your sword isn't going to be enough for Mike,
No,
unfortunately.
I think so too. Zach's built a very fast deck here, and it's a deck I think that's built, it's teched to deal with both this deck and then control with the flutes and the Pride lands. I think unfortunately in this game, it was evident that Mike didn't draw into his game plan. As you said, it was a little clunky, and so just not able to deal with Zach's aggressive deck.
Not able to match that board presence there, I think, was definitely what did it in for Mike, unfortunately. But a couple of really good games, really great to see. Steel Song, like you say, not a deck that is particularly considered one of the top of the current meta. Really great to see it do well, piloted by a great player. So well done to both of them. We are going to quickly go to an interview after this very short break.
Welcome back, Illumineers. We are just finishing round 7, moving into round 8. I mean, we're getting close to the end of the day here at this point.
We are. It's been so fun. And we've seen lots of great cards. And so I have a question for you, Brandon.
Okay.
Okay. What, all these cards, all these characters, who is one of your favorite Disney characters?
Oh, I mean, that's easy. It's Stitch.
Okay,
You, you see the pin?
Yes,
I had the people who've seen the bucket hat, it's the Stitch bucket hat. Stitch is without question a favorite character of mine in Disney in general.
Yes.
Even on the plane ride here, they had a Lilo and, sometimes the planes have the movies you can watch.
That you can scroll through and pick one out.
Yeah,
Yep.
Lilo and Stitch was one of those movies, so I was like, okay, I know what I'm watching.
There you go. Yep. So is that also your favorite movie then?
It's one of them, yeah.
Okay.
I would say it takes the favorite spot. Atlantis is a really, really close second. Yeah, it's kind of a sleeper there. If you haven't seen Atlantis, go watch Atlantis.
Atlantis is great. Yes.
It's great. But yeah,
Yes.
Lilo and Stitch is iconic, so that's one of my favorites.
Fabulous.
What about you, though? You've got to have a favorite.
I do. Well, my favorite character is Ariel from The Little
Okay,
Mermaid.
that's fitting.
Okay, yes. But my favorite movie is actually Encanto.
Yeah, I love Encanto.
Love Encanto. And we got tons of Encanto love in this latest set.
Yeah, I mean, this was kind of like Encanto's set. All of the Madrigals are here.
They
There's
are.
even a whole starter deck that's just built all around them.
I
So that's
love
really
it.
fun.
I love it. Well, speaking of Ursula's return, we are seeing a splash being made with some of the new cards.
Yeah, absolutely. There's quite a few Ursula's Return cards being played. Some of the Madrigals, too. I've seen a couple of those Isabella cards. Yeah, people
she's
getting
great.
played. She's pretty good.
She is
so,
good.
Yeah.
Well, let's take a look at round 8, shall we? See what other cards make an appearance.
Absolutely. Let's get into it.
So our round 8 match here is Noah, Barnett, and Bobby Harwell facing off, and it'll be exciting to see what decks they have. We don't know. It's kind of fun.
No, yeah, we learned this along with the rest of you Twitch chat, so we don't know what these people are playing. It's honestly, it's kind of fun to start guessing. You see one ink, and then a couple decks normally come to mind. Sometimes you immediately know what it is because maybe there's only one ink that people are playing with, but it's fun to guess what they're playing with, just with a little bit of information, or maybe you see a certain one drop that you don't see in any other iterations of the deck. So,
and even even when you see the ink colors and you know what ink pairing they're playing, there's so many different ways people can be building these decks. So that's also fun to see.
Yeah, and we immediately see Bobby inking a Sisu, which is a Ruby card, and playing a Popsicle, which is a Sapphire card. About the most standard Ruby Sapphire opening ever, I think.
That is, Ruby Sapphire and the Popsicles on turn 1 is about what you want to see.
Yeah, and we do see Noah also play an Amethyst Snake into the Inkwell, but unfortunately doesn't have a one-drop to play next to it, which it could be pretty, I feel like detrimental is a strong word, but this Ruby Sapphire deck is looking to ramp really quickly, put a bunch of ink into its Inkwell as fast as it can to get to a high ink count and play really expensive and strong characters. So the fact that Noah's not able to play a one drop and start adding a little bit of that pressure might come back to bite him, but we do see him play the Flynn Rider, so we do know he's a Ruby Amethyst deck, and the Flynn Rider is definitely adding pressure to Bobby here.
Yeah, now talk a little bit about this matchup, because I don't think we've seen this yet today. So we have Ruby Amethyst and Ruby Sapphire on the other side. What does this look like?
Yeah, so the Ruby Amethyst deck in the beginning really needs to apply the pressure here. Ruby Sapphire is about the most control deck that we have available in Lorcana here. Like I mentioned, the Ruby Sapphire deck is really just looking to extend the game into the late game, so they're not going to do a lot the first couple turns. When you see here, in the past 3 turns, Bobby's played a Popsicle and an Ice Block, which is not adding a ton of pressure. And also played it looks like actually don't know what
Brawl?
he played. It must have been
It was a brawl, yeah.
to get rid of the Flynn Rider. So not a lot on board. And because of that, Ruby Amethyst really has to take advantage of how slow of a start the Ruby Sapphire deck plays, getting out as many characters as possible, which is why I mentioned not having a one-drop for Noah on turn 1 makes a big difference. And even the response from Bobby here, getting rid of the Flynn Rider that had potential to gain 3 lore at the next turn, is pretty detrimental also, just because Noah really needs to get as much lore as he can while he can. Because, I mean, you can already see Bobby already has 4 ink in his Inkwell. Hasn't even inked for the turn yet. Has a little extra ink. He also went first, which means that Noah is going to be a little bit behind when it comes to playing characters, and Bobby has even more ink to work with. He'll have more ink to work with sooner than Noah will. So Ruby Sapphire is going to reach the late game very, very quickly. And if Noah isn't able to apply a bunch of pressure and gain a bunch of lore quickly to be able to close out with something like a Merlin Goat or a Queen's Castle, it's going to be really difficult to come back with Bobby's control cards that he has available to him.
Yeah, and that here, the Hiram Flaversham from The Great Mouse Detective, I love that movie. And he is so good, working together with us items to get the card draw for Bobby. Even though he only has that one character out, like that's the one you want to have at this point in the game, right?
Yeah, definitely. After you ramp just a little bit, you're getting rid of cards in your hands, so you want to refill those cards, and Hiram Flaversham can just banish an item, one of your item cards on play, and then draw 2 cards when you banish it. He also does that when he quests. So you create this sort of engine with Hiram, where as long as Hiram's on board and you have an item, you can basically draw an extra 2 cards every turn, which is where you want to be with a control deck. A control deck is there to find the answers and have answers to everything the opponent is playing, but Noah has a really great response to that.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, he has to pay the entire 4 ink to play King Undisputed. He doesn't have a character he can sing with, but King Undisputed forces Bobby to choose a character and banish it. Of course, Hiram's the only character there, so he's forced to banish the Hiram and disrupt that engine that Bobby was building.
Yeah, and as we've talked about before, the ability here on Be King Undisputed is just what you see on Lady Germaine.
Yeah, and Lady Germaine saw a ton of play, especially in Rise of the Floodborn and even on Into the Inklands, just because of the ability on the card. She had some pretty good stats on the card as well, but being able to play a character and your opponent immediately having to banish one of their characters is really strong to be able to both develop and remove a character at once. And so, of course, when you add that ability to a song, then that's going to be strong as well, being able to sing it.
Yes.
We do see Bobby play a How Far I'll Go, which is another really strong 4-cost song in Sapphire. It allows Bobby to do more of that digging and drawing that we talked about. He gets to look at the top 2 cards of his deck, and then he chooses one of them to go into his hand and another one to go into an inkwell, and then he also plays a 1 jump ahead immediately after that, taking a card from the top of his deck and putting it into his inkwell.
Looks like he's already at 8 ink, while Noah's just sitting over here with 4.
Yeah, this is why I was saying, as the Ruby Amethyst player, you got to go fast against this deck, because you blink and then they're all the way up at, I think, the most expensive character. They may be playing a Maleficent Monstrous Dragon, which is 9 ink, but they're definitely going to be playing Tamatoas, which are 8 ink.
Sure, 8.
And so they already have enough ink to play some of those big characters like that.
Also, that How Far I'll Go card, I love the art on that. I love Moana.
Beautiful.
She's another one of my favorite characters, and I was so happy that they had that as the play mat.
Yeah, so I'm embarrassed to say I didn't watch Moana until I think like last year or something. And so I loved the movie when I watched it, of course.
It's
and
great.
then it was kind of nice because very shortly after that, Moana 2 got announced. Yeah,
yes.
so I'm excited to see that. I know the teaser trailer came out recently.
Yeah, I'm really excited for that. It's going to be good. Yeah, and How Far I'll Go as a card, like you were saying, is just another really great one for that ramping ability in Sapphire.
Yeah, I mean, the things you're really trying to do in Ruby Sapphire this early, I say early, it's weird to say early with that much ink in play, but it's just draw cards and ramp, and How Far I'll Go does both of those things. Sometimes you have to play some removal to make sure that your opponent doesn't go too far with the freedom that you're giving them, but yeah, How Far I'll Go is a perfect card for this deck for that reason. You're doing 2 of the things that you are really looking to do pretty early in the game or into the mid game. But Noah has played a Queen's Castle and moved the crab to the Queen's Castle, which is a pretty strong play here because Bobby doesn't have a ton of ways to actually interact with locations. He does have Maui available to him. We see the Maui being inked.
Here comes the Sisu.
Here comes Sisu. Yeah, this is going to happen eventually. So Sisu is an uninkable 8-cost card with 5 strength, 4 willpower, and 3 lore, which is a lot of lore, by the way, for a character. But Sisu, when played, banishes every character on your opponent's side of the board that has 2 or less strength. Now, Merlin Crab had 3 strength there, but that little inconspicuous ice block that is sitting there on Bobby's side of the board, when exerted, lets you reduce the strength of a character by 1. So Bobby was able to reduce the crab's strength from 3 to 2, then played the CC to banish the crab, which was it was a good play because Noah had the crab at the Queen's Castle, and for every character that's at the Queen's Castle at the start of your turn, you get to draw an extra card. So Bobby was essentially banishing the crab and keeping Noah from drawing an extra card from that Queen's Castle.
Which Noah really needs right now, because as you can see, he doesn't have any cards in hand.
Yeah, exactly. We do see the Chernobog followers being played, which might help him with that unless Bobby's able to remove the Chernobog followers. But the Chernobog followers is a very small kind of
Yeah.
It doesn't do much, to be honest, other than let Noah draw a card.
One card,
Yeah,
yeah.
He'll get one lore when he does it, but it's not a super threatening card. And I think Bobby at this point it's more important for him to start getting more cards in his hand, finding the pieces that he wants to get this game going. A very important card in this Ruby Sapphire deck is Lucky Dime.
Yes.
Lucky. Go
Also,
ahead.
I didn't see that he had his hand up there under the dice up at the top of the board.
I missed that too.
He actually does have some cards in hand, so you just put them down.
He has plenty to work with. We do see him play the Merlin Rabbit and move the Merlin Rabbit to the Queen's Castle. I love this play just because it makes a very difficult decision for Bobby if he wants to get rid of either of these cards. He does have a Grandma Tala on play, which can challenge and banish the Queen's Castle for 3 strength. So if Bobby does have a Maui in hand, which does have rush and also has 6 strength, he could play the Maui and then challenge with both of them to get rid of the Queen's Castle. Then Noah's not drawing an extra card for the turn.
Or you could play Maleficent.
Or you could play Maleficent and just banish the Merlin Rabbit immediately to the discard. But this is why I like to play, because Merlin Rabbit going to the Queen's Castle, Bobby basically has to take out the Queen's Castle to keep Noah from drawing that card, or if he banishes Merlin Rabbit, Noah still gets to draw the card. So really cool plays by Noah there, but this is where Ruby Sapphire really starts to take off and can start playing these really large cards like Maleficent Monstrous Dragon. It's a 9-cost card, but it banishes a card on play. And its stats are really, really big. Having 7 strength and 5 willpower plus 2 lore, it makes for a really good quester, and it's really difficult for an opponent to banish outside of using some sort of removal action. But Noah's deck isn't going to run very many removal actions outside of things like Be Prepared.
Be Prepared. Yeah. Which, I mean, if he does have Be Prepared, he's still 2 ink away from there because he still only has 5 ink in his ink well. So we're still a couple turns away. It does look like he has it in his hand, but until then...
Yeah, I believe he does. He does end up playing the Madame Medusa to banish the Grandma Tala. Another really good thing about this Maleficent Dragon is that it has 7 strength, which is exactly the same willpower as Queen's Castle. So Bobby can take out the Queen's Castle on this turn if Bobby wants to, which I think he will. You want to slow down Ruby Amethyst as much as you can.
Absolutely. And of course, we've talked about before that when you challenge into a location, you don't take any damage.
Right. And so the Maleficent stays completely healthy. We do see the big Tamatoa, so shiny, being played. Another really big card available in this deck. An inkable 8 cost with 5 strength and 8 willpower and 1 lore. But Tamatoa has a really unique ability, being able to bring a item card from your discard back to your hand when he's played and when he quests.
Yes, I think that's the great thing about Tamatoa. It's not just when he's played, it's every time he quests. And with him being such a large character, you know he's going to stick on the board for a while unless Noah can play something that, you know, like a Be Prepared.
Yeah, and this is definitely one that I would think about because, there's 2 really big, there's 2 very big characters on Bobby's side of the board. Noah says, I don't want to deal with this dragon or this Tamatoa, so we're just going to be prepared and get rid of both of those.
No, both of those scaly creatures can go.
yeah, we don't like those scaly creatures there. They're big and scary, to be honest. I'd be pretty scared met with either of them,
I think. Of them, for sure, yes. And Tamatoa, of course, is another Moana character.
Yeah. Lots of Moana synergy here in the Ruby Sapphire deck. It's pretty fun. But I think we just saw Bobby draw and pass after Noah played the Be Prepared, which is pretty surprising, to be honest with you, because I was going to mention how in Noah's deck, you don't really have a character that can sing Be Prepared, so you're almost always having to pay the 7 ink for it, which means usually you're taking your entire turn to play that Be Prepared, and you're giving Bobby an opportunity to respond. But I guess Bobby didn't have anything that he wanted to play.
Yeah,
and pass the turn right back to Noah.
I can't see what's in his hand. Maybe he just has songs, actions, items.
He may have just a bunch of reaction cards that he doesn't have anything to react to. We do see Noah play another Queen's Castle, which I think is a really great play for this time, just because, again, Bobby is going to have a difficult time challenging into the locations immediately on this turn, or at least banishing the Queen's Castle on this turn. Even if he has a Maui, that's not going to be enough damage to get rid of the castle on its own.
Yep. And there's a Madame Medusa from Bobby, which, of course, poor little Pascal. He's taking a beating today.
Yeah, it's always, one of the things that I really enjoy about Disney Lorcana are the stories that get told as you play out the game. And there's just something really funny to me about such a small, little, innocent Pascal being absolutely banished into the discard pile by an expensive, super powerful Madame Medusa.
Yes. Pascal, though, he becomes evasive when you have another character out, and he can do a lot. He can, gaining 1 lore each turn just by being evasive. And so, using Madame Medusa to get rid of him and keep his board clear, I think, is not too bad.
Absolutely. Pascal is deceivingly threatening, as in 1-cost card, for the reason you just said. He can stick around for a long time. He's easy to ignore, but that lore starts adding up if you just let him quest for every turn and don't do anything about it. Unfortunately, Noah responds with a Madame Medusa, and because Madame Medusa has 4 strength of her own, you can't Madame Medusa another Madame Medusa.
Right. And also, Bobby does not have anything, Noah's Madame Medusa is not exerted, so can't be challenged, and doesn't have enough damage to put onto Queen's Castle to get rid of it.
Right, yeah. Bobby could challenge into the Queen's Castle and at least deal 4 damage to the Queen's Castle, which is something, but without a Maui or some other rush character, that Queen's Castle is going to stick around for another turn, which means if Bobby can't banish the Madame Medusa that was moved to the Queen's Castle, Noah's going to draw an extra card and gain 2 lore off the Queen's Castle at the start of his turn.
What is the strategy there with a situation like this where you have a location, you can't banish it all at once with a challenge? Do you do some damage on it so that way you can take it out completely next turn, or do you quest?
I think it depends on the position that you're in the game and what deck you're playing. Specifically in this position and with Bobby's deck is Ruby Sapphire. Ruby Sapphire can win a game in 2 turns sometimes, just with a Lucky Dime and a Tamatoa. And so the goal of the deck is to delay the game as long as possible, keep your opponent from gaining as much lore as possible. So I think the correct call here is to challenge the Queen's Castle with the Madame Medusa. You may not be able to, that Madame Medusa might get banished the next turn. We see a Maui in Noah's hand. I don't know if he'll play it to banish the Madame Medusa, but even if that Madame Medusa gets banished, you have another character that Bobby played, the other Madame Medusa, that can challenge into it and banish the Queen's Castle, because similar to how we talked about with Pascal, locations can be deceivingly threatening as well. If you just leave them alone, they'll gain that lore turn after turn.
Slowly, yeah.
Yeah, and it's a slow burn towards 20 lore, and before you know it, that Queen's Castle's gained more lore than it ever should have.
Yep. And we saw that Ice Block come into action again. So he exerted Ice Block to reduce Madame Medusa on Noah's side strength. So that way he could banish it with the new Madame Medusa come into play. That was really, really great.
Yeah, that's one of the strong things about Ruby Sapphire too, is just this Ice Block. There are so many cards in this deck, specifically in Ruby, that banish other cards based on how much strength they have. So even having a simple one Ice Block in play can completely open up the card pool that you're able to interact with cards like Madame Medusa, because normally with these 4 strength characters you can't interact with. Well, now you can with the Ice Block.
Absolutely. And the other fun thing about it, and with the popsicle that's there too, is those are both common cards.
Yeah, common cards. They're only 1 cost. They're super cheap, so very easy to play and extremely synergistic with Tamatoa and Hiram. We've seen Hiram eat tons of popsicles and Ice Blocks today.
He likes those cold foods just like Hiram and Tamatoa.
Yeah, and so it is getting into summertime, so I guess Hiram's looking for ways to cool off, and he knows how to do it, that's for sure.
Those popsicles must be tasty.
That is one of the foods, I love to ask people the question, if there was any food from a Disney franchise that you would want to try in real life.
Yes.
And popsicles is one of mine.
Okay.
Just for this game. I've seen it so many times.
That's
amazing. This thing has to be really good.
I was at Disneyland once, and I saw, a few months ago, and I saw Nick Wilde there with a stand of popsicles. And I'm
really?
Oh, man, these popsicles, they're following me everywhere.
You just can't escape
I can't
them.
escape the popsicles.
Yeah, I'm a little hesitant too, though, because I'm pretty sure in Zootopia he recycles the popsicles or something, right?
Yes, that Nick Wilde. He's a
sly fox.
Sly fox.
Yeah, but we do see Bobby do a pretty good job at clearing Noah's board here. We see just a Hiram and a Madame Medusa in play with a couple items, so Hiram will be able to quest and then banish a popsicle, drawing extra cards. But before Bobby does that, he's going to play a Develop Your Brain. It's going to allow him to look at the top 2 cards of his deck, choose one to put in his hand, and then put the other on the bottom. Which this is a pro tip here. You always want to do what you don't know before the stuff you do know. So, for instance, Bobby doesn't know what cards are on the top of his deck before he quests with Hiram, and basically makes Hiram vulnerable to something like a Maui. He instead plays the Develop Your Brain, so he gets to see the top 2 cards of his deck, and maybe one of those cards that he draws changes what he wants to do and doesn't want to exert the Hiram before he decides to do it. There may not be anything that actually changes that, but it's just one of those sequencing things that you see players in top tables like Bobby's doing right now. I mean, that's how they get here.
Yes, absolutely. That makes a lot of sense. Yeah, because like you said, once you get new information, that might change what you had thought you were going to do.
Yeah, exactly. And Ruby Sapphire is great at doing this. I mean, goodness.
He's doing it again.
Doing it again. Did it again with the Grandma Tala that basically has the exact same ability.
Bobby is really developing his brain right now.
His brain is very wrinkled right now. It is. Bobby's a very smart man. I can tell.
Which is another Sword in the Stone card, which is so fun. I love that movie. A classic. I had my kids watch it recently.
Oh, really?
Yes.
See, I haven't watched it yet. It's on my list to watch, especially because it's a movie that I don't think is super popular, but it's gotten a ton of love in Lorcana.
Yes.
I mean, most Amethyst decks are built around Sword in the Stone characters with Madame Medusa and Merlin. And
Madame Mim, you were right.
Oh, I was right. Sorry. So many madams.
It's all the madams.
And so built around there in the Amethyst deck. And then, of course, we see it also here in the Sapphire Ruby deck as well.
Yeah, lots of Sword in the Stone cards, which is really fun to see. You'll like it. So you watch Sword in the Stone, I'll watch Mulan too.
Okay, deal. We do
another hero.
Yeah, so another Hiram to come down, banish the. I don't know how you ever pronounce it. I hear people say it all different kinds of ways.
I just say Flaversham.
Okay. Well, I think that's all that's ever said in the movie. I've never watched the movie, but that's what I hear. Because this has been a debate in the Lorcana community since the card came out. Is it Hiram or Hiram or.
Twitch chat will tell us.
Yeah, exactly. Twitch chat. Tell us how to pronounce Hiram, please. But a really strong card, banishing the ice block, letting Bobby draw 2 more cards. I mean, Bobby has a full hand. He just keeps playing cards and drawing more cards, so he should have any answers he needs to whatever Noah plays in response.
Now, the other interesting thing about where we are in the game right now is that Noah has 15 lore on the board, and if you're just looking at this, 15 lore to 2, you would think, oh, Noah's got this game for sure. But is that the case here?
No, so that's the thing. This game is certainly not over. Noah, we see, has the Merlin goat, also has a Madame M snake in hand, so that means that Noah will be able to play a goat, bounce the goat, and then potentially play the goat again, which is 3 total lore, 4 if the goat is banished in some capacity. And so that puts Noah very, very close to winning, dangerously close to winning. But I've seen Ruby Sapphire decks come back from worse than this, because Ruby Sapphire really all they need is a lucky dime. That's probably why Bobby has been drawing so many cards, playing these cards that let him look at multiple cards into his deck before he chooses one, because lucky dime lets you exert the item, and then if you pay 2 ink and exert the item, I see it there. Yeah, there's one.
Found it.
So he has the lucky dime. We'll see if he takes it. It looks like he does take it. Once the lucky dime's in play, you don't have to wait for a character to dry before you can get lore out of it, basically.
Now talk about what lucky dime does exactly.
Okay, so lucky dime is an uninkable 7-cost item card that has an ability that lets you exert the item card and pay 2 ink, and then you can choose one of your characters and you gain the lore printed on, or not printed, just however much lore the character has. So combined with a card like Tamatoa that will gain lore for every item that's in play, and Lucky Dime being an item synergizes with that, you can start to gain lore pretty quickly. Now Bobby doesn't have a ton of, he doesn't have any items in play right now, but Tamatoa can bring a couple back from the discard if Tamatoa gets played. There's also other cards like Bell, Strange But Special. I don't think we've seen that in Bobby's deck this game. But Bell Strange But Special also has 5 lore on her when there's 10 ink or more in the deck. So that's another card that you can play and immediately get 5 lore out of her. So it'll only take a few turns from Bobby to start ramping up these characters. We also have, I mean, it's not a ton, but it's 3 lore on Bobby's side of the board. So he could at least get to 4 ink this turn, I think.
Yeah. So, like you said, the game is not over.
No, definitely not over. Bobby could
Things
come back.
could change on a lucky dime.
Yes, things could change on a lucky dime. That is for sure. Honestly, the scariest part about this right now for Bobby is trying to decide how much time he has. He sees that Noah has the Merlin Goat in play, and he has to go, okay, does Noah have a bounce card? Does he have Madam Snake? We know he does, but Bobby doesn't. And so with the amount of ink that Noah has too, unless Bobby finds a way to banish this goat right now, Noah's going to be able to bounce the goat back to hand and replay the goat next turn, gaining 2 lore just from that. He would also be able to quest with the goat, and that would be really, really close to game, putting Noah at 19. And then at that point, Bobby really only has 1 turn to win. And although Bobby is ramping up, okay, there we go. We see the Madam, or sorry, oh my goodness. We see the Maleficent being played and banishing the goat, stopping Noah from being able to do that. So now Noah needs another Merlin goat or something in hand in order to pull something like that off.
There's so many big, mean ladies in this deck.
There are a lot of big, mean ladies. What is with that? I feel like just in Disney movies, it's like we have all the evil moms, the evil ladies.
Maleficent is, she's, and that dragon, she's scary.
She's very scary. I love the art on this card because it's very diabolical. And Maleficent is a very diabolical villain. So I really like that.
I feel like Maleficent to me is like, she encapsulates like the classic Disney villain.
Yeah, like when I think villain, I think Maleficent.
Yeah. Poor Maleficent, though. They didn't invite her to the party.
No, they didn't.
Maybe if they had, things wouldn't have gone so bad.
Yeah, exactly. See, it pays to be nice, people.
Yes, exactly.
But yeah, so Bobby's building up quite a big board here. I talked about how important the Lucky Dime could be paired with the Tamatoa, but even without all of that, Bobby currently has 5 lure on board, so he can quest with all of this, go up to 9, play a Lucky Dime, get 2 lure out of a Maleficent, or I don't think he has enough ink to play both the Lucky Dime and the Tamatoa and use the Lucky Dime all in the same turn. But Bobby's gaining a lot of lore just based on what characters are on his board, and this is a critical point in this match because unless Noah has any more goats that he can play in his deck, it's going to be really difficult for Noah to play any cards that are actually going to get any lore because the characters are going to have to wait to dry.
Wait a turn.
Yeah, and Ruby Sapphire is full of cards that can just banish characters when they're played, so it's going to be very unlikely that a character sticks around long enough to quest the next turn.
Yeah. So in Lorcana, when you play a card, it comes out wet, and then you have to wait until the characters dry before they can do anything, unless they have an ability that lets them do something the turn they come into play. So that makes a big difference.
Yeah, it definitely does. And looking at Noah's hand, he doesn't even have a ton of options. He has the Sisu, which we saw being played, but other than that, it's just a Madam M Snake and a Maui. Of course, you need a character to bounce the Madam M Snake to even play it, and the Maui doesn't have any lore on him. So you can play the Maui. It has Rush and Reckless. You could take out something like the Hiram Flaversham or one of the Madam Medusa, but Noah really needs cards with lore on them currently, to be honest with you.
Sure, yeah. So Bobby does have that Lucky Dime and Tamatoa in his hand. Do you think those make an appearance? Well, only one could make an appearance next turn.
I definitely think one of them does, primarily because this turn from Noah was pretty weak, to be honest with you. And so actually...
Yeah, Noah did not quite have the answers he wanted.
No, Noah did not have the answers that he wanted. And this gives Bobby a lot of room. This gives him basically an extra turn to play something like the Tamatoa or the Lucky Dime and grab something back. The choice here really is, does he play the Tamatoa or the Lucky Dime? Because Noah could be holding on to a Be Prepared or could draw a Be Prepared. And then if you play the Tamatoa into a Be Prepared, that's not really good. So we do see the Lucky Dime being played instead. This avoids that entirely. If Noah does decide to play Be Prepared, then the Lucky Dime is still going to stay around. And this puts a clock on the game for Noah for sure, because Ruby Amethyst does not have any cards that can banish or get rid of items. So the Lucky Dime's there to stay, and it's going to gain lore every single turn.
Yeah. And of course, he is choosing Maleficent because Maleficent has the most lore, so gaining 2 with that Lucky Dime there.
Yeah, and these are honestly the most exciting games for me because Noah is so close to winning. Just 1 or 2 cards that Noah is able to find means that he wins the game, but he only has a couple turns to do it because of that clock that he has. Interestingly enough, though, Bobby does quest with the Hiram and banishes the Lucky Dime, putting it into his discard. And I think the reason Bobby does this is because he knows he has Tamatoa available to to him.
So then he can get him back.
Right. He can play the Tamatoa and immediately bring the Lucky Dime back from the discard pile. So Bobby must be just looking for cards, looking for answers, making sure that he has a way to stop Noah from questing with his Sisu. Because currently, Bobby hasn't played anything to get rid of this Sisu, which has 2 lore. And 2 lore right now, while Noah's on 17 lore, is really, really dangerous.
Yeah, he's very. I mean, Noah is not in the best board state right now, but he's so close to 20 lore.
Right. All it takes is for Noah to stick a single character like this Sisu, get a quest out of it, and then we've talked about the goat. If Noah can find a goat, Noah would be at 19 lore. All you have to do is play the goat, and he gets to 20 and manages to get past Bobby.
Ah.
Oh, wow.
Wow.
Okay. So this feels really bad for Bobby. Bobby had a really big board there, but is forced to play the Be Prepared specifically to stop just the Sisu from questing and getting that 2 lore.
But he was able to sing it, which is really great.
Yes, that makes a big difference when playing Be Prepared if you're able to sing the card versus play the card, because it allows Bobby to follow up with characters of his own. So we see Bobby playing a Sisu of his own here as well.
That's a really fantastic play. I really loved that. Even though he had to say goodbye to all his Flavershims. And
Yeah. Yeah, it definitely makes Be Preparing your own board hurt a little bit less. We do see Noah play a Chernobog's Followers, though, and it only has 1 lore, but again, every single lore at this point in the game is important. It's also going to... All right, Noah can banish the Chernobog's Followers when he quests with it to draw another card, which gets him even closer to that, one of the cards that he might need just to win the game.
Yeah. Now, Noah, it looks like he only has 1 card in his hand. Did you happen to see what that was?
I don't remember what it was, to be honest with you.
That's, unfortunately, at this point, he would love to have more options, I'm sure.
Yeah, then I think that's exactly why we see the Chernobog's Followers being played, because that's exactly what it does. It's going to give him options, and it still puts Bobby in this weird scenario. He knew Bobby didn't have a great response to his Sisu last turn, which means he probably doesn't have a great response to the Chernobog's Followers here. So we do see the Sisu being played, which will banish the Chernobog's Followers, and honestly is a pretty good play from Bobby. Usually you want to get more out of the Sisu, banishing more things, but Sisu is a high lore character that you can combo with the Lucky Dime. So not only was Bobby able to play the Sisu and banish the Chernobog's Followers, stopping Noah from questing and drawing a card that turn, but he was also able to use the Lucky Dime and gain 3 lore on that turn. And we see Bobby take that game.
He did. Yeah, I think Noah knew the writing was on the wall there.
Yeah, at that point, Bobby was so close to winning that he knew that he didn't have the extra turn, and that's exactly what we were talking about. It looked like Noah was going to win that game for the longest time. He was so close, being all the way up there, past 15, up to 17 there at the end of the game, and just couldn't close it out because of Ruby Sapphire's ability to use the Lucky Dime and all of the removal available to them to finish the game out.
I think that's one of the things that is really exciting to me when watching Lorcana games or playing Lorcana games, is that the game can change so quickly. Just because someone pulls ahead really far in lore does not mean the game is over.
Yeah, absolutely. It's one of my favorite parts of the game. Some matchups are a bit more predictable than others, but you have others like that one that's exciting to watch, because we're on the edge of our seats here going, is Noah going to draw the goat? Is he not going to draw the goat? Or are they going to have the outs for it? So, yeah.
Well, let's take a look and see how Noah can do in this next one against Bobby's Ruby Sapphire deck. What do you think that these players are going to be thinking of, specifically in their mulligan, going into this next game?
Yeah, so I really like talking about the altering that you have to do, or you don't have to do, but that you can do in Disney Lorcana. It's a very, very generous one, because you draw your first 7 cards for turn, and then you can choose any of those cards that you don't like, put them at the bottom of your deck, and then draw that many cards back up to 7, which basically means you can dig really far into your deck. You can dig 14 cards deep into your deck just to look for cards. So that gives you a lot of freedom on what cards you can play, because you can play fewer copies of cards and be more likely to see them in your opening hand. So I think in this case for Noah knows he's playing a control deck. He knows that he needs to go fast. Bobby went first in game 1. Noah knows he's going to go first in game 1, so he has the advantage there of being able to get out there and start questing early. We saw how close he was on winning that game. So I think Noah really needs to alter in a way that he can play out on curve, play a 1-drop, play a 2-drop, play a 3-drop, maybe find one of those Flynn Riders and stick those around as well.
Yeah, well, hopefully he can find them, and they will stick around. Those poor Flynns, they've been taken out so quickly. Let's see, let's take a look at this next game.
Yeah, let's move on to game 2. Okay, I can't tell if they've altered their hands or if they're currently doing that. Okay, no.
They did.
Okay,
Yep,
so they've
so
already
Noah's
altered.
going first.
Noah's going to ink a Maui, and we'll see a Turnabog Followers played on turn 1. It's already a good start for Noah, hitting that 1 drop.
Yeah, like you were saying, if you can't hit that 1 drop on some decks, and it makes a much bigger impact on the tempo of the rest of the game.
Exactly. In some decks like Ruby Sapphire, it's a little bit less important. There's 1 drops you really want to hit because your 1 drops for like Popsicle. We see Bobby play Develop Your Brain here, which are cards that just draw you more cards, and that's stuff you want to be doing this early in the game. But it's not the most impactful because you're not usually playing a character on turn 1 anyway. For decks like Ruby Amethyst that Noah's playing, it's extremely important that you don't miss that 1 drop because you need to take this tempo while you have it. And we do see the Flynn Rider being played by Noah here. And so Bobby has a decision to make here. Bobby wants to ramp with his deck as fast as he can, but he knows that if he doesn't play a character this turn, Flynn's going to gain 3 lore.
Yeah, just with that Chernabog's Followers out there.
Yeah.
and Flynn. Flynn's a 2/2.
Right, Flynn's a 2/2, and he just has an ability that says if you have a character in play with more strength than any of your opponent's characters, you gain 3 lore.
3 lore.
So if it's just Flynn on the board and your opponent doesn't have any characters on board, he has more strength and he'll gain 3 lore.
I love it. Frenemy.
Yes, Frenemy. I love the subtitle. Flynn Rider.
Frenemy.
Flynn Rider is one of my favorite characters in Disney too. I just love his personality, and I love the Tangled movie as well.
Tangled is so good. And there's been a lot of Tangled love in Lorcana so far.
Absolutely.
I will always take more.
I especially love the Flynn Rider art on this card because it's just, I don't know. I feel like it encapsulates the Flynn mentality of him just like running away, making people mad.
Yes.
But I don't know. I've always loved him. But we do see, I think that was a Sisu that was played. It's a little bit difficult to see with the glare. Or no, because it was only 2
I think it's another
calls.
Flynn.
Oh, wow. Okay.
So we got 2 Flynns out. So now, unless Bobby puts a bigger character out, Noah's going to gain 6 lore next round by doing nothing.
Noah on turn 4 will have 12 lore on next turn.
He'll have 14 because then he'll quest probably with both.
Yeah, he can just quest.
Wow.
And, I mean, goodness, that would be an extremely fast match.
Wow.
And this is really great. This is a really great opening by Noah because you're putting Bobby in a really difficult position. On turn 3, Bobby would really like to play Fishbone Quill, which he does have in hand, I think. And use Fishbone Quill to start inking and continuing to ramp. But instead of doing that, Bobby's really forced here to play some character that has at least equal strength with Flynn Rider. We do see the Brawl come out and at least get rid of 1 Flynn Rider, which helps. That means Noah's only going to gain 3 lore this turn instead of 6. But goodness gracious, having 9 lore on turn 4 already is a lot.
I love the flavor there of Flynn getting kicked out by the Brawl card.
I completely missed that, but that's so true.
Because Brawl is also from Tangled, so.
That is one of my favorite scenes in Tangled 2 when they're singing the song in the tavern and
Snuggly Duckling.
Yes, the Snuggly Duckling, and it gets to Flynn about his dream, and all of the criminals point swords at him, and he's just sitting there like, I have a dream too, and then goes into his whole riff. It's so fun.
Flynn is just a great character.
Eugene.
I know we definitely need a card in Lorcana that's Eugene Fitzherbert.
Yes, I've been waiting for it because we have quite a few Flynn cards too.
We do.
I know there's quite a few in Emerald.
Oh, we saw a dragon go into the inkwell. What is Bobby thinking here with the position that he's in? Already, Noah being 11 lore ahead of him.
Yeah, I mean, this is extremely tough for Bobby. Bobby hasn't been able to ramp hardly at all, and with these Flynns coming down, he's forced to play characters. But even with the Merlin Goat being played this last turn, Merlin Goat, of course, gains lore when it enters play, but he also has 4 strength. And so Bobby, unfortunately, it doesn't look like he has a card that he can match strength with the Merlin Goat. So that means Flynn's going to get another trigger
lore
next turn, going up to 14. You could quest with the Flynn if you wanted to and go up to 15. Quest with the Goat, go up to 16.
Wow.
Maybe bounce the Goat, go up to 17. So, like, you can see just how quickly Noah's Ruby Amethyst deck can start snowballing. And since Bobby hasn't been able to ramp and doesn't have very many cards in hand, because he also hasn't drawn too many cards, it's going to be really difficult for him to come back from this.
Yeah, and like you said with the Ruby Sapphire, it's really, that ramp is so important because they want to get to those bigger characters.
Exactly. That's how Ruby Sapphire takes over games like this. You get to that ink where you can start playing your big characters like Sisu, like Tamatoa, like Maleficent Dragon to stop people like Noah doing what they're doing and playing characters that are really threatening, gaining a bunch of lore over the course of a couple turns. But I mean, Bobby's only at 4 lore. He has just as much, 4 ink. He has just as much ink as Noah does currently, and Bobby's the ramp deck.
Yes, and Noah, those Flynns are really impressing me with how they've been performing in this game. We've seen them come out and they haven't quite done it, but when they work, they work.
Yeah, they absolutely do, and it certainly helps that Noah has Madam Snake in hand, and he has another Merlin Goat in hand. So the Flynn is just sitting there gaining 3 lore every turn. You notice Noah's not exerting the Flynn if there's anything to challenge with the Flynn, but Noah decides to play Queen's Castle after this, which is another really strong card. Right now, Bobby doesn't have anything that can banish the Queen's Castle. He would have to challenge with the Grammatala and a Maui if he had the Maui in hand just to get rid of the Queen's Castle. But if you're challenging with the Grammatala to banish the Queen's Castle, you're not banishing the Merlin Goat.
Yeah. Now, if I'm not mistaken, I think Noah can get to 20 lore on his next turn if Bobby doesn't have any answers here.
Yeah, if Bobby can't play a character with more strength than Merlin Goat and Merlin Goat stays in play, then Flynn will gain 3 lore. That'll put Noah up to 18, and then Queen's Castle will gain 2 lore at the start of turn, and that puts Noah straight to 20.
So Bobby, he's digging for cards. He played a popsicle, but I'm not even sure what answers he could be looking for here.
Yeah, I don't know. He doesn't have a bunch of ink, and you really need to banish both the Merlin Goat and the Flynn Rider. Well, I guess you could keep the Flynn Rider. No, because the Grammatala is going to get banished if you banish the Merlin Goat. We do play a CC, though. That should be enough to stop Flynn's ability from triggering, but that is going to mean the Queen's Castle still is going to gain 2 lore. It's going to push Noah up to 17. We know Noah has another Merlin Goat in hand, so Noah can play the Merlin Goat, go up to 18.
Quest with Flynn if he wanted to.
Yeah.
Do you think he would?
At this close in the game, I think he might, because if you can go up to 17 with the Merlin Goat after the Queen's Castle, then you can quest, go up to 18, and then at that point, if the Merlin Goat is banished, then you gain the lore and hit 20, or it just leaves play. So, we're in a position where Bobby would just have to win the game, and Noah was able to come out super fast, very, very fast.
Very fast, which only goes to show what we were talking before about altering your hand, how important that is, that you want to really set yourself up for the best plays that you can going right out of the gate, and he certainly did.
Yeah, I mean, he did exactly what we said he needed to do. Find those Flynn Riders, hit the 1-drop, grab a 3-drop as well to just curve out. I think he managed to find at least 2 Flynn Riders. It may have been 3. So got really lucky there. And I think the key part there was, he went first, so he had the advantage of being the person putting the pressure onto Bobby, and Bobby never had the opportunity to ramp or get to those high cost characters and cards that Bobby needs to have in order to take back the game.
Yeah, he really stopped Bobby in his tracks.
Yeah, absolutely. So that was the end of round 8 for this game. We're going to go to break, and then we'll see you guys soon after that.
Shanti, we've done it. It's
We
round
made
9.
it.
It's round 9. And, to set the stage here, these players now have been playing for what, 9 hours? Close to
Yeah,
10.
pretty much.
Hopefully they've been eating right, drinking enough fluids. But this game, people look at card games and it is a mental game, but it's also an endurance test in many ways. You're having to focus for hours and hours and hours on end, be at the top of your game mentally, take care of yourself physically. And these players right now are probably feeling it going into what could be, it is the most important round for them right now, because I think both these players are on the bubble fighting their way in to the top cut.
So tell people what you mean by on the bubble.
Oh, so a certain number of players are going to make the top cut into the next day, where we go into a single elimination bracket where players are fighting, to make it to that championship spot. And there are some players who know that they're in right now out of that top 64 who are going to make the cut. And then there's this bubble of players who are just on the verge of making it. We're not quite sure how the last few slots are going to shake out. And so this round is really important, as certain players are looking to get into that top cut and certain players are going to drop out of that top cut.
Yeah, so there is really everything to play for in this final match that we're going to take a look at right now. So we have Zach Kite versus Chance Cohen, both sitting at 37 points, with a possible 7 points available here if either of them go 2-0 in this 2-game format. Would put them to 44, which I think should mean they make the cut. Obviously, every event runs slightly differently points-wise, but around that sort of number is where you want to be. We see Chance with a Pegasus into a Diablo, so we can get a look at what both players are looking at here. We have a Amber Steel build, but it doesn't look like a traditional Songs build. It's almost a playset of Smees
with a hook.
With some ramp in there with the Pluto as well.
Wow, this deck is aggressive. Look at all those Smees with 2 lore, a Mufasa there on turn 5. I think this deck is meant to get lore quickly, get the Mufasas on the board mid-game. I'm interested to see how this works.
Yeah, definitely. It could be a response to discard some ways. We've seen that a lot today. Just the decks that just want to empty their hands out as quick as possible before the discard engine can really sort of gain any benefit from doing that. So it'll be interesting here to see whether that plays out with what I assume is an Emerald Steel discard from Chance here. We've only seen the Emerald stuff so far.
That's true. So if it's the deck that we think it is, Chance is looking for a Bucky on turn 2. Bucky on turn 2 really makes this deck click. And if you can pull that off, your game plan's on track. And there it is.
Yeah, there it is.
Of course.
We don't quite see the oppressive shift onto Diablo there, so it's not quite as insane a start as you could hope for Chance. Zach's able to get a turn here with another Smee going down into the Inkwell. And I feel like we probably see one getting played here. There was 3 in his opening hand, right?
There were 3.
Yeah.
3 for days. And there he is. Smee, of course, a very well-statted character for 2 cost. He's a 3/3 with 2 lore. Of course, takes 1 damage at the end of the turn if he's exerted, unless you have a captain in play. And here, we just so happen to have his captain, Captain Hook, on the board.
Yeah, so, we've said this before, obviously really great combo with the Captain Hook there, very thematic, but also very strong play. But even without the Captain, the Smee is just a good body that you don't mind turning sideways and get a few turns of lore out of him, or even being able to challenge in. We see a Diablo there, choosing not to shift play then, just a hard play on 3, and we get rid of a Pluto from it. And then we see Chen Pao. That's a bodyguard that's definitely started to see a little bit of play recently. Just a very well-statted bodyguard. Here, though, it's becoming Ink. Mr. Smee turning sideways for 2 lore. We see a Gaston come down as well, 2/4 that you can exert to pay 2 less for the next character you play. So we do have Mufasa online next turn, most likely.
Tinkerbell as well, but yeah, Mufasa definitely a card that Zach would love to get on the board. It is an interesting choice not to shift Diablo. I didn't see whether Chance had that in his opening hand, but some of these decks can run out of cards rather quickly, and depending on what the inkable, non-inkable options that Chance had in his hand, it's an interesting choice and maybe the right one to not shift Diablo and reduce the size of his board, because not only do you have to discard a card to get Diablo on the board, but you also lose that Diablo that's on the board. You're going from 2 characters, potentially 3 characters on the board to 2 characters on the board by shifting the Diablo rather than playing it.
Yeah, you've got to know that you're getting the value out of that shift target, because you are going down in card advantage, and especially with this new shift mechanic, a new version of the shift mechanic even in this set that requires you to discard cards to do the shift, not necessarily just pay less ink.
That's true.
We see the Gaston there bringing out the big Tink as we expected. Gets rid of Bucky. Great answer for Bucky. Yeah.
Yeah, I do. This is probably a deck that's built very much with Emerald Steel in mind.
It seems that way, yeah.
And, you know, to go back to that shift line, I'm willing to bet that that was influenced a lot by knowing that he's playing against a steel deck. He got to see the hand opening right away and knows that there's a lot of cards from Fire the Cannons to Babooms that would remove Diablo. And so made sure that he didn't lose, you know, 2 characters with a removal action instead of just 1.
Wow, we see it's almost like it never happened there with a replay of a new Bucky and another Diablo discarding a Hercules, looks like, down there.
Wow.
We're having the Diablo go into Gaston there and probably finishing it off with Jafar for some card draw. Jafar there letting you draw a card when you banish an opposing character with him.
Yeah, and very strong opening, you know, from Emerald Steel here. Both players actually, but Emerald Steel kind of doing what it wants to do, but very low on cards. So it did burn through. He burned through his hand rather quickly. So looking for any way he can to draw some extra cards to keep him in the game.
Yeah, there's obviously some real key points in there. Obviously, the Diablo being exerted here is going to generate some card draw. But also, you know, there's a Tragic Beast can be in there. But yeah, this Jafar, definitely not quite seen as much play as it used to, but still a relatively decent engine. Is able to take some stuff out and gain benefit from it. Here, the Tinkerbell uses the advantage of having exerted to get rid of one of the Diablos, though.
Yes, Tinkerbell card. Whenever it banishes a character in a challenge, it can deal 2 damage to another character of your choice. Doing a 2-for-1 there, getting that other Diablo off the board.
Yeah, definitely think it's the right line. You got to get rid of those Diablos. It's just getting so much advantage out of them. And like you say, otherwise can maybe struggle with the card draw in this deck. So
that's true. Now, Chance having to, you know, has a little bit of a quandary here. He has, there's a lot of lore Zach has on the board, able to quest for a 5. I've forgotten what that bottom card is, Jonty in the Glare. Do you remember what that is?
It's the Captain Hook still from the very beginning. Yeah, he's still rocking it.
All right. He usually doesn't last this long, but yeah, so 5 lore on the board. Zach already sitting at 8 lore, so Chance has to think about, you know, removing something if possible, but also running out of cards. Would probably like to play the Beast Tragic Hero, but Beast Tragic Hero is not doing a lot for the board. So here we have a Hidden Cove, though. It's the first time that we, the 2 of us, have seen this today.
Yes, absolutely. It's a 1-costed inkable location with 1 move cost and 6 willpower. And it says that characters that are there get +1 to both their strength and their willpower. And there's definitely been a sort of tech card that's been brought in to kind of answer some of the Ruby Sapphire stuff and that the stuff that really cares about the strength of characters for the most part.
It also does well against steel matchups, sometimes in the mirror, because there are Tinkerbells, for example, which deal 1 damage across the board, or Grab Your Swords, which are impacted by your character having an extra willpower.
Yeah, it's not quite as strong as Resist. It is just increasing the strength whilst it's there. So if you are able to remove the location, that then all sort of gets added back up again and can very often remove the characters as well. But yes, it is worth mentioning that it does help get some stuff out of that early steel removal range. But then also with that increase of the strength, he's able to get it out of a range of a lot of the Ruby stuff, perhaps stuff that would normally get ice blocked down into the range of Brawls and Sisus, now no longer does whilst it's at the Hidden Cove. So I think it's definitely a tech piece against Ruby Sapphire, but maybe is going to be able to do some work here against the steel as well.
No, and to your point, Diablo's sitting there with 2 damage counters on it, it looks like, and the Hidden Cove keeping it up. So to your point about moving their location, that's a line that's available to really 2-for-1 those 2 cards.
Yes, exactly. You do get a bit of extra value out of taking it out, unfortunately.
That looks like a Robin Hood, a 1-cost Robin Hood. Not doing a ton on the board, but is a shift target for the Floodborn version.
Absolutely, yeah. Zach is 1 card in hand. Unfortunately, cannot see what it is.
How things have swung here all of a sudden. Zach
it looks like a Surf and Stitch.
Oh, interesting. And able to play it with the Gaston giving him the reduced cost, but obviously you don't get the benefit with the Surf and Stitch.
Surf and Stitch wants to see 2 characters already on the board for some card draw. So maybe it's a risky here, because you are going to see some discard stuff most likely. So risky. Way of doing it. We're going to roll to decide which one is being removed, and it is unfortunately that Surfer. So that a tough line with that really, because obviously you want to get as much value out of that as you can, especially when you're practically top decking at that point. But there is always that risk of losing it to discard, which we have done here, unfortunately.
Wow, and Emerald Steel showing why it's such a popular deck right now. The board state swung rather quickly.